Thunder rumbles, tearing through the pitch-black night as lightning strikes straight down into the dense forest, making the terrified horse let out a long, pathetic neigh. The driver hurriedly grips the reins to calm it down. Damn it, what's wrong with this horse? Sir, can we rest for a bit? The convoy has been traveling all day, and this weather is truly too unusual. The Count spins around and screams at the driver, his face contorted with rage. You fool! This place is right next to the demonic beast swamp. We have to leave as soon as possible. You want to be eaten alive by a demonic beast? The Count spits on the ground and looks up, cursing the dark clouds swirling overhead. Even the gods are cursing that monster, truly a worthless piece of trash. The driver lowers his voice, his eyes glancing uneasily at the tightly closed carriage curtain. Count, what if the princess hears you? The Count sneers coldly. Am I wrong? Annette Howard curls up in the corner of the carriage, hearing every single insult echoing from outside. A useless piece of trash? He wasn't wrong. Annette sits in this jolting carriage, pulling her black winter hat down low, her eyes quietly watching the dark forest blur past the window. The demonic beast swamp they are crossing is the border between the Empire of Aken and the Kingdom of Hawks. The map spreads out in her mind. The swamp is like a necrotic wound separating the Kingdom of Hawks in the south and the Empire of Bendo in the north. Thunder rolls deep within the clouds, and crimson zero lightning rips through the thick night sky. Demonic beasts open their massive maws full of fangs, waiting to devour the lost souls in the swamp. Anyone struck by the zero of a demonic beast who fails to reach the temple in time for purification will face a gruesome death, or their body will completely rot away. Dark shadows flicker through the leaves, and blood-red eyes lurk in the darkness. Demonic beasts are the eternal nightmare of humanity. In the flickering firelight, a pathetic scream echoes, the final struggle of those who have been cursed. Annette stares into the void. Let me become a demonic beast in the mouths of the world. Not for a single day had she received the treatment a princess deserved. Annette tightens her black cloak. They locked me in a dark room, just waiting for me to die silently. Princess is truly such a mocking title. Annette Howard bows her head, looking down at her right hand, her fingertips trembling in the weak light. Because I wanted to survive, I took up the sword and became a knight, but then I became a cripple in the final battle. Having held a sword for half my life, I finally had to let it go. She leans back against the cold wall of the carriage, letting the darkness swallow her body. In the end, I was sold like a piece of merchandise, becoming a sacrifice for a political marriage. I refuse. Instead of marrying that kind of monster, I'd rather die right now. Screams from her memory ring out. Sunlight once shone on the Howard Royal Palace, where pointed towers pierce straight into the high sky. Inside the red stone brick walls, a dirty deal had been struck. Queen Esther tilts her head toward her biological daughter beside her, Bridget. Thinking carefully, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. Bridget suddenly stands up, hands clutching her dress as she wails, I don't want to. I heard that man's face is hideously ugly. How could I live my whole life with that kind of monster? King Justin sits opposite her on a long bench, rubbing his forehead and sighing heavily. Bridget continues to wail. The piercing scream echoes throughout the magnificent palace. The heavy wooden door is pushed open. Your Majesty, Princess Annette Howard has arrived. Annette enters the high-pressure council chamber and bows. Annette Howard greets your Majesty. Justin turns around, coldly cutting off her greeting. Forget it. I don't care about these empty formalities. Let's get straight to the point. He pauses for a moment and then continues. The Aken Empire has proposed an alliance. For such a powerful empire to take the initiative to show goodwill. Since you left your position as the Knight Commander, the kingdom's military strength has seriously declined. This is a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. Justin's voice is ice cold. Annette, you should understand what this means. Having the Aken Empire as an ally will help us against Bendo. Therefore, you will be married to Grand Duke Caden Hansen of the Aken Empire. Anastasia suddenly looks up, her pupils shrinking. Isn't Caden Hansen Bridget's fiancé? Queen Esther flutters her folding fan. She hides a smirk. Isn't Princess Anastasia resting due to an injury? Instead of being a useless freeloader, why not marry the Grand Duke and contribute a little effort to the kingdom? Annette casts her eyes down, her long hair hiding her expression. Is this my only value, to be treated like a sacrificial pawn to be completely discarded? I see. Ordinary people wouldn't even bother to look at me. Why would they spend so much effort to call me here? Grand Duke Caden Hansen, the second heir to the throne of the Aken Empire. He is a hero of 100 battles, but because he was infected by demonic Zero, his appearance was ruined. He hides behind a mask all day. No one has ever seen that face rumored to be hideous. Annette glances at Esther, seeing right through this power game. The greedy queen originally intended to marry Bridget off, but when she learned the other party was a disfigured monster, she let Bridget throw a tantrum. Bridget stomps her feet, hiding behind a bookshelf with a displeased look. Whoever likes this kind of engagement can go. Annette looks straight at King Justin. Her voice is calm. Is this an order? Justin replies ruthlessly. Do you think I'm asking for your opinion? Esther fans herself, acting fake. Your Majesty, please don't be so harsh. Who knows? Annette might live very comfortably in that empire. Bridget glances at Annette and sneers. The letter says they need a princess of noble blood. Sister, anyone can see that you and the word noble have nothing to do with each other. I must ensure the alliance between the two countries is solid. Annette raises her right hand, looking at her pale fingertips. No matter how Grand Duke Caden Hansen reacts when he sees me, Howard's safety is all bet on this. This is my final mission. Returning to reality, Annette huddles in the corner of the carriage. I must try my best for Howard, and also to stay alive. Crash. The sound of glass shattering rips through the rainy night. Annette wakes up with a start, her body throwing forward by momentum as glass shards cut into the darkness. They fall scattered onto the dark carpet. What happened? The sound came from the princess's carriage. The guards scream outside. But the sound of the heavy rain drowns out the chaotic footsteps. Annette stares at the carriage wall. An arrow is buried deep in the wood. The shaft is painted red with large feathered fletching. This is the mark of the Bendo Empire. Bendo troops are attacking. Annette pulls the arrow out, her fingers brushing the cold metal tip. The journey to the Aken Empire was supposed to be a total secret. How did they know? A pathetic scream tears through the night. Demonic beast! A demonic beast has appeared! Fear spreads quickly outside the carriage. Annette looks out the window. A demonic beast appeared exactly at this moment. The carriage shakes violently, the wheels rolling over crushed stones, losing control and tilting in the rainy night. Following the Bendo arrow is a demonic beast attack. This is absolutely no coincidence. Annette crouches low. The sound of snapping branches crackles. Danger is approaching. A massive beast leaps out from the darkness. Opening its mouth full of foul Zero, it lets out a deafening roar. Its putrid breath blows straight into Annette's face as she stands frozen, her pupils reflecting the sharp claws of the demonic beast swinging through the air. Two demonic beasts growl as they approach, drool dripping from their fangs. Don't come here! Don't get closer! A guard collapses in the mud, his broken sword cast aside, his fingers twitching in a pool of Zero. Count Samuel backs up repeatedly, his back hitting a cold rock wall. Do you know who I am? I am a count of the Howard Kingdom. A demonic beast lunges, its claws tearing through the night. Save me! Someone save me! A brilliant red light pierces the darkness, slashing straight down from the demonic beast's head. Zero and flesh splatter as the mournful cry falls silent. Annette stands blocking the way in front of Samuel. His right hand white-knuckled the hilt of his longsword, the tip continuously weeping tainted Zero. Samuel collapsed into the muck, stammering, Princess Annette Howard? Annette leveled her blade in a horizontal guard. Get behind me. The enemy count is unknown. We have to hold the line. But Samuel scrambled up in a blind panic, fleeing headlong into the darkness while shrieking, God help me! It's a demonic beast! Wait! Don't leave! Before she could react, Annette was abandoned at the edge of the cliff. She couldn't gauge their numbers, but these were at least level 2 monstrosities. 3 beasts formed a lethal fan-shaped encirclement, dropping their center of gravity as they prowled the forest and cliffs. At least 30 more lurked in the shadows. Annette sank one knee into the filth. No backup steel, no comrades, only her mangled, inflexible left arm to rely on. She bit down on a strip of cloth, wrapping it tightly around her left hand and yanking it secure with a sharp tug. For once, her shattered limb would not fail her. She refused to let the alliance shatter here. The torrential downpour blurred the silhouettes of the trees as Annette trudged alone through the sludge. Even near the demonic beast swamp, an ambush of this magnitude was too calculated. It felt like a targeted assassination. She prayed the Count's party had successfully retreated. Annette leaned heavily against a gnarled trunk, her balance failing as her lungs burned. So hot. It feels like I'm being incinerated from within. Is this tremors from touching the demonic zero? A figure draped in a blue cloak emerged through the rain. It was a capital sentry. Halt, you stand before the gates of the Aken Empire. State your identity. Annette stumbled forward. Rainwater cascaded off the hem of her cloak. She had finally reached the threshold of Aken. Her breath came in ragged, shallow gasps. I have urgent business with the Emperor. I am from Howard. Before the words could leave her lips, Annette's world plunged into shadow. Her strength evaporated and she collapsed, hitting the freezing cobblestones with a dull thud. The guard retracted his spear and rushed over to inspect her. Hey, are you still with me? Sunlight eventually pierced through embroidered curtains, stretching across a white fur rug while golden dust motes swirled in the warmth. Annette's eyes snapped open, her crimson pupils contracting at the sudden glare. Where am I? What happened? She whispered, scanning the room. Is this the Aken Imperial Palace? If I'm here, the marriage pact must be sealed. Annette exhaled a breath of pure relief. She glanced down at her hands. Wait, why does my voice sound so high-pitched? Annette kicked off the silk sheets and sprinted barefoot toward the corner of the chamber. Her trembling fingers touched the cold surface of a mirror. What is this? Who is this? Lustrous, vibrant pink hair cascaded down her small shoulders. Gleaming red eyes widened in absolute shock. A white bandage was plastered to her soft cheek. Her entire frame had regressed into that of a small child. Annette threw her head back and let out a piercing, shrill scream. This is definitely not my body. 24 years earlier, in the kingdom of Howard, King Justin glared down into the swaddle at the infant wailing weakly. How could the queen give birth to the spawn of a demonic beast? This is a nightmare. The Hawk's royal line has possessed silver hair for generations. This girl has hair like blood. And those eyes, they look like a predator's. Justin gripped the swaddle tight, interrogating the maid kneeling before him. Where is the queen? Tell me her status. The maid bowed low to avoid his fury, her voice cracking with terror. Forgive me, your majesty. Her majesty, the queen, has breathed her last. Justin stood paralyzed, his right hand going limp at his side. His graceful and beloved wife had perished the moment she brought this red-haired princess into the world. He turned his back, pacing away. He refused to even glance at the newborn, denying her very existence and wishing only to cast her aside. That hair color was a rarity even in the Imperial bloodlines. And those cursed red eyes, could she truly be of demonic beast lineage? When could the queen have possibly been tainted by such a monster? King Justin spiraled into a dark void, drowning his sorrows in alcohol and abandoning his crown, letting the queen's death and the birth of the beast princess slowly rot the kingdom from within. A hand settled on Justin's shoulder, fingers squeezing with calculated comfort. Your Majesty, your grief is far too heavy to bear alone. Esther stood behind Justin, leaning in like a serpent. Once a mere handmaid, she had schemed her way into becoming the Queen of Howard. Justin fell deep into Esther's web of temptation, beginning to purge every memory of the late queen, including the child that was her own flesh and blood. He issued a cold royal decree to banish the infant to the furthest reaches of the palace grounds. Get that red-haired freak out of my sight and into the detached palace immediately. Sarah clutched the baby to her chest, her frame shivering with indignation. What? If she is barred from the crown prince's palace, she has nowhere to go. Her highness is too fragile for this. Exiling her in this sub-zero weather is a death sentence. Frank Howard sat on the edge of the sofa, silver bangs shadowing his eyes as he stared blankly at the floor. His knuckles were white as he gripped his knees. A guard reached out his hand, palm upturned in a mock gesture of duty. Don't worry, we'll ensure her highness is managed properly. Frank stood up abruptly. Sarah, I'm fine. Don't worry about my position. He looked at the tiny bundle in Sarah's arms. That life is even more precarious than mine. Please, keep my little sister safe. Sarah looked down at the infant, tears blurring her vision. Your Highness. The guard, devoid of emotion, stepped forward. Surrender the child. Sarah pulled the baby tighter against her heart. Her grip hardened with fierce resolve. I will raise the princess. No one lays a finger on her. Not a single soul. Sarah had been the late queen's most trusted confidant and Frank Howard's wet nurse. Now she carried the red-haired pariah and retreated into the crumbling, abandoned detached palace, braving the biting cold and the venomous ridicule of the court. 6 years vanished in a heartbeat. Sarah leaned over the small bed and whispered, "Princess, why are you still awake?" Annette lay curled on her side. She clutched the edge of her tattered blanket. "Nanny, I heard them. The servants call me a demonic breed behind my back. If I really am a monster's child, will I end up hurting you one day?" Sarah took those tiny hands, enveloping them in her own warmth. "No, princess, do not listen to their lies." She stared deep into Annette's eyes. "Purge those poison words from your mind. You are absolutely not a demonic beast." When Annette turned 7, her only protector passed away from a sudden illness. There was no medicine, no warmth, not even wood for the hearth. A simple cold spiraled into pneumonia, stealing Sarah's final breath. Annette knelt by the bedside, tears carving paths through the dust on her cheeks as she stared into eyes that would never open again. From that day on, she was truly alone in her prison. Surviving on scraps and sheer will, at age 14, Annette finally marched out of the detached palace, throwing open the massive doors of the great hall and stepping onto the royal carpet. She looked up, challenging the man perched high upon the throne. Justin pointed a trembling finger at the daughter at the base of the stairs. "You dare to show your face here?" Annette bowed her head. "I greet the son of Howard. Instead of rotting away in the shadows waiting for death, I've come to gamble my life." She knelt on the frigid tiles, her forehead touching the ground. "I beg the king to let me join the demonic beast subjugation force." Justin looked down at her with pure loathing. His gaze was like ice. "You crawl out of your hole just to seek death on the battlefield?" He turned his face away in disgust. He refused to look at her again. Dying on the front lines is a better fate than being a stain on this royal family. Annette stood up and walked away without a word. Stepping into the wasteland where corpses littered the earth, she joined a suicide mission that promised only a shallow grave. The court waited for the news of her certain demise. An untrained girl was supposed to be shredded by monsters, but Annette emerged from the crimson pools of Zero, her hand white-knuckled around a blade, her cloak snapping in the wind. Driven by inhuman strength and grit, Annette purified herself in the heat of slaughter, showcasing terrifying endurance and tactical genius. She brought her sword down in a lethal arc, the steel flashing with a murderous light, the girl they cursed as a demonic beast, and ascended as the most formidable blade master on the entire continent. Snapping back to the present, Annette studies her reflection. That was my life, but what in the world has happened to me? She hoists both hands, inspecting her tiny, delicate palms. Her skin is supple. Annette pinches her cheek aggressively, her fingers sinking into the soft flesh. "Ow!" she yelps. Even with this shrunken frame, her grip strength remains freakishly high. What is this sorcery? The door suddenly thuds open. Empress Charlotte sweeps in, balancing a tray, her tone surprisingly bright. "Oh my, you're finally among the living." Annette whirls around. Who is this? Charlotte approaches, looming over to scrutinize her. "Miss Howard, are you truly back with us? The medic predicted a much longer coma. I must fetch the royal physician at once." Annette stares blankly at the woman and the man who just stepped inside. A royal doctor? If that's the case, these two must be the emperor and empress of the Aken Empire. Annette clutches the hem of her nightgown, attempting a poise and dignified salute. Annette Howard of the Howard Kingdom offers her respects to your Imperial Majesties. Emperor Osiris of Aken fixes a piercing gaze on the tiny girl. "So you truly are Miss Howard. I confess I had my reservations despite the hair color. But your current state, you are undeniably a small child." Empress Charlotte of Aken rushes forward to gently pull her up. "Please don't struggle. Your body is still fragile. There's no need for such rigid etiquette." Annette casts her gaze to the floor. In their eyes, I really have regressed into a mere toddler. Charlotte asks tenderly, "Miss Howard, can you shed some light on what occurred?" Annette stands before the mirror, her hands lifting the heavy fabric of her dress. She had never donned such a breathtaking gown. It was far more opulent than any of Bridget's finest silks. She surveys the room. The Aken Empire has no princess of its own. Where did these lavish, perfectly tailored child-sized clothes come from? A maid pushes the massive double doors open and bows low. "Princess, your presence is requested in the banquet hall." Annette falters. "The banquet hall? Shouldn't we be heading to a war room or a council chamber? The door is grown open and a flood of brilliant light spills out. Annette shields her eyes with a hand. Staggered by the spectacle before her, a sprawling table is laden with a dizzying array of meats and confections. Exotic delicacies are piled in mountains, releasing the intoxicating scent of rich butter and caramelized sugar. Annette stands paralyzed, gawking at the extravagant feast, dishes she hadn't even dared to imagine. Emperor Osiris sweeps his arm out in a grand gesture. Since it's likely Miss Howard hasn't had a decent meal since her journey began, I decided to relocate our audience to the dining hall. Charlotte tilts her head with a warm smile. I wasn't certain of your preferences, so I had the chefs prepare a bit of everything. Please feast to your heart's content. Annette clambers onto the high-back chair, her fingers nervously twisting her skirt. It all looks incredible. Where do I even begin? Charlotte begins to eat with practiced grace. The delicate chime of silver against fine china echoes through the hall. Annette stares at the steaming bowl before her. Perhaps the soup is the safest start. Back on the front lines of the monster subjugations, she survived on bitter water brewed from gnarled roots. She wonders if this liquid is just as foul. She brings a spoonful to her lips. The moment the warm silk hits her tongue, Annette freezes, her eyes widening. This flavor. She never dreamed such a masterpiece could exist. She hungrily swallows. The warmth radiates all the way to her soul. It is worlds apart from the acrid dregs of the battlefield. Charlotte asks softly, "Is it to your liking?" Annette nods fervently. Yes, it's absolutely divine. Charlotte masks a giggle with her hand, glancing at Osiris. It appears the menu suits Miss Howard's palate perfectly. Annette ducks her head and polishes off her plate. It's empty in a heartbeat. She sets her spoon down with a soft click. Thank you for your immense kindness, Your Majesty. Charlotte's smile fades slightly as she turns to Osiris. Regarding the arrival of Miss Howard, has Your Majesty alerted the Grand Duke yet? Osiris clears his throat. Once her identity was verified, I dispatched a courier immediately. Annette goes rigid, her gaze dropping to the table. How will the Grand Duke react to this news? What will he say? Will he come charging back to the capital? Osiris sets his wine glass down with a heavy thud. Regrettably, the Grand Duke is currently away from the capital. He is leading a campaign to purge a demonic beast infestation. Who would have guessed the Howard royals would send the princess herself to hand-deliver the marriage pact? He looks at Annette. The word has been sent to the Grand Duke's estate, but his return is up in the air. I'm afraid you'll have to remain here for a few days. Annette white-knuckles the hem of her dress. Her fingers turn pale from the sheer tension. I see. Excuses. Nothing but convenient excuses. Even as her fiancé, he must loathe the idea of meeting a bride tainted by the demonic Zero. Charlotte speaks in a hushed, comforting tone. Do not fret. Once the Grand Duke receives word, he will surely race back to your side. Annette relaxes her grip. Your Majesty, I understand. In this state, I wouldn't even know how to face him anyway. She looks up. Since things have turned out this way, may I ask one thing? When I was discovered, was I already in this diminutive form? Osiris gives a slow nod. The sentries reported that a child delivered the letter bearing the royal seal before collapsing at the gates. If that envelope hadn't contained the marriage contract, and if your hair wasn't that striking shade of red, we might never have identified you as the princess. Can you explain exactly what transpired on your journey to the palace? Annette squares her shoulders. Of course. But first, I must address something critical. Your Majesty, please forgive my lack of tact. There is a traitor within the Howard Kingdom, someone conspiring with the Bendo Empire. Annette narrows her eyes. Before the monster struck, a projectile was fired into my carriage. It was a red arrow, a signature of the Bendo military. I was unarmed, so I had to use that very arrow to fend off the beasts. She grips her skirt tighter. The Aken Empire was not informed of my route. The only person who could have leaked that intelligence is someone close to the Howard throne. They will undoubtedly hold Howard accountable, and the alliance might even be scrapped. Annette stares into the distance. How can I possibly change their minds? Osiris sets his glass down firmly. So you're claiming the people of Howard abandoned their own princess to flee? Charlotte gasps, clasping her hands together. Good heavens! You actually fought back with nothing but an arrow, and with your bare hands after that? Annette murmurs, I'm all right. The monsters were too overwhelming. Even the royal knights couldn't hold their ground. Osiris sits upright, his fingers drumming rhythmically against the table. Regardless, abandoning their post is an unforgivable betrayal. I will be sending a formal, scathing protest to the kingdom. Howard, as you mentioned, the leak is a grave concern. We shall inform them that while the princess was gravely wounded, but has arrived safely in the Empire. Annette raised her head, her gaze bewildered. What about the alliance? Osiris smiled. Princess, although the marriage contract hasn't been officially notarized, from the moment you signed it, you became a member of the Aken Imperial family. Please cast aside your worries. Charlotte reached out her hand. That's right, we're practically family now. Relax and let's get to know each other better. For now, focus entirely on your recovery, understood? Annette softly replied, Yes, I understand. Charlotte tilted her head. In fact, turning out like this might not be entirely a bad thing. Annette stopped her spoon and looked up at her, puzzled. Charlotte spread her hands. When you fainted, the royal doctor examined you. Aside from a few bruises, there's nothing wrong with your body. It's just extreme exhaustion. As long as you take your medicine on time and get enough rest, you'll recover very quickly. Annette looked down and whispered, I see. Charlotte held up an index finger. If your body has regressed, it also means the old injury on your hand has completely vanished. You'll be able to hold a sword again soon. Annette froze, her eyes wide. Hold a sword again? She stared at her right hand in disbelief. Hold a sword again. If this news reached Howard, how would they react? She grit her teeth. The second I was crippled, they were so eager to force me out of the military as if they'd been waiting forever. If they hear my hand is healed, they'll probably just call it a demonic beast curse. That's no longer my concern. Annette exhaled, then suddenly felt a strange, piercing gaze. She snapped her head up and saw the two people opposite her still staring intently. Annette shrunk back. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Charlotte covered her mouth with her hand. She looks about 7 years old at most. Don't you think so? Osiris rested his chin on his hand and lowered his voice. No, she looks about the age Mikhail was back then. I'd say closer to 8. Charlotte shook her head. 8 is too small. 7 is definitely more accurate. Annette's eye twitched. I can hear you, you know. Younger than expected? I thought I looked nearly 10. Osiris cleared his throat and pulled a shimmering object from his inner pocket. I almost forgot. I have this to give to the princess. He stepped forward, holding a crystal in his palm. A body contaminated by demonic Zero. Usually requires a temple for purification, but with your current situation, visiting the temple might be inconvenient. The crystal refracted the light brilliantly. This is a masterpiece by Emperor Lucius, mobilizing the power of both the temple and the magic tower. Just one of these can wash away the corruption of demonic Zero. Annette stared at the crystal and whispered, regarding my current state, the fewer people who know, the safer. I also prefer using a purification stone over going to the temple. Annette remembered how in Howard, every time she went to the temple, the priest always threw contemptuous, hateful looks her way. I'd rather purify myself with this stone than face those people again. Knights and mercenaries often gathered in the capital of Aken, scrambling to buy these crystals, with the sole exception of the Howard Royal Knights. Annette took the crystal with both hands and whispered her thanks. As the former commander, she knew well the royals never budgeted for such luxuries. The moment her fingers touched the crystal, a fierce blue light flared up, emitting a piercing hiss. Annette jerked her hand back, staring at the flashing purification stone. Osiris frowned. The Howard Royal Knights never had a record of purchasing purification stones, yet you know how to use it perfectly. Annette placed a hand on her chest. I once received a similar gift, so I know how to use it. Osiris let go. Well, that's good then. A knock sounded, and a maid entered, bowing. Pardon the interruption of your meal. Charlotte looked at Annette. Miss Howard, it seems you must take a trip with me this afternoon to pay your respects to the Empress Dowager. Annette looked down at her small body. But my condition, Charlotte stood up. She already knows everything, so don't worry. Go to your room and tidy up a bit. In the meantime, finish the purification process. The palace doors closed heavily, golden patterns interlaced on the red wood. Annette stood before the door, her spine stiff. This was the Empress Dowager's chamber. Annette clenched her fingers, heart pounding. If she sees me in this state, will she cancel the engagement immediately? Charlotte tilted her head to look at the girl behind her. Miss Howard, are you nervous? Annette gripped her dress. A little bit. Charlotte pushed the door open. After all, it's your first time meeting your mother-in-law, so it's natural to be anxious. Don't worry, she's a benevolent person. Annette was startled and looked up. Mother-in-law? She'd been so focused on the child issue she hadn't realized. Her face turned bright red. That was her husband's mother, the actual Empress Dowager. Charlotte held the doorknob and turned back with a smile. Shall we go in then? Annette reached out. Wait, please hold on a moment. But Charlotte had already stepped inside calmly, announcing loudly, Queen Mother, we're coming in. Charlotte stepped aside to introduce her. Queen Mother, this is Miss Howard. Annette kept her head down, taking small steps to the center of the carpet. Charlotte pointed ahead. Miss Howard, this is Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager of the Aken Empire. Annette lifted her dress and knelt, performing a standard salute. Annette Howard of the Kingdom of Howard greets you. The chamber was silent as a grave. The air felt frozen. There was no response at all. Annette stayed in her saluting posture, sweat beads forming on her forehead. Why isn't she saying anything? This silence is suffocating. The Empress Dowager scanned the small figure below. Are you telling me that this child is Caden's fiancé? Annette holds her breath. This situation is dire. This is light years beyond anything she anticipated. At the monster swamp border, night shrouds the dense forest. Samuel crashes through the brush, sprinting forward as he bellows, Your Highness! Samuel skids to a halt, staring at the back of the figure ahead. Grand Duke Caden stands amidst a mountain of corpses, his long sword plunged toward the earth. Zero oozes down the blade, pooling beneath his feet, which are surrounded by the severed limbs of demonic beasts. Samuel takes a sharp, jagged breath as he surveys the carnage. His voice trembles. Did you slaughter this entire horde of monsters single-handedly? He pushes up his spectacles, gawking at the scattered monster carcasses. Eradicating a swarm of this magnitude means the border will remain peaceful for at least a month. Caden sheathes his steel. Button it, Samuel. You looking to get zero diff too? Samuel flinches and recoils, waving his hands frantically in the air. What? I would never... Ahem. He clears his throat, realizing he completely lost his composure for a moment. But back to the matter at hand. Princess Annette Howard appears to have already reached the Imperial Palace. Caden freezes, his shoulders vibrating slightly. He tilts his head toward the void and lets out a dark, velvety chuckle. Oh? Is that so? Our darling princess has finally made her grand entrance. Back at the Empress Dowager's chambers, she folds her hands and massages her forehead. This predicament truly leaves one utterly speechless. Annette stands paralyzed, her fingers nervously twisting her silk dress. This is an absolute catastrophe. She slightly tilts her head to steal a glance forward. Is that truly the Empress Dowager of the Aken Empire? Are all Aken royals blessed with such eternal youth? Even the current empress is the same. Compared to them, I look like a literal child. Wait, I actually am a kid right now. Charlotte stands by her side, hand pressed over her heart. The Empress Dowager fixes a piercing glare on Annette. So you are truly the one chosen to be Caden's partner? Annette flinches, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Yes, Your Majesty. That is the truth. The Empress Dowager's voice drops an octave. Is Caden aware of this? Charlotte gently explains. I dispatched a courier, but the Grand Duke had already departed for a subjugation mission. I'm not certain if the news has reached him yet. The Empress Dowager lowers her gaze. I see. I hope the word reaches him safely. Annette looks toward the Empress Dowager. Grand Duke Kaiden Hansen is truly cherished by his family. Perhaps he is a precious and fragile member of the Aken royal line. Annette gazes out the window. That must be why the Emperor personally forged a purification stone for his ailing brother. He even fretted his brother wouldn't find a suitable match, so he personally orchestrated this political union. That's why he's being so gracious to me. Because I'm about to become his sister-in-law. Annette turns her head, her hair veiling her eyes. Grand Duke Kaiden Hansen, I'm actually a bit envious of you. The Empress Dowager suddenly speaks, shattering the silence. Annette is startled and snaps her head up. What? Huh? What did you say? The Empress Dowager sighs. I said, don't just stand there like a statue. Sit down. We're about to become family regardless. Just speak your mind freely. Annette replies, yes, thank you. Annette takes a seat, her mind racing. What should I say now? How do I navigate this? How do I win her over? The Empress Dowager says in a resonant voice, Shall we commence the tea service then? A servant wheels in a tea cart, the steam rising in delicate swirls. A table overflowing with exquisite pastries appears. Charlotte looks at the dessert spread, hands cupping her cheeks. Oh my, Queen Mother, you prepared all this for her? The Empress Dowager sits regally, her voice level. Isn't it only natural? Charlotte picks up a cookie to admire its craftsmanship. Some of these don't look like they were made in the palace kitchens. Did you have them brought in from the capital? The Empress Dowager gives a slight huff and averts her gaze. Since I was ignorant of the girl's preference, I had them procure a variety. I don't know if it suits your palate. Try some. Annette stares at the plate before her. These cakes look like masterpieces. She's never seen confections this beautiful. What should I do? Just dig in. Annette swallows hard, recalling what her nanny Sarah once told her. Adults adore children who have a hearty appetite. Well, let's give it a shot. Annette takes a fork and carves a piece of strawberry cake, popping it into her mouth. Her cheeks puff out as she bites into the fruit. The cream dissolves on her tongue. She's completely lost in the overwhelming sweetness. Charlotte beams at the sight. It seems it's to Miss Howard's liking. She turns to the Empress Dowager. Seeing her eat with such joy, you must be relieved, Queen Mother. Annette suddenly stops. Her pupils tremble. She got swept away just now and completely neglected her royal decorum. Will she think I'm a glutton? Annette lowers her head, twiddling her thumbs. Your Majesty? I accidentally overindulged. Please, you must try some too. It's truly divine. The teacup in the Empress Dowager's hand vibrates violently. Tea splashes over the rim. Her entire frame freezes, and then she suddenly sways, hand clutching her forehead. She staggers back against the sofa. Annette screams, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Charlotte quickly stands up. Miss Howard, please return to your chambers and rest first. Annette is stunned. But, Her Majesty, Charlotte's voice is firm. Leave this to me. Do not worry. Please return to your room immediately. Annette drops her hands. Yes, I understand. Annette stepped out of the chamber, her pace heavy and measured as she moved down the corridor. Selina followed in her shadow, maintaining a precise half-pace distance. The maid bowed with practiced grace. Grand Duchess, do you have any specific commands? Annette bit her lower lip, her mind racing. Has the Empress Dowager's constitution always been this fragile? Selina's face drained of color as she stammered, Well, as for that... Annette fixed her with a direct stare. She collapsed because of me, didn't she? If the truth is too awkward, you need an answer. Selina looked as if a crushing weight had been lifted and bowed low. Forgive me. My name is Selina. Please, address me however you find most comfortable. Annette looked up, seeking a distraction. Selina, is there a quiet place nearby for a stroll? Selina gestured toward the far end of the hall. There is a private garden just a short distance away. That should be quite suitable. She hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. However, protocol dictates that only members of the Imperial family may enter. Annette's gaze darkened with uncertainty. In that case, I likely have no business being there, right? Selina waved her hands frantically. Not at all. Her Majesty the Empress explicitly decreed that the princess is to be treated as a true member of the Aken, Imperial line, so there is no issue. Annette's eyes widened in surprise. Truly? Then I shall rely on your guidance. Annette's pulse quickened. Have they truly embraced me so easily? Why does no one seem concerned that I might be trapped in this body forever? It feels like I'm the only one haunted by this anxiety. Annette stepped into the garden, sunlight weaving golden threads through her hair. Anxious. What am I actually so afraid of? Selina navigated the steps and turned back with a soft reminder. Please, watch your footing, princess. Annette murmured, My thanks. Annette came to a sudden halt. Is it the alliance weighing on me? No, it's deeper than politics. She envisioned Osiris's gentle expression and the warmth of Charlotte's reaching hand. Even the effortless, kind conversation with Selina felt alien. Everyone in this place is so remarkably friendly. Annette stood before the shimmering fountain, the water spray dancing behind her. It's because this world is the polar opposite of the Howard Kingdom. There are no judgmental glares here. Annette lifted her head. Selina, the maid turned. Yes, princess? How can I help? Annette locked eyes with her. Selina, why should I be afraid? Selina was momentarily stunned, but then a warm smile broke across her face. I have never seen such a breathtaking eye color in all my years, she added curiously. Whatever prompted such a question? Annette looked away, her heart softening. Oh, it's nothing. Let's move on. The corners of Annette's mouth twitched into a small, genuine smile. To have a normal conversation, to look someone in the eye and share a laugh, perhaps in this empire, I can finally exist without being an object of scorn. As long as that man doesn't grow to loathe me, anyway. Deep within the demonic beast swamp, dark mists swirled like living shadows. Caden's voice was like a blade of ice. Oh? So, the princess has finally made her appearance? Samuel's expression was grim. Indeed, but there appears to be a significant complication. He unfurled the parchment in his hand, his eyes scanning the script. This is an urgent missive from His Majesty. On her journey to Aken, the princess seems to have encountered a terrible misfortune. Caden gripped the letter, his knuckles turning a ghostly white. Morton, I'm riding straight for the capital. Return to the castle, rally the men, and mobilize immediately. Samuel, you're with me. Samuel's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What? Straight to the capital? You're not even stopping at the Grand Duchy first? Kaiden vanished into the gathering gloom. Given the gravity of the situation, I must reach the palace post-haste. I'm quite eager to see her for myself. We're about to meet at last, princess. Back at the palace, the Empress Dowager slammed her palm onto the table. She erupted in a dramatic shriek. It's a crime! An absolute travesty! Charlotte sat composed nearby, watching the elder woman clutch her chest in mock agony. How can a child be that adorable? Being that precious should be a felony. The Empress Dowager shot a mock glare at Charlotte. Empress! Why did you fail to mention that Caden's bride-to-be was such a little darling? Charlotte stroked her chin, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. I confess I didn't expect Annette Howard to be quite this enchanting, either. The Empress Dowager rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with a new obsession. Finally, a girl has arrived who can actually fit into the garments I've been sewing. I'll have her in this outfit and that one, and the silk set. Charlotte's smile faltered slightly. Regarding Miss Howard's physical state, you seem remarkably unfazed, Queen Mother. The Empress Dowager took a measured sip of her tea. The Emperor's power is involved after all. Besides, do you really think Caden would just sit idly by while she suffered? Charlotte nodded slowly. That is a very fair point. The Empress Dowager set her cup down, her gaze suddenly sharpening with maternal intensity. But don't you think she's far too frail? She crumpled her handkerchief, her eyes blazing with resolve. Children ought to be chubby and healthy. Empress, join us for tea tomorrow as well. I intend to fatten that girl up until she's rosy-cheeked and plump. Charlotte gave a slight nod. I shall begin organizing a regular schedule of tea parties immediately. Charlotte then exited the chambers. She turned to pull the heavy oak door shut and exhaled a long, weary sigh of relief. Selina hurried over to greet her mistress. Charlotte turned. Selina, have you escorted Miss Howard back to her quarters? Selina bowed, her fingers twisting nervously. Actually, the princess requested a walk, so I have already guided her to the rear gardens. Charlotte touched her lip, a frown creasing her brow. Oh dear, I was hoping to make a flawless impression on Miss Howard. But this entire afternoon has been a chaotic mess. You did well. I'll head to the gardens and check on her myself. Annette paced through the palace grounds. She had hoped a walk would ease the suffocating tightness in her chest, but the gardens were so sprawling, she couldn't find the edge. If she wanted this marriage to survive, she had to secure the Imperial family's favor. Annette stopped by a cold stone pillar and sighed. But I've already made the Empress Dowager faint. I've truly botched things this time. Who goes there? Mikhail stepped out from the foliage, pointing a finger and shouting with youthful bravado, Who dares to trespass in the private gardens? Only those of Imperial blood are permitted in this sanctuary. Annette whirled around to face the boy. He was on the list of key figures she had memorized before ever setting foot in the palace. Must be Mikhail, the crown prince of Aken. Mikhail narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Annette. Why are you loitering? Identify yourself this instant. Annette panicked, her mind spinning on how to explain her presence to this boy. Should she claim to be his future aunt? In this cringeworthy moment, Annette offered a formal curtsy. Your Highness, I am a foreign guest invited by the Empire for state affairs, necessitating my temporary residence within the palace. Mikhail tilted his head, intrigued. Your hair is a rare shade indeed, but how did you infiltrate this garden? Annette was left speechless. Actually, Mikhail suddenly snapped his fingers with a loud pop. Aha! I figured it out! You've clearly been bewitched by my irresistible charm and stalked me all the way here, haven't you? Annette's face went blank. Wait, what? Mikhail planted his hands on his hips, jutting his chin out with his eyes closed in a dramatic pose. I am deeply sorry, but I cannot return your feelings. My heart already belongs to Adre. Annette white-knuckled her fists, a vein throbbing on her forehead. Even if he's the crown prince, who on earth taught this kid such nonsense? Charlotte approached from the distance, her voice echoing sternly. Mikhail, what are you doing out at this hour? Mikhail recoiled in terror, spinning around. Mother! Charlotte stepped between the two, a protective barrier. Did Mikhail offend you? If so, I offer my sincerest apologies for his behavior. Annette waved her hands frantically. No, not at all. I'm the one who intruded upon the prince. I am so sorry. Mikhail asked suspiciously, Mother, who exactly is this young lady? Charlotte answered without missing a beat. Mikhail, mind your manners. This young lady is destined to become a vital member of our family. Mikhail looked as if he'd been struck by a bolt of lightning, his jaw hitting the floor as he stood frozen. Charlotte took a seat at the ornate table. She raised her teacup, watching Mikhail's retreating figure as he bolted away. Better to give him the shock now than let him be disrespectful to a lady. You must have been rattled when the Empress Dowager collapsed. Annette murmured, Yes, I was quite shaken by it. Charlotte smiled warmly. The Queen Mother didn't react that way out of malice. Quite the opposite, in fact. She even mentioned preparing a surprise gift for you tomorrow. Annette looked up at Charlotte, searching her eyes. I've been curious. Why do you continue to address me as Miss Howard? Charlotte pressed a hand to her heart, her smile radiant. Because I am a devoted fan of yours. Your legendary feats in monster subjugation are renowned even in the Aken Empire. People have long hailed your contributions as nothing short of heroic. When I heard you were coming, I was so overcome with excitement I couldn't sleep a wink. Charlotte lowered her voice to a whisper. Tell me, where is the Rubelino sword you're always seen with? Annette gasped, her hands clutching her silk dress. You? You even know of Rubelino? Charlotte nodded fervently. Of course. How could I not? It is Miss Howard's iconic signature. Annette cast her gaze downward, her voice turning somber. Rubelino. I surrendered it to the royals the moment I resigned my command. Charlotte gasped, covering her mouth as her brow furrowed in anger. Good heavens, they actually had the audacity to strip it from you? Do they not realize a sword is a knight's very soul? Annette shook her head. It's fine. I'm no longer a knight anyway. Charlotte opened her mouth to argue, but a knock cut her off. Selina opened the door and bowed. Miss, the bath is prepared. Charlotte rose. My, is it already so late? Miss Howard, please seek some rest. Charlotte leaned down and took her hand, her gaze tender. You must be anxious about Grand Duke Caden. The moment he receives word of your arrival, the Grand Duke will surely come racing back. Please, put your mind at ease and wait for him. The following morning, golden sunlight flooded the master suite. Annette sat on the edge of the plush bed. Selina arrived carrying a silver basin of water. Miss, are you finally awake? Annette rubbed her eyes groggily. Selina, I'm sorry. Did I oversleep? Selina smiled brightly. Whatever do you mean? It's still quite early. More importantly, I have monumental news. Grand Duke Caden Hansen has returned to the palace. Annette's eyes snapped wide as she threw back the silk covers and stood. What? The Grand Duke is already here? Selina nodded while smoothing the sheets. Yes, I heard the Grand Duke mobilized the very second he received word of your arrival. He reached the palace in the early hours of the morning. Annette stared at the floor, completely dazed. This makes no sense. The journey from Hunjin to the capital takes 2 days at minimum. If he only heard yesterday, how is he here now? unless he rode like a complete maniac without pausing for a single second. Annette looked up at Selena, seeking answers. Selena, what kind of man is the Grand Duke exactly? Selena paused, her expression shifting subtly. What do you mean precisely? Annette's voice was barely a whisper. His temperament, anything would help. Selena averted her eyes, a strained smile touching her lips. Well, as for the Grand Duke's personality, I haven't had much personal interaction, so I cannot say for sure. She handed Annette a warm towel. However, rumors portray him as a man of great wisdom and talent. You'll surely judge for yourself when you meet him shortly. Annette took the towel, pressing it against her flushed cheeks. It was clear he wasn't the approachable type. The door swung open. Osiris and Charlotte entered together. You're finally here, Miss Howard, Charlotte cheered. Oh my, Miss Howard, you look absolutely precious. The Empress Dowager's gift was a stroke of genius. Charlotte gestured toward her. This ensemble was made for you. Come, take a seat. Annette managed a small smile. Perhaps, if the Grand Duke sees me like this, he won't view me as a bad omen. Thank you both. Annette scanned the room. I thought only the Grand Duke would be waiting. Had I known you were both attending, I would have hurried. Osiris leaned back, looking relaxed. It is no trouble at all. We simply dropped in to see how you were faring. After all, this is your first official meeting. Annette tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. In case of what? Osiris shifted his gaze toward the heavy doors. Caden hasn't... The Grand Duke is uncharacteristically late. Punctuality is usually his forte. Suddenly, frantic footsteps thundered down the corridor. Samuel's voice trailed behind in a desperate pant. Your Highness, please pace yourself. The massive doors slammed open, and Caden stormed in. Samuel trailed in his wake, breathlessly announcing, Grand Duke Caden Hansen has arrived. Annette flinched in shock, her entire frame locking up as she locked eyes with the man in the threshold. That man... Caden's face was veiled in shadow. Only his piercing ash-gray eyes remained visible, radiating a bone-chilling cold. The rhythmic strike of his boots against the marble echoed like heavy thuds. He loomed over the round table like a predator. Annette recoiled into the sofa, paralyzed by the massive silhouette closing the distance. Her pulse hammered against her ribs. Is that terrifying gaze even human? Caden came to a halt right before the table. His towering stature cast a suffocating shadow that completely engulfed Annette. Osiris's brow furrowed in disapproval. He studied his younger brother's strange behavior. Caden, what has gotten into you? Without a word, Caden dropped to one knee. He brought his gaze level with Annette's. Is she a doll? This isn't human. No mortal could possibly be this precious. She's as flawlessly crafted as a porcelain doll. Caden offered his right hand, his icy glare melting into something tender as he beheld her. If you would allow it, may I take your hand, princess? 1 hour prior. Samuel stood by the window, watching the man descend into a chaotic struggle with his wardrobe. Your Highness, do you have any idea how long you've been fussing over your clothes? Caden stood frozen before the mirror, obsessively swapping out scarves. Samuel, be honest. Which one elevates my look? This one or the other? Samuel averted his eyes, answering in a deadpan drone. Both are impeccable. You've been staring at your reflection for hours since we returned. Samuel checked his watch again. Your Highness, the appointment is imminent. Caden tilted his head, shooting a razor-sharp look back. Are you bored, Samuel? Samuel instantly snapped to attention. Perish the thought, sir. Caden turned back to scrutinize his image. Then critique me. Do I look ridiculous? Is this acceptable? Samuel adjusted his spectacles. You look exceptionally sophisticated. Caden carefully adjusted the mask, shielding his face. What if she finds me frightening? This is our first formal encounter. Should I have opted for something less intimidating? Samuel glanced down at the dossier in his grip. Sir, she is the most formidable blade on the continent. Caden turned back to the glass. Who can say? In her current state, she's merely a vulnerable child. And regardless of her strength, I want you to project warmth and genuine consideration. Samuel yanked out his pocket watch to verify the time. Your Highness, it's time. Caden's eyes snapped wide. What? How is it already this late? Why didn't you warn me sooner? Caden snatched up his cloak and bolted for the exit. You incompetent aide! To the drawing room, post haste! Samuel scrambled to keep up. I've been nagging you for the last 60 minutes. Back in the present, Caden remained kneeling, entranced by the girl before him. You are so breathtakingly cute, it's almost supernatural. Are you a doll? Caden extended his hand, palm turned upward. If I have your permission, may I take your hand, princess? Annette was floored, her body rigid with tension. Ah, yes, of course. Is this gentleman truly the legendary warmonger? The blood-soaked executioner, Caden Hansen? Osiris massaged his temples and exhaled a weary sigh. The man has finally lost his mind. I expected a performance, but I didn't think he'd go full clown. Charlotte leaned back beside Osiris, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. Osiris lowered his hand. You arrived just in the nick of time. Caden rose abruptly and rounded on his brother. Why are you two still lingering here? Osiris countered with a nonchalant shrug. As the architect of this alliance, my presence is a formal necessity. Caden leaned in, his voice dropping. Since this is a reception for the woman who will walk beside me for the rest of my life, I demand a private audience. If your majesties could kindly make yourself scarce, I would be eternally grateful. Annette's head snapped up in shock. Rest of my life? What is he implying, huh? Osiris frowned, his tone hardening. Grand Duke Hansen, mind your station. You dare address your sovereign with such insolence? Caden spread his arms wide, his tone dripping with irony. I wouldn't dream of it, brother. I mean, your majesty. Caden tilted his head at Osiris. Why the hostility? Why are you glaring at me like that? Charlotte chuckled, stepping in to diffuse the tension. He's right. Our presence is a bit of a buzzkill. Let's depart, your majesty. Osiris stood, his expression clouded with faux regret. Wait, really? You said you wanted to watch the sparks fly. Charlotte firmly guided Osiris toward the exit. Let's go. At the threshold, Charlotte turned back with a playful wave. Toodles! Enjoy your little heart-to-heart, you two. The door clicked shut. Caden straightened his posture and adjusted his tie, his demeanor shifting instantly. Apologies. My behavior was rather unrefined. Annette sat perched on the bench, answering softly. It's quite all right. Please, take a seat. Caden looked down at her. May I be so bold as to sit beside you? Annette averted her eyes, her heart fluttering. Yes, you may. Annette stole a cautious glance at the man now sitting next to her. Why is he even more guarded with me than with the Emperor? Could the demonic Zero not only ravage one's appearance, but also fracture one's mind? Caden turned his head, fixating on Annette's profile. If you keep scrutinizing me like that, I'm going to get flustered. Truthfully, I'm far more bashful than my reputation suggests. Annette flinched and recoiled. Forgive me. Annette's heart hammered against her ribs. What is this? This is light years away from what I envisioned. Caden extended his hand once more. Please, allow me to introduce myself with proper decorum. He pressed his palm over his heart and offered a slight bow. I am Caden Hansen. Annette looked up, her voice a soft murmur. And I am Annette Howard. Caden gently took her hand. Your hand is truly so microscopic. Annette pulled her shoulders in. My hands aren't normally this tiny. In reality, I am 24 years old. Caden straightened his posture. I am well aware you're 2 years my senior. Annette looked down, twisting her fingers. But trapped in this body, I likely won't be able to fulfill the grand duties of a duchess that you require. So Caden interjected. Wait just a moment, princess. What are you implying? These responsibilities you claim are beyond you. What exactly do you mean? Annette was stunned. Well, obviously. Her shoulders trembled slightly. I mean, if you desire me to do absolutely nothing, I promise never to overstep my bounds. Caden leaned in closer, his voice dropping an octave. Are you suggesting you wish to annul our engagement right now? Annette shook her head frantically. No, not at all. On the contrary, I've been terrified that you would be the one to discard me. If you permit this marriage to proceed, I will give my absolute all to cooperate. Whether you want me to live like a phantom or take concubines, I truly won't object. Caden suddenly gripped the armrest. His knuckles emitted a sharp crack. Enough! Silence! He lowered his head and rubbed his temples, falling into a heavy silence. I honestly don't even know where to begin fixing this mess. Caden looked directly into Annette's eyes. First, explain to me why you were so certain I would scrap the wedding. Annette kept her head low, her hair veiling her expression. Because you surely wouldn't want a cursed bride like me. Annette retreated further into the oversized chair. Her fingers white-knuckled her dress. I was positive the person the Grand Duke desired was Bridget, not me. After all, who in their right mind would ever choose me? Caden pulled a formal envelope from his inner pocket. What nonsense is this? I explicitly demanded that my bride must be the princess. of the true noble bloodline. He continued, when the reply arrived accepting the proposal with your name on it, I finally let out a breath of relief. It seems the King of Howard isn't so brainless that he missed my meaning. Unless I was mistaken, Caden lowered his voice. Forgive my bluntness. That is your sovereign and your father. Annette held her breath. He actually sought me out? Annette looked up at the man's sharp profile. Do you truly know nothing about me? About the toxic rumors and the curse I carry? Caden remained silent for a heartbeat before speaking. The Princess of Howard must have endured hell. Your circumstances are far more tragic than I imagined. The people surrounding you don't seem to possess a single shred of conscience. Annette shrunk back, her gaze flickering. No. I only mentioned it just in case, but... Caden stared deep into her eyes. Perhaps I know you better than you think. And I believe you're far too good for someone like me. Annette snapped her head toward him. No, that's impossible. I'm nothing. Caden cut her off. No, you are truly far too wonderful for me. Princess, would you like me to let you in on a secret? Annette was bewildered. A secret? Caden pressed his index finger to his lips. Precisely. Could you lean in just a little closer? Caden leaned in, his hand cupped near Annette's ear, whispering every syllable. Annette froze, feeling the warmth of his breath. So close. He was dangerously close. Annette's eyes snapped wide, her pupils quivering. What? She recoiled, her hands bracing against the edge of the seat. I think I misheard you. What did you just say? Caden looked down at her calmly. You didn't mishear a thing. I am not the biological son of the Empress Dowager. I am an illegitimate child. Annette hunched her shoulders, averting her eyes. I'm so sorry, Your Highness. I really must have hallucinated that. Caden remained motionless, the mask obscuring most of his features. If you heard the word bastard, then your hearing is perfect. Caden gazed out at the desolate hallway. The story is cliché. The late emperor, like so many men, made a fatal mistake. He didn't want to tarnish the royal legacy. But he couldn't bring himself to execute his own flesh and blood. Caden glanced back. And so, the Empress Dowager adopted me. She is a saint, wouldn't you agree? Annette's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape as she inhaled a sharp, jagged breath. Please, don't look at me with that expression. The Empress Dowager raised me as her own. I consider her my true mother. I found the perfect family. Growing up in such warmth, I've always considered myself incredibly lucky. Annette let out a shaky sigh of relief. Well, that's a comfort then. Annette bit her fingertip, her gaze wavering with hesitation. Then, what about your biological mother? Annette, Caden spread his hands. I was told that in exchange for my life, she received a massive fortune and a new identity, enough to vanish into obscurity. But the story goes that she passed away shortly after bringing me into this world. Annette gasped in pure horror. What? I'm so incredibly sorry. I shouldn't have pried into such a sensitive matter. Caden tilted his head. It's fine. I'm not bothered in the least. He gazed out the window. The late emperor likely feared future complications and took matters into his own hands. She was reckless to publicly declare her pregnancy, imagining that freedom was within her grasp. Annette gripped the fabric of her dress, bowing her head in a heavy silence. Was it necessary to be so chillingly detached? Beads of sweat formed on Annette's brow, her fingers trembling against her knees. Good grief, how can I possibly diffuse this suffocating tension? Caden fixed his gaze on the girl before him. You truly possess a kind soul, princess. Caden summoned his resolve and leaned closer to Annette. If I may be so bold as to speak candidly, your mother must have cherished you beyond measure. If she were still standing by your side, she would surely feel as though the entire world belonged to her. She would be more proud of you than anyone. Caden paused, his voice turning velvety. Because you are an exceptionally rare and precious person. Annette was floored. Your Highness! Caden leaned back on the bench. Do you see it now? Your nobility far outshines mine. To a mere bastard like myself, you are truly too magnificent. Annette ducked her head, shielding her face with both hands. Why? Why would this man expose his deepest vulnerabilities to me? Was this all just an elaborate gesture to comfort me? Caden leaned over, scanning her reaction with intensity. Princess, surely you aren't repulsed by me simply because I'm an illegitimate son? Annette waved her hands frantically, a loud protest escaping her. Repulsed? Not in a million years! Caden straightened up, his gloved finger tracing the edge of his mask. Then I'm relieved. Once we return to the Grand Duchy, I'll share the next secret with you. Caden leaned down and offered his hand. Please keep this in mind. I may be a liar, but I am absolutely not a fraud. There is a path to reclaiming your original body, so do not despair. It will take time, but the way is certain. Annette looked up, eyes sparkling. Her fingertips brushed against his palm. Ah, if there truly is a way, then I can finally breathe easy. Caden stood tall and adjusted his mask with a sharp click. One more request, Princess. I don't care if you drain the Grand Duke's treasury dry, nor does it matter if you spend your days in total idleness. Caden paused, his tone shifting into something formal and solemn. But I hope you can find it in yourself to respect me as your husband. Annette was dazed. Of course, and I shall extend the same to you. Annette sprawled on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. No wonder he had such a visceral reaction earlier. After all, I did drop the word concubine right to his face. Annette bolted upright. Could he actually harbor feelings for me? That's just bizarre. How could he have fallen for me so fast? A knock echoed, and a maid's voice filtered through the heavy oak door. Your Highness, the Empress has arrived. Annette glanced at the door. Ah, yes, please enter. Charlotte glided into the lavish chamber. Annette hurried to greet her. Welcome, Your Majesty. Charlotte paused. Was your lunch satisfactory? I felt terrible leaving you to dine in solitude. Annette shook her head. It's quite all right. I ate with Selena. Was your luncheon with the noble ladies a success? Charlotte massaged her temple. I heard plenty of gossip, but honestly, those social rituals are always draining. Suddenly struck by a thought, Charlotte clapped her hands. Oh, where is my head? The Empress Dowager has summoned us for tea. I'm here to escort you. Annette looked up. Understood. Then let's make our way. Charlotte led the way down the sprawling corridor. She glanced curiously at the girl beside her. Come to think of it, you and Selena seem quite close. You even address her by her given name. Annette faltered, clutching her dress. Are you offended? Yes, we've developed quite a bond. If it pleases you, you could address me by my name as well. Charlotte covered her mouth, gasping in genuine shock. Oh, truly. I'm just so taken aback. I never imagined you'd grant me that privilege. Charlotte looked down and beamed. I would love nothing more, Annette. I assumed you would be occupied having lunch with the Grand Duke, no? Annette followed, looking up curiously. The Grand Duke headed to the temple to officially notarize our engagement vows. Charlotte stopped dead and clasped her hands. So the marriage pact is legally binding now. Annette nodded. I gave him a lock of my hair to finalize the process. The Empress whirled around, eyes wide. Your hair? Annette lowered her head, replaying Caden's words. He said he'd explain my condition to the priest that I was unable to attend the ceremony. So he required a lock of my hair as physical proof. Annette held up a stray strand. That's why he took it with him. Charlotte stood paralyzed. That Grand Duke is playing a much deeper game. I see. Charlotte resumed her lead. Today's tea is being served in the gardens. Annette, this way. Annette really is too pure. With the divine right of the throne, the temple views the royals as practically untouchable. They would never dream of demanding proof from a member of the Imperial bloodline, especially for something as routine as a marriage filing. He didn't need proof at all. He just wanted that lock of hair. Charlotte glanced sideways. The Grand Duke simply wanted a memento of her. Charlotte looked away with a sigh. Annette, please show a great deal of patience for our immature Grand Duke. Annette looked up, completely baffled. Immature? But he's so incredibly kind and thoughtful. Charlotte stopped in her tracks. Exactly who are we talking about? Annette counted the points on her fingers. Grand Duke Caden, his outlook on life is flawless. What's more, he strikes me as incredibly principled and honest. Charlotte closed her eyes tightly. Her mouth twitched in disbelief. Who on earth is she describing? Annette rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Oh. While he is extremely sincere, he's actually quite bashful. Charlotte's brow broke out in a cold sweat, her smile becoming a stiff mask. Just who in the world are you talking about? In the garden, the Empress Dowager stood in a state of shock. Caden actually uttered those words? She exhaled a long, shaky breath. It seems that son of mine has put on quite the theatrical performance. We were about to start tea when we heard that nonsense. In that moment, I genuinely feared my hearing had failed me. The Empress Dowager raised her teacup with a trembling hand. Even though he's my son, I don't recall teaching him to be that devious. Annette, Hansen is a total pro at using silver-tongued words to manipulate people, so don't blame me if you realize you've been played. Annette sat in the gazebo, completely dazed. What could that even mean? Annette set her teacup down and looked at the Empress Dowager across from her. The clothes you gifted me are incredibly comfortable. Thank you so much, Your Majesty. I'll treasure them forever. The Empress Dowager averted her gaze. It's nothing special. No need to treasure them. Just ensure you wear them comfortably. Charlotte rested her chin on her hand and smirked. The Empress Dowager's hobby is high-end tailoring, Annette. She's already crafted a whole wardrobe full of dresses for you. Annette bowed, her cheeks flushed. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager is truly too precious. Charlotte looked past the gazebo toward the verdant depths of the garden. Knight Louis was white-knuckling the hilt of the sword at his hip. He jolted at the call, cold sweat beading on his brow. Greetings to Her Majesty the Empress. Annette turned to look at the dark-haired knight. Knight Louis? Who is that? Charlotte narrowed her eyes at the man in the distance. That's Mikhail's escort knight. Mikhail should be in the middle of his lessons right now. Why is his guard loitering around here? Louis stood paralyzed, his eyes darting back and forth in panic. Well, actually, Charlotte let out a cold, sharp laugh. She raised her teacup, her finger tapping rhythmically against the rim. I see. She took a refined sip of tea, the corners of her lips curling into a smirk. So Mikhail ditched his tutors and has gone missing again, hasn't he? Knight Louis, tell me exactly where Mikhail is hiding. Louis lowered his head to dodge her gaze, his hand tightening on his sword hilt. The Crown Prince has vanished. I've been scouring the grounds, but there's still no sign of him. Charlotte set the teacup down with a click. So that's how it is. He wasn't like this before. I don't know why he's acting out so much lately. Charlotte tilted her head, watching the tea ripple in her cup. Neglecting his studies, always sneaking off alone. That child, Mikhail. The Empress Dowager looked toward the guards in the distance. If the Imperial guards can't track him, he can only be in the secret garden. Charlotte nodded in agreement. Makes sense. If the Imperial guards are forbidden to enter, then that's the only sanctuary left. Charlotte stood up. I'll go check the garden. I could use a stroll and a change of scenery anyway. Annette, join us. Annette set down her piece of cake. I'd love to accompany you. Annette followed Charlotte through the massive iron gates deep into the restricted grounds. She hadn't had a chance to inspect things closely the last time she was here. Annette looked around. No birds chirping, no animals, not even the faint rustle of servants. Total silence. Annette stopped, her heels clicking sharply on the stone path. Space and time here seemed completely isolated from the world. Annette listened intently. A rustling sound echoed from the distance. There seems to be some movement over there. Should we go investigate? Charlotte walked in front, followed by the Empress Dowager. All three of them approached the dense bushes. Annette's eyes widened, her pupils trembling slightly. Are those the voices of two people? Annette stopped and peered ahead. The boy wasn't alone. Charlotte parted the foliage and spotted them. Two small figures with their backs turned by the fountain. That's Adre of the Marquis Merlin family. Mikhail sat on the edge of the fountain with Adre beside him. The two children sat side by side, their backs to the hidden entrance. Charlotte clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. What is that boy thinking? Daring to bring an outsider into the secret garden? He needs a serious reality check. The Empress Dowager reached out to stop Charlotte, placing a hand on her shoulder. Wait a moment, Empress. She leaned into her daughter-in-law's ear. I understand your frustration, but they're still just children. If adults suddenly ambush them, it'll terrify them. Besides, isn't Adre the Crown Prince's childhood friend? Surely the prince brought her in. Charlotte relaxed her grip and lowered her gaze. You're right. Charlotte turned and signaled the guards to fall back. Then we'll wait a bit before making our presence known. The Empress Dowager pulled Charlotte's wrist. No. Let's go over there and eavesdrop on what the kids are saying. Charlotte was dragged along to the corner of the stone stairs. Your Majesty, what are you doing? The Empress Dowager lowered her voice to a whisper. Don't worry. From this angle, the kids won't spot us at all, but we can still hear them clearly. Charlotte sat on the edge of the step. Annette, there are no servants here. Just relax. The Empress Dowager tilted her head toward Annette. Are you sitting comfortably? Annette shook her head. Yes, I'm fine. I'm curious too. What secret did the Crown Prince run all the way here to tell? Eavesdropping isn't right, but for once, Why do I feel a little thrill of excitement? Adre sat by the fountain. Your Highness, is something weighing on you? You've been sighing ever since we met. Adre reached out. Is the homework too grueling? Mikhail looked down at his knees. No. Adre tilted her head. Or is there a concept from class you don't grasp? Mikhail shook his head vigorously, his blonde hair swaying. It's not that. Adre, do you think I'm an idiot? That's not it at all. Adre spread her hands to explain. After getting your letter, I had to beg my father for ages to be allowed in. I told him I was going to the library to study. If he finds out I'm not there, I'm in big trouble. Mikhail kicked at the grass. Adre, if I weren't the crown prince anymore, would you still like me as much as you do now? Adre flinched and sat up straight. What kind of nonsense are you talking? Mikhail turned to stare deep into the girl's eyes. Tell me the truth. Adre folded her hands over her knees. Of course. Whether you're the crown prince or not, I'll always be on your side. Mikhail white-knuckled his fist, a triumphant grin splitting his face. No cap, you really are my Adre. It's settled then. I'm officially resigning as crown prince. Can I just marry into your family instead? Charlotte froze, her pupils shrinking in pure horror. Her knuckles emitted a sharp crack. What did that brat just utter? The Empress Dowager took a jagged breath and recoiled. Cold sweat beaded on her temples. Annette, ducking behind a stone pillar, felt a similar chill down her spine. What on earth is this kid thinking? The crown prince actually wants to abdicate his throne? Adre gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. No way, you can't just quit being the crown prince on a whim? Mikhail leaned into her space. Are you scared? Is it because your feelings will fade if I'm no longer the heir? Adre shook her head frantically. No, that's not it. It's just that your logic is completely unhinged. Mikhail let out a heavy, dramatic sigh. How is it unhinged? They say you should be willing to sacrifice everything for true love. Adre deadpanned. Who on earth fed you those cringy lines? Mikhail snapped his head up proudly. My uncle! The entire garden plunged into a deathly, suffocating silence. As a cold breeze swept through the clearing, Adre clutched her dress. Even if the Grand Duke said that, demanding to ditch the throne is totally out of line. Mikhail scrambled to his feet, flustered. Ah! Why? Adre! Oh my god, this is so peak embarrassment! Charlotte shielded her face with her palm. I feel the same. No wonder Mikhail has been acting so erratic lately. It turns out Hayden has been brainwashing the boy with this absolute garbage. Charlotte stared at her hand. It's bizarre. He could stay with Adre even as the future emperor. Why is he so hell-bent on throwing away the crown? The Empress Dowager smoothed her dress. Let's goov. The crown prince is talking nonsense, but Adre's resolve seems unshakable. I don't believe we need to step in. Charlotte stood up as well. Agreed. I'll have a stern heart-to-heart with him later. As Charlotte moved to retreat, the tip of her shoe caught a stone step, letting out a sharp clink. Mikhail whipped around, glaring at the shadow behind the pillar. Who's lurking there? Charlotte ducked down instantly. The Empress Dowager and Annette traded looks of pure panic. Mikhail's voice wavered. I said, show yourself. Annette lowered her head, realizing the jig was up. Mikhail pointed at the pillar. If you don't come out this second, I'm coming over there to drag you out. Annette emerged from the shadows and offered a deep bow. I am profoundly sorry, Your Highness. It is I, again. I inadvertently eavesdropped on your conversation. I am truly mortified. Mikhail jumped, nearly tripping as he pointed at Annette. How much did you hear? Adre cowered behind Mikhail, scrutinizing the mysterious girl. Your Highness, who is this lady? Mikhail stammered, his eyes darting around like a trapped animal. Adre... This lady is well, you see... Adre inhaled sharply, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Your Highness, you claimed I was the only one invited. I didn't realize you were hiding someone so precious. That you can't even give me a straight answer. Adre wiped a stray tear from her cheek. I see you two must be incredibly close. Annette panicked, waving her hands in a desperate explanation. No, wait! This is a total misunderstanding, my lady. Mikhail flailed his arms wildly. Right, this lady, she's a guest of my mother's, and I think she might actually be my fiancé. Annette stood paralyzed. What the actual hell? How did this spiral into such a chaotic misunderstanding? Mikhail turned sharply to Adre, desperate. Don't get the wrong idea. There's only room for you in my heart, Adre. Adre lifted her skirt in a formal, cold gesture. Your Highness, I'm fine. You don't have to spin tall tales for my sake. Annette tried to cut in. Hold on a minute. This entire situation is being blown out of proportion. Mikhail bellowed. No, it's only Adre for me. That's why I've decided to abdicate, just to be with her. I've already said it. I'm out. Annette watched the chaotic drama unfold, her pupils quivering. Suddenly, a thunderous boom shook the earth. The ancient stone wall of the secret garden crumbled, sending plumes of dust into the sky. Annette spread her arms and shrieked, "Wait!" Meanwhile, deep within the Emperor's private study, Caden kicked the door open. "Check this out, brother. Guess what I've secured?" Caden flourished a piece of parchment. "This is the official engagement certificate from the temple. I am now legally bound to the princess." Osiris, seated behind his massive desk, set down his quill. "So you sprinted all the way here just to flex on me, the brother you ghosted last time?" Caden snatched the paper back. "I just figured you were bored, so I made a special trip to enlighten you." Osiris saw right through him. "The princess is currently occupied, isn't she? You're just salty you couldn't see her." Caden looked away. "She's having tea with the Queen Mother. I was about to rush to her side." Osiris gazed out at the horizon. Delaying the nuptials? Is that really wise? If the tragedy from last time repeats itself? Caden averted his gaze. "I'll be fine. That might still haunt me in the future, but this time the issue must be completely uprooted." Caden looked up. "When my body inevitably changes, I can't remain a burden to you forever. Honestly, I believe things might be better this way." Osiris's brow furrowed. "You aren't..." Caden waved him off dismissively. "Don't give me that look. It's not what you're thinking. She mentioned how she's been starved of affection since she was a child. While she's in this fragile form, I simply want to protect her and provide some solace." Caden adjusted his dark mask, his gray eyes flashing. "Marquise Merlin, have you been introduced to our princess yet?" Merlin stood at attention. "Yes, my lord. His Majesty has placed you under the elite protection of the Imperial Guards, so I've already memorized your profile." Caden rested his chin on his hand, sinking into deep thought. The princess appears to be the same age as the Marquise's daughter. Besides dolls and sweets, what do girls that age even vibe with? Merlin shifted his gaze. "Adre has been fragile since her youth, so she finds solace in staying home and devouring books." Osiris interjected. "Doesn't the Marquis's daughter adore our Mikhail above all others?" Merlin instantly fired back. "Absolutely not, your majesty. It's the crown prince who is clearly obsessed with Adre." Osiris awkwardly dodged his stare. "No, I mean... if the kids have a thing, just let it be." Suddenly, Caden's pupils contracted violently. The phantom sound of shattering chains resonated through his mind. That ominous sensation had returned. A thunderous explosion rocked the very foundation of the earth. Osiris rushed to the balcony, white-knuckling the railing. "Your Majesty, what is this chaos?" Caden pointed toward the horizon with trembling fingers. Osiris looked in that direction, his eyes wide with disbelief. "That is... what in the world just happened?" The blast wave shrieked through the palace corridors. The stone wall of the secret garden disintegrated, sending a plume of dust into the heavens. The shockwave sent Adre tumbling backward. Annette whirled around toward the heart of the destruction. Debris rained down like a lethal downpour. Annette used her own body as a shield against the shockwave, protecting Adre and Mikhail beneath her. The ground beneath their feet fractured and split open. Mikhail crawled toward the motionless figure on the grass, screaming in agony, "Adre!" Annette pushed herself up from the rubble. "She just lost consciousness. Don't shake her so violently." Charlotte hiked up her skirt and sprinted down the marble stairs. The Empress Dowager trailed behind, her voice thick with anxiety. "Is everyone still alive?" Mikhail looked up, his voice cracking. "Grandma! Mom!" Charlotte dropped to her knees and seized Annette's hand. "Good heavens, Annette, I am eternally in your debt." "Thank you so much, truly." Annette shook her head. "No, it's nothing. Miss Merlin..." Osiris pushed through the mangled bushes and stepped out, surveying the smoking battlefield. He asked in a guttural tone, "What exactly transpired here?" Mikhail sobbed, looking at the two men who had just arrived. "Uncle! Father!" The Empress Dowager lifted Adre. "Miss Merlin has blacked out. Let's evacuate her immediately." Osiris gazed at the unconscious girl. "Yes, mother. The Marquis must be waiting outside in a panic. Please move quickly." Annette watched their retreating figures. She prayed the girl hadn't sustained permanent damage. Caden materialized silently behind Annette, crossing his arms. Is this really the time to be fretting over others? Annette gasped and spun around, her frame rigid with fear. Since when? How long have you been standing there? Caden looked down at her, his eyes locking onto a fresh wound on her cheek. Annette looked down, feeling suddenly self-conscious. Did the business at the temple go smoothly? She took a hesitant step back, her voice faltering. About the situation. Caden dropped to one knee, looking directly into her soul and exhaling a heavy sigh. To have your body transform like this, and even suffer a facial injury, I know it was unavoidable, but it still shreds my heart to pieces. Annette was stunned, whispering a soft, sorry, I'm so sorry. Caden used a silk handkerchief to delicately dab the grime from her cheek. Annette winced, closing one eye. It's really just a scratch. It'll be gone in no time. Caden's hand paused. Why are you apologizing to me? Annette lowered her gaze. Because I've clearly made your highness unhappy. Caden sighed, his grip on the handkerchief loosening. Annette puffed out her cheeks in frustration. I did my absolute best, so why is he still acting so cold? Shouldn't he praise me first? Ugh, why am I being so petty? Caden leaned in further, his intense gaze fixed on the girl. Princess, please make me one more promise. From this moment on, prioritize your own well-being. Caden clenched his fists. Your entire body is battered, and blood is flowing freely, yet you haven't uttered a single whimper of pain. Annette looked up into those storm gray eyes. That... Her heart skipped a beat. Annette held her breath and whispered, Yes. Osiris cleared his throat, cutting through the heavy atmosphere. Are you two finished? We need a full report on what happened here. Charlotte reached out and covered Mikhail's eyes. Mikhail protested at the top of his lungs. I can't see a thing, Mom. Annette stood there blinking in confusion. Charlotte pressed down on Mikhail's shoulder, her grip tightening like a vice. Mikhail, repeat exactly what you just said. Mom... Mikhail trembled under her gaze. Mom, how long were you listening? Charlotte looked down at her son, her expression icy. I heard everything, from start to finish. You told the Marquis's daughter you'd abandon your bloodline and abdicate as crown prince just to marry into her family. Is that correct? Osiris strode forward, his aura overwhelming. Mikhail, what the hell do you mean by that? Charlotte massaged her temples. The boy claimed that true love means being ready to forfeit everything. Then she shot a lethal glare at Caden. Mikhail, who fed you this nonsense? Grand Duke Hansen surely wouldn't spread such filth, right? As a loyal pillar of the empire? He would never whisper such treasonous ideas to the future emperor, would he? Osiris turned to his brother. Caden, was this your doing again? No way! Caden denied it with a straight face. This is a massive misunderstanding, purely taken out of context. Caden knelt and toyed with a pebble. I might have mentioned something along those lines, but do you remember the context of my words? Mikhail looked lost. The words from before? Caden reached out and ruffled the boy's hair. To protect the one you love and secure their happiness, you require strength, but if you obsess solely on amassing power, you'll lose your way. That's why I said, you must be prepared to forfeit everything for the one you love, didn't I? Caden's voice dropped to a whisper. If you cast everything aside, how do you expect to actually shield Lady Merlin? In the end, you'd just be indulging your own ego. Osiris gazed down at the young crown prince. Mikhail, listen well. The Aken Empire is a sacred entity you are sworn to cherish and protect for an eternity. Do you truly hold the title of crown prince in such low regard? Is that seat so trivial you can just toss it away? Mikhail bowed and apologized frantically. No, I was wrong. Suddenly, Mikhail pointed an accusing finger at Annette in the distance. But if being the crown prince means I'm forced to marry a woman I don't desire, I'd rather quit. I refuse to marry that lady. I'm marrying Adre. Louis face-palmed in disbelief while Charlotte let out a weary, bone-deep sigh. Mikhail, you're caught in a massive misunderstanding. Huh? Mikhail blinked, baffled. What? Caden scooped Annette up with one arm and murmured, Princess. Annette snuggled into his chest, her hands resting on his broad shoulders. Please, I'm begging you, put me down. Mikhail's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Wait, what? Uncle, is she your princess? Charlotte, standing nearby, dropped the truth bomb. It's the reality. Mikhail. Caden tilted his head, shooting a lethal glare at Mikhail. Why are you staring at me like I'm some kind of creep? Mikhail kept stumbling backward. No, it's not that. Charlotte stepped forward and Mikhail suddenly crumpled to the pavement. Good heavens, Mikhail, Your Highness! Osiris gave a subtle wave of dismissal. Princess, I owe you another debt of gratitude for today. I know your head is spinning with questions, but I'll clarify everything later. For now, the Empress and I must escort Mikhail back. Caden stood firmly beside Annette. Don't fret. The boy is simply drained and drifted off to sleep. Annette peered up at Caden. What? What is actually happening? Why? Caden crossed his arms, his gaze scanning the far reaches of the garden. Could it be that... He trailed off as the wind whipped through the grass. Tree shadows danced wildly at their feet. Annette studied the man's sharp profile. That incident just now. Is this somehow connected to the Crown Prince? Caden mused for a silent heartbeat. As expected of our princess, you're incredibly sharp. He dropped to one knee, locking eyes with her. But I can't give you a straight answer just yet. Even I'm still guessing. I need to dig deeper. I'll fill you in when I'm certain. Annette lowered her head. Yes, I understand. Good. Caden stood up. Then let's move out. He slid his hand around her waist and hoisted Annette up effortlessly. Annette pushed against his chest in protest. Please, put me down. I have 2 working legs. Caden strode forward, undeterred. Denied. You are wounded. Besides, we'll reach our destination much faster this way. Annette rested her head on his shoulder and exhaled a sigh. Flashback. The late king pointed a trembling finger. He bellowed in a fit of rage, You pathetic weakling! Until you awaken your true power, you are no son of mine. Osiris stood paralyzed, his lips quivering with fear. Father. The late king seized his son's collar. As royalty, you must manifest the ultimate power. Without it, you're just trash. Mikhail lay on the bed, eyes squeezed shut, his breath coming in heavy, jagged gasps. Osiris stood by the bedside, draping a cloak over Charlotte's shoulders before heading for the exit. He peered back through the crack in the door, let out a cynical smirk, and clicked it shut. Late at night, Osiris descended the stone steps through the rear garden, coming to a halt at the fountain. This site had served as the royal gauntlet since the palace's inception. Despite the restoration magic and protective wards, the remnants of the scene were still spine-chilling. Leaves swirled in the dark wind. Osiris hit the ground hard with a pained groan. The late king loomed over his fallen son and roared, You useless disappointment, 15 years old and still powerless? You're a stain on the Aken bloodline. Osiris knelt, shivering. Father, I'm sorry. The late king turned on his heel, his cloak snapping. Fine. Starting next week, Caden joins your training. Osiris's eyes widened in horror. But father, Caden is only 3. How can a toddler... Oh, the late king stood silhouetted by the moonlight. Age is irrelevant. The Aken blood flows through him. History speaks of those who awakened at Fiancé. He leaned down, his eyes boring into Osiris. Or are you terrified? Afraid that bastard will awaken his power first and steal your crown? Osiris shook his head frantically. No, that's not it at all. The late king flicked his cloak and vanished into the night. Then awaken your power immediately. Otherwise, that little brat Caden you adore will be forced to endure this hell with you. To shield Caden from that agony, I finally forced my power to awaken that very night. How pathetic. Osiris stood on the balcony, the silver moonlight bathing his shoulders. A voice called out from the dark, Brother! Osiris spun around, startled. He watched the man emerge from the shadows. What are you doing lurking here? Caden stopped among the blooming flowers and smirked. I'm not crashing your brooding session, am I? Osiris scowled. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Why are you coming from that direction? Caden traced the edge of a flower petal. I went to investigate today's accident, but magic has already scrubbed the garden clean. However, I've had a gut feeling about this incident for a while. Caden fixed his gaze on his brother. Since the princess is out, no one enters this restricted zone, save for those of the royal bloodline. Osiris sighed. Why don't you just ditch that irritating mask? I've been dying to tell you that. Caden leaned in, whispering into his brother's ear. Brother, the one who actually awakened their power today was Mikhail, wasn't it? Caden stood, bathed in moonlight. You've known for a while, yet you've kept the world in the dark. Why? Osiris scratched the nape of his neck. Don't go there. Your sister-in-law already shredded me for it. Caden gazed into the dark horizon. That's to be expected. The boy was destined to awaken at 10. Is that really the only reason you're playing it so close to the chest? Isn't it because Mikhail's power is a perfect, terrifying mirror of the late king's? Osiris cursed under his breath. Damn it, even you see it? Caden toyed with his fingertips, but my nephew's latent power seems to far eclipse the late king's. The old man could barely rattle a glass of water, whereas Mikhail's raw energy is terrifyingly potent. Osiris clenched his fist, his expression darkening. Power is fueled by life force. The more explosive the ability, the higher the risk. I kept this classified more for my own peace of mind than anything else. Osiris closed his eyes, haunted by the past. Power usually awakens in the forge of a crisis, which is why the late king pushed us to the brink. But I never wanted history to repeat itself. Here. Caden turned around with a nonchalant air. You're getting too worked up, brother. He gave Osiris a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Remember the Queen Mother's favorite saying? Children never blossom exactly how their parents envision. Caden spread his arms wide. This little catastrophe happened because you barred Mikhail from seeing the Marquis's daughter, didn't it? Osiris clenched his fist, looking cornered. That's because he's a walking ticking time bomb. Who knows what havoc he could have unleashed? Caden lowered his gaze, the silver moonlight sculpting his sharp profile. That was likely the catalyst. From this disaster, Mikhail must have learned a harsh truth. Until he masters his gift, he is a lethal threat to both himself and everyone around him. Osiris averted his eyes. You're right. If the princess hadn't intervened, the fallout would be beyond comprehension. Caden descended the steps, his fingers trailing over the cold stone. That's why I intend to come clean to her about everything, including my own cards. Osiris froze. If you've resolved to find the source and a cure, then follow your heart. I owe her a debt I can't possibly walk away from. I won't stand by and watch my savior fall into a death trap. Osiris, the man who bends time at his whim. Caden stopped and cast a glance back at his brother. What if your gift doesn't work on the princess? Osiris studied his fingertips, his voice chillingly calm. I already ran a secret diagnostic on her earlier. Osiris had held out a purification stone. Annette reached out to accept it. The moment their skin made contact, a surge of light ignited in Osiris's eyes as he triggered his ability. In that fleeting second, he accelerated Annette's personal timeline by 1 full week. Annette looked down at her chest. Her body showed 0 signs of rejection or strain. If the princess wishes to reclaim her true self, she can warp her time whenever she gives the word. Caden looked up at the radiant full moon. If that is truly what the princess desires. The following morning, amber sunlight flooded the palace corridors. Osiris approached the small figure waiting ahead. You must have been terrified yesterday, princess. Osiris locked eyes with Annette. Yesterday's incident was a catastrophic surge caused by the royal family's unique lineage. Annette replied in a hushed tone. Yes, I suspected as much. In Howos, the rumors spoke of a devastating power that only manifests when the empire is on the brink of ruin. As the Aken Empire stabilizes, these royal gifts have become rare. Since there are no official archives, I assumed it was nothing more than a myth. Charlotte gazed at Annette with a soft expression. Yesterday's disaster was a direct result of Mikhail's sudden awakening. He still lacks the finesse to control that raw energy. Annette gripped her skirt tight. Why are they leaking such top-secret intel to me? Is it just because I was caught in the crossfire? Can high-level secrets really be handed out this freely? Osiris stared straight ahead into the distance. My specific power governs the flow of time. Annette recoiled, her breath hitching in shock. Osiris extended his open palm. I cannot rewrite the entire universe's timeline, but I can manipulate the time of a specific area or individual. I can stretch a single minute into an eternity, and I can condense an entire decade into 60 seconds. Annette lowered her head, processing the weight of his words. Why is he revealing his hand to me? Could it be... Annette's eyes snapped up. So you're saying... By harnessing that power, I can return to my original form? Osiris gave a solemn nod. Yes, it is well within my reach. Annette fell into a heavy silence, her knuckles white as she gripped her knees. Kaiden stood in the shadows, silently waiting for her verdict. Annette spoke with careful deliberation. I am deeply honored, Your Majesty, but I will treat your offer as a final resort. Annette sat poised in the armchair, leaning forward to scrutinize the man before her. You mean as long as I meet the criteria, you can rewind my body to its prime? Osiris sat opposite her, fingers interlaced. He gave a firm nod. Exactly. I want to settle the score for your bravery yesterday. Annette lowered her gaze, her fingers digging into her skirt. Just because of one incident, you're exposing the crown's greatest secret? Why tell me now? From the moment I stepped foot in Aken, you've been a vault of silence. Annette pondered. The Emperor and Empress have been suspiciously kind. If my body recovers instantly, the royal wedding will proceed without a single hitch. She locked eyes with Osiris. Tell me, are there any hidden dangers to this power? Osiris stood and offered a slight, respectful bow. Princess, as long as it is your wish. Annette cut him off mid-sentence. Are there restrictions to using this ability, specific triggers, or a price that must be paid? Annette perched on the edge of her seat, staring at her knees. Well, the truth is, Osiris turned in shock to glance at Charlotte. The Empress covered her mouth, her eyes turning somber. She's as sharp as we expected. Osiris closed his eyes and let out a weary sigh. All royal abilities are fueled by the user's very life force. Annette looked up, her gaze hauntingly hollow. Life force? Osiris looked down at Annette with a pained expression. Life force isn't a direct trade for your lifespan. It's a well of energy that can be refilled through rest and deep sleep. Annette averted her eyes to dodge his intense scrutiny. I understand your position perfectly. Osiris remained fixated on her. So, when will you permit me to restore your body to its prime? Annette's resolve was unshakable. No, I will treat your Majesty's intervention as a final resort. Osiris knit his brows and leaned in closer. Princess, I realize what you're thinking, but... Annette stared down at her palms. I'm saying this because I'm genuinely fine. I'm not flatly rejecting your Majesty's grace. It's just that the Grand Duke has already commissioned a mage's help. Until we see results, I am prepared to endure these minor inconveniences. Charlotte's expression shifted to skepticism. A mage? Caden leaned over. Marin reached the palace yesterday. Charlotte's eyes snapped wide. You mean Marin, the legendary Imperial mage? Marin stood framed by the window, clutching a specialized medical kit. Caden dropped to one knee and took Annette's tiny hand in his. Precisely. Yesterday, he secured a sample of your medicine to diagnose the root of your regression. Annette tilted her head, staring blankly at Caden. I was originally 24. Now I'm trapped in the body of an 8-year-old. Bridging a 10-year gap is no small feat, even for an emperor. Rest easy. There is undoubtedly another path. Caden stood tall, gazing down at Annette with conviction. If that is the princess's wish, I shall honor it. Annette stole a fleeting glance at Caden's sharp profile. Caden caught her gaze, and the corners of his mouth quirked upward. Osiris sat back on the bench, turning his attention to Charlotte. In that case, the royal wedding cannot be stalled indefinitely. If no solution emerges within 3 months. At that deadline, we must invoke that power. Charlotte gave a small nod. Yes, thank you for your compassion, your Majesty. Annette walked through the garden, lost in thought. I've only ever encountered that kind of magic in fairy tales. I never dreamed it was actually a reality. Annette halted, gazing toward the towering palace dome in the distance. I must find a breakthrough within 90 days. The wind rustled through the blossoms, creating a soft, rhythmic shiver. Annette closed her eyes, sensing a presence behind a nearby bush. I know you're lurking there. Mikhail, clutching a branch as he hid, let out a startled yelp. Busted! Annette turned around. Your Highness, what on earth are you doing? Mikhail scrambled out from the foliage, waving his arms wildly. I was just curious. Super curious. Mikhail stared intensely at Annette. Are you really my uncle's fiancé? Annette rubbed her eyes. Rather than fiancé, political marriage partner is a bit more accurate. Mikhail pumped his fist into the air, his eyes sparkling. You were so badass last time. When the garden wall came down, you shielded Audrey and me perfectly and dodged the debris. I want to be a powerhouse just like you. Annette froze, looking down at the boy. Did the Grand Duke actually mention me to you? Mikhail gave a frantic nod. He talks about you non-stop. Annette clenched the fabric of her dress. And what exactly did he say? Mikhail scratched his cheek, trying to summon the memory. About you? Ah, that fancy word escaped me. Annette's heart hammered. What truth had he already uncovered about her? A monster, a curse, or perhaps these ill-omened crimson eyes? Suddenly, Mikhail clapped his hands in triumph. Ah, I've got it! It's respect! Mikhail held up a finger and leaned into Annette's personal space. He said you're the person he admires and respects most in this entire world. Annette was shell-shocked, her pupils quivering. Respect? Mikhail flailed his arms and shouted, "So, are you actually way stronger than him?" Annette dodged the boy's inquisitive gaze, her fingers twisting nervously. "Well, I haven't exactly had the chance to spar with him yet." Caden approached with a steady, confident stride. The princess would win, no contest. Mikhail whirled around and sprinted toward him. "Uncle!" Caden dropped to one knee. Catching the boy mid-run, "Our Mikhail has finally awakened. Soon you'll surely tower over me, won't you?" Mikhail threw his arms around Kaiden's neck. "But uncle, if you and the princess actually fought, would you really lose?" Caden patted Mikhail's back gently. "Without a doubt, I'd lose. How could I ever raise a hand against her?" Annette stood amidst the flowers, watching the scene unfold. Is this the defeat he was talking about? Caden stood up. "Mikhail, the guest who's been dying to see you has already arrived in the drawing room." Annette tilted her head. "A guest for Mikhail?" Caden nudged the boy. "The empress and your visitor are waiting. Off you go." Mikhail took off like a shot, yelling over his shoulder, "I'm on my way!" Annette watched him vanish. "Where were you just now?" Caden stepped closer. "I just returned from Marin's workshop, but progress is stalled. He said the research into your state will take a bit more time." Caden pulled an elegant box from his robes and offered it to her. "On my way back, I picked up a little something for you." Annette accepted the ribboned gift. "What is this?" Caden smiled. "It's specialty candy from the capital's most elite confectionery. You have a sweet tooth, don't you? Give it a try." Annette lifted the lid to find rows of pristine sugar jewels. She popped one into her mouth, her cheeks swelling as she chewed. A rush of sweetness exploded on her tongue. Annette's eyes widened as she stared down at the treasure box in her hands. A deep blush crept onto her cheeks. Caden watched her closely. "It seems it's a hit. I'm glad." Without warning, Caden leaned down and swept Annette into his arms. "Just savor your candy in peace. I'll let these long legs of mine handle the travel." Annette thrashed in Caden's embrace. "Hey, even if I'm stuck in this pint-sized form, put me down this instant." Caden tightened his hold and peered down at her. "Isn't it far more relaxing to enjoy your sweets like this?" Annette wound up and delivered a sharp punch to Caden's shoulder. "Are you seriously treating me like a toddler? Unhand me." Caden let out a sharp grunt. "Ouch, that actually stung." He strolled down the scarlet carpeted hallway, massaging his shoulder. "I'm positive that's going to leave a mark." Annette walked stiffly beside Caden, her eyes glued to the floor. "I failed to regulate my strength. I'm sorry." Caden tilted his head, his tone unfazed. "Next time, try showing a little more mercy." Annette halted, eyeing Caden with narrowed, suspicious eyes. Seriously, that blow didn't faze him in the slightest, did it? At the entrance of the drawing room, Mikhail clutched the door frame. He stood there, paralyzed by hesitation. Annette asked, "Your Highness, why are you lingering outside?" Mikhail whirled toward the duo. "Ah, uncle." Annette glanced at the closed door. "What's the matter? Is it really that intimidating to step inside?" She stood before the threshold, tilting her head curiously at Mikhail. Did something go wrong? The drawing room doors swung open on their hinges. Charlotte stood at the entrance. Her gaze swept over the group gathered outside. "I caught the sound of a commotion, so I came to investigate. It seems everyone is here." Mikhail straightened his posture and looked up at Charlotte. "Mother." Charlotte peered down at Mikhail with a stern edge. "Our guest is waiting. Why are you just arriving now?" Mikhail recoiled, his voice faltering into a stammer. "No, that's not... You see..." Audrey stepped out from behind Charlotte's shadow with a bright smile. It's quite all right, your majesty. Adre lifted the hem of her skirt in a graceful curtsy. Adre of the Marquis Merlin family greets the little son of the empire. The Crown Prince and Grand Duke Hansen. Annette locked eyes with Adre and stepped forward. Miss Adre, has your health recovered? Adre stood tall and beamed at Annette. Princess Haggard, I failed to recognize you during our last encounter. I am truly mortified. Mikhail claimed the left side of the sofa with Annette squeezed into the center and Adre on the right. What is this bizarre setup? Why are both of these children determined to be glued to my side? Annette studied Adre's profile. She just addressed me as Princess Haggard. That implies she's fully aware of my true identity. Why isn't she trembling? Hasn't she heard the terrifying rumors surrounding me? Adre let out a soft sigh, smiled, and stood to smooth her dress, preparing her exit. Your Highness, if there is nothing left to discuss, I shall take my leave. Wait! Mikhail's fingers twitched with nerves. Adre, are you not repulsed by my power? Adre paused and turned back to meet his gaze directly. No, I'm not. The Crown Prince's power isn't a tool for destruction. It is a force meant to safeguard everyone. So please, drop the formalities with me. Annette shrank back between the two youngsters. She watched in silence as Adre gently patted the back of Mikhail's hand in a comforting gesture. Why am I caught in the middle of this puppy love? Adre settled back into her seat. She tapped her lower lip as if a memory had just resurfaced. I haven't properly thanked you for the incident in the garden. Once I regained consciousness, the Empress Dowager filled me in. Adre offered a deep bow. Thank you for saving my life, Princess Haggard. Annette waved her hands in a frantic panic. No, please, it was nothing. Annette lowered her gaze, her smile turning brittle. All I ever hear are whispers calling me a literal monster. Adre gazed straight at her. I've never beheld eyes and hair so striking. You're as radiant as a blooming rose. Annette touched her lips, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. I'm beautiful? Adre nodded firmly. My hair is as dark as a leaf, so I'm incredibly envious of your fiery red. Mikhail suddenly bolted upright, shouting while flailing his arms. What on earth are you saying? Adre's hair is stunning too. It's way more beautiful than my aunt's. Annette sat sandwiched in the middle, watching the kids bicker. It's obvious the Crown Prince is completely whipped. Charlotte turned to Caden. Adre is a brilliant girl. She won't go around leaking Annette's true identity to the public. Caden crossed his arms. I wasn't concerned about that. It's just irritating that even children are trying to steal the princess away from me. Charlotte rested her chin on her palm. So that's why you've been sulking this entire time? I thought it was something serious. Caden fell silent. His sharp blue eyes narrowed behind the slits of his mask. But it's still incredibly annoying. Annette fought back a giggle. Well, if she's that blissful, I'll just let it slide. Caden walked down the corridor, glancing toward the girl. Those children must be quite charming. Princess, I've never seen you beam so effortlessly. Annette stopped and peered up at him. Is that so? Caden halted on the plush red carpet and looked down at her. Indeed, you look absolutely radiant when you smile. You must be drained after entertaining those kids. Shall I carry you back to your quarters? Annette swiftly took a half step back, waving her hands in protest. No, that won't be necessary. I still have plenty of strength to walk. Please quit treating me like a helpless child. Annette stared down at her toes, her fingers twisting nervously. He's been coddling me like a toddler this entire time. Caden stood motionless, his gaze piercing through his mask. What truly infuriates me is that you seem to have zero regard for your own well-being. Promise me you'll value yourself more from now on. Reliving the confession I heard in the garden that day, I spent the night tossing and turning. Annette raised her right hand. Value myself. I truly don't grasp the weight of those words. She gazed down at the jewels on her chest as visceral battlefield memories surged back. Compared to the agony of slaying monsters, those minor scratches were trivial. I'm too accustomed to enduring trauma, but cherishing my body? I didn't even understand what it felt like to value something in the first place. Caden tilted his head, his tone soft yet firm. Princess, please value yourself. Annette froze. Those eyes. He's always observing me with that hauntingly intense gaze. Caden stepped up to match Annette's pace. Princess, let's walk together. Are you sulking because I keep coddling you like a child? Caden's fingers lightly brushed the edge of his mask. You have no idea, Princess, just how precious you truly are. Annette tilted her head and exhaled a faint sigh. Ah, I see. Annette's eyes widened. What I'm actually dying to know isn't how to treasure myself, but this man's genuine feelings. Are they buried behind that cold mask? Is the expression hidden there sincere? Or is he merely mocking my shrunken, pathetic form? Annette walked off with resolve. I'm not mad, and I'm not retreating to my room. I intend to attend the banquet. Caden trailed her with steady, rhythmic steps. The Grand Duke doesn't dine with the Empress Dowager and the Emperor? The Emperor, huh? Caden paused. Right, the banquet. Because of this mask, I typically dine in isolation. Annette looked down at the fractured patterns of sunlight on the floor. Because of the mask? He claimed his face was ravaged by that monster syrup. He should be able to share a meal with his kin. Eating in solitude must be so incredibly lonely. Annette stood rooted to the spot. She recalled the dark days before arriving in Aken. She was always a solitary diner until she discovered the warmth of sharing a table. Should I invite him to eat with me? Annette parted her lips, but the invitation died in her throat. If he dines with me, he'll have to discard the mask. Would that expose him to discomfort? Annette shook her head violently, cupping her flaming cheeks. She stopped and crossed her arms, peering up at Caden. I actually have something else I'm determined to do. Caden turned and looked down at her. Anything your heart desires is fine, princess. Annette fidgeted with her fingers, dodging his gaze. I want to master etiquette. I was denied a proper education as a child. I also want to dive into the history of the Aken Empire. So, may I visit the library? Caden fell silent. She's actually taking the initiative to ask for something. Is it for her own sake, or for someone else? No, it's far too early to speculate. Caden gestured with an open, inviting hand. The library or any other corner of the palace is yours, as long as it's what you truly desire, princess. Annette's eyes shimmered, her cheeks flushing a deep rose. Really? Caden gave a solemn nod. Without a doubt. Annette hurried down the corridor, her pulse quickening with excitement. What an absolute win! In the past, I could only scavenge tattered old books discarded at the isolated palace. Now I finally get to step into the royal library. Annette suddenly halted and narrowed her crimson eyes. Wait. Thinking back, Frank Howard, he's my blood brother and the one who taught me the magic of reading. Frank was once the prince the entire kingdom pinned their hopes on. But after Mother's passing and Esther's ascension to queen, my brother became a nuisance to the royals. He was frail and spent his entire existence barricaded in his room. Yet he was the one who scoured books about monsters and even found the blade I used for my secret training. Annette stood in the desolate hall staring down at her hands. Frank? Is he surviving okay now? Caden stopped and peered down at the girl beside him. Princess. Etiquette aside, why the sudden fascination with the Empire and the Grand Duke? Annette was caught off guard. Well, Aken is my home now, and the Hansen territory is where my future lies. Annette looked up, her cheeks burning. I just wanted to grasp things a bit better. This is a normal reaction, right? This is the first time I've ever bared my honest thoughts to him. Caden knelt on one knee and took Annette's hand. I'm genuinely happy. Thank you, princess. Annette swiftly retracted her hand, looking utterly flustered. This is only natural. Caden stood up. In that case, instead of the royal library, I have a far superior destination in mind. Caden gently patted the crown of Annette's head. Our own castle's library. Annette stood paralyzed, allowing him to ruffle her hair. Our castle. Caden pulled back and clasped his hands behind his back. My retainers from the territory will arrive tomorrow at high noon. We'll depart after lunch. Annette lowered her head and whispered, We're not even wed yet, and he's already calling it our castle. Caden tilted his head casually. What's the big deal? It's happening soon regardless. Annette's eyes snapped wide. We're departing tomorrow? This is unfolding much faster than I anticipated. Caden gazed out the window. I commanded my men to ride day and night without sleep so I could whisk you away sooner. By tomorrow morning, the word will be out. Caden looked down at Annette. I'll go break the news to the Queen Mother tonight. Annette's eyes widened. Isn't that a bit too abrupt? Caden flatly dismissed the thought. Not at all, princess. You're becoming way too popular for my comfort. If you linger here any longer, it'll be impossible for me to keep you all to myself. So, we're leaving as soon as possible. Annette was dazed. Was that truly the reason? The following day, the nightly order from the Hansen territory descended upon the palace. Their dark boots marched in flawless unison, the rhythmic thunder echoing across the courtyard. The knights dropped to one knee in a singular motion, bowing their heads as they swore a blood oath of fealty to the mistress of the Hansen territory, the princess. Rewinding to yesterday, at the Empress Dowager's private residence, the matriarch sat poised upon her velvet sofa. "What brings you to my chambers at such an ungodly hour?" Caden leaned back into his chair with a smirk. Does a devoted son truly need a valid excuse to yearn for his mother's company? The Empress Dowager set her porcelain teacup down with a sharp click. Cease this pointless beating around the bush and reveal your true agenda. Two handmaidens offered a deep bow and vanished from the room. As the heavy wooden doors groaned shut behind them, Caden shifted his weight. Give me your honest assessment of her. You're referring to that captivating child? The Empress Dowager hoisted her teacup once more. She is, quite frankly, far too exceptional for the likes of you. Caden adjusted his silk cravat. Naturally. Our princess is a treasure beyond any measurable price. The Empress Dowager watched the golden ripples dance in her tea. Contrary to the venomous rumors, she is remarkably grounded. I heard she lacked a formal education, yet her etiquette is impeccable. Caden waved a dismissive hand. Mother, whispers are just noise. You don't harbor any secret disdain for the princess, do you? The Empress Dowager fell silent for a heartbeat. Disdain? Hardly. It is simply that seeing my own flesh and blood trapped behind that suffocating mask makes me unable to suppress a weary sigh. Caden traced the cold edge of his mask. You know as well as I do that this was an unavoidable sacrifice. The Empress Dowager gazed at her distorted reflection. I have dismissed the entire staff. Remove that hideous mask at once. I refuse to converse with a piece of cold metal. Caden unfastened the latches and pulled the mask away. As you wish, Mother. Caden unveiled his true countenance, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Before I depart, I must grace you with my face so you don't forget how breathtakingly handsome your son is. The Empress Dowager looked away, unimpressed. The view would be significantly improved if you didn't open your mouth. Now, where do you plan on vanishing to? Caden meticulously adjusted his cuffs. At dawn tomorrow, I am making my grand return to my territory. The Empress Dowager snapped her spine upright. Tomorrow? Why such a frantic pace? Caden crossed his arms over his chest. Naturally, I am whisking the princess away with me. So, wipe that look of disappointment off your face. And don't even entertain the thought of stalling our departure. The Empress Dowager bored her gaze into Caden. Did you trek all the way here just to issue that warning? Caden tilted his head with a casual shrug. Precisely. If you were to ask the princess to stay, her kind heart would make it impossible for her to refuse you. The Empress Dowager's shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. You truly are a most unfilial son. Caden spread his arms wide. Don't be so dramatic. The sooner we return home, the sooner you'll have grandchildren to spoil. Caden leaned into her personal space. Aren't you even a little curious about your future adorable heirs? The Empress Dowager hid a smile behind her hand. Grandchildren? You mean a grandson? The Empress Dowager cleared her throat, attempting to mask the faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. I certainly did not raise you to tease your elders with such scandalous talk. Caden shrugged noncommittally. Teasing? I've never been more serious in my life. The Empress Dowager settled back into her chair. Just ensure you treat the princess with the respect she deserves. Caden refastended his mask and rose to his feet. I know. I'll cherish her even without your nagging. Rest easy. Caden reached the doorway and gripped the frame. I'll see you at dawn, Mother. Expect frequent letters from us. The Empress Dowager watched her son's retreating silhouette and let out a lingering sigh. I wonder from whom he inherited that insufferable stubbornness. She sat in silence before tracing the table's edge. It is finally time to bring that item out. The Empress Dowager stood as a lone sentinel by the window. Her posture was ramrod straight. Yes, the time has come to reveal it. Fast forward to the present. Mikhail wailed like a wounded animal, flailing his arms in a desperate tantrum. Auntie, you can't leave. Mikhail rolled across the dirt, limbs thrashing wildly. Where do you think you're going without Mikhail? Charlotte seized her son's shoulders in a vice grip. Maintain the dignity befitting a crown prince. Cease this spectacle immediately. Mikhail sniffled, his face a mess of tears. But it's so abrupt. You gave your word to teach me the way of the sword. Annette knelt to meet Mikhail's gaze. Your Highness, I promise my absence will be brief. Mikhail blinked through his tears. On your honor. Annette pressed a hand over her heart. I must return for the grand wedding. I shall commence your sword training the moment I am back. Though I harbor doubts about how much a mere girl can teach a prince. Osiris turned to Annette. Annette, you have our deepest gratitude for your service. Charlotte pulled the sobbing Mikhail into a hug. We shall cross paths again soon, so I'll forego the goodbyes. Travel safely, Annette. I've received word that the royal dowry is being dispatched to the Howard Kingdom as we speak. Annette stood frozen in shock. Are you seriously delivering that entire astronomical list from before? Osiris offered a subtle, knowing nod. Indeed, that list is so formidable, the Howard Kingdom will likely be paralyzed with awe. Annette looked down, her fingers twisting nervously in her lap. It truly is an excessive fortune. Aken crossed his arms and gazed down at her with intensity. It is a pittance compared to your worth. Annette looked up while Charlotte offered a cryptic smile. Precisely. Your intrinsic value, Annette, far eclipses any mountain of gold. Osiris hummed in agreement. Indeed, even that wealth feels inadequate to properly welcome the princess into our empire. Caden placed a steadying hand on Annette's shoulder. Just then, the thunderous roar of approaching hooves shook the very earth beneath them. Thick clouds of dust billowed upward as the steeds tore across the horizon. Kaiden turned his gaze toward the massive palace gates. The knightly order of the Hansen territory has made their entrance. The knights yanked back their reins, dismounted in perfect harmony, and fell into formation. The rhythmic thud of their black boots echoed like a heartbeat against the stone. Moving in perfect lethal unison, they thundered their oath, welcoming their new princess, the sovereign mistress of the Hansen territory. Annette scanned the crowd, recoiling slightly. Every eye was on her, yet not a single face betrayed a hint of shock. Kaden peered down at her. Naturally, Hansen's elite would never dare show surprise before their future mistress. I'm far more concerned they'll be utterly paralyzed by the princess's radiance. Samuel covered his mouth and coughed violently, a sharp warning to the knights standing behind him. Your Highness, the expedition is prepared for departure. We await your command. Kaden surveyed the area. It appears our party is incomplete. He glanced up toward the palace stairs. Mother, you've finally graced us. The Empress Dowager descended with slow grace, her regal dress sweeping the stone floor. It seems I've kept you waiting. She halted before the pair. Her gaze softened as it landed on Annette. Princess, may I steal you for a private word? Annette was taken aback. Yes, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager turned toward the shadows of the hallway with Annette following close behind. The two glided past rows of ancient pillars, vanishing around a corner. The Empress Dowager stopped. Kaden warned me not to look crestfallen, but I still find it unbearable to let you go. She took Annette's small hand in hers. Since this departure was so abrupt, I had several custom outfits tailored for you and stowed in the carriage. Once you reach the territory, ensure you dress with the comfort you deserve. Annette looked up, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I am eternally grateful. How could she possibly vocalize this gratitude? The Howard Kingdom's formal attire was always a suffocating burden, but the garments she had worn these past few days were a revelation. The Empress Dowager had prioritized the wearer's peace over mere prestige. What you've bestowed upon me is far beyond my station. The Empress Dowager drew a velvet jewelry box from her robe. Instead of burying this in the carriage, I felt it best to hand it to you personally. She unlatched the lid with a click. These are heirlooms I brought from my maiden home ages ago. The necklace and earrings were a match set. I've already gifted the necklace to the Empress, so I'm entrusting these earrings to you. She pulled Annette into a fierce embrace. One more thing I've longed to say. Just as Kaden is my son, Annette, you are now my daughter. Annette buried her face in the Empress Dowager's shoulder, the tears finally cascading down. Thank you for accepting me as your daughter. Thank you for bringing me into this family. Annette sobbed without restraint, her shoulders quaking. When was the last time she had wept like this? It was likely the day Sarah passed away, but this sensation was an entirely different beast. The icy wall she had built in her chest shattered completely, dissolving into a flood of raw emotion. Kaden hurried over, his brow furrowed in concern. Mother, why on earth did you make her cry? The Empress Dowager lifted Annette's chin, her fingers tenderly brushing away the salt. Kaden fumbled with a handkerchief, clumsily dabbing at her eyes. It's all right. Let me take over for her. Osiris and Charlotte stood side by side, witnessing the bittersweet chaos from a distance. I shall treasure this memory for a lifetime. Golden sunlight drenched the courtyard. Enveloped in their collective warmth, Annette's sobs gradually faded. This was the radiant glow of true acceptance. The wheels crunched rhythmically against the gravel road. The carriage swayed with a gentle lull. Caden studied Annette. "Princess, your eyes are quite puffy from that outburst." Annette looked down to dodge his stare, her fingers twisting nervously. "I'm begging you, don't tease me." Caden placed a hand on his chest. "I was truly surprised to hear you crying while talking to Mother." Annette shrugged, her voice tiny. "I'm sorry." Caden leaned closer. "There is zero need for apologies. Bleeding your heart out once in a while is healthy." Caden reached toward Annette's face. "But mark my words, from now on," Caden produced a letter from the folds of his robe. "Furthermore, Princess, a message has arrived for you." Annette looked up. Annette took it, her fingertips tracing the crisp edge of the parchment. "Adre?" She broke the seal, the paper rustling softly. The girl had written to ask if they could be pen pals once she reached the Hansen lands. Annette stared at the script, a genuine smile tugging at her lips. "She wants to send me book recommendations so I won't die of boredom." Annette pressed the parchment to her heart. "The next time we cross paths, I must have a special gift ready for her." Annette clutched the letter. She had been blessed with so much. She burned with the desire to give back. The carriage rolled to a halt in a dense forest clearing. Louis tapped sharply on the glass. "Your Highness, the perimeter and the nearby lake have been secured." Caden slid the window open, eyeing the bruised colors of the twilight sky. "It's late." Caden turned back to Annette. "Princess, do you have any objections to roughing it?" Annette looked him in the eye. "Back when I was hunting high-rank magic beasts, this was my daily life. I'm perfectly fine. Princess, please mind your step." Annette's face flushed a vivid scarlet. "Well, being called princess so formally is getting a bit..." Louis squatted by the campfire, staring intently at the dancing embers. They busied themselves pretending to check the horse tethers. "I didn't hear a single word either." Annette shrank back. They definitely caught every syllable. A knight called out, "Your Highness, we need your eyes on this for a second." Caden glanced at Annette. "Princess, I'll be back momentarily." Annette watched Caden's broad silhouette fade into the trees. "Yes, go right ahead." Louis approached the carriage. "Princess." Caden pressed a hand to his chest. "I was genuinely shaken to hear you wailing like that with Mother." Annette shrugged, her voice a mere whisper. "I'm sorry." "I wonder how the Howos Night Order is holding up right now." Annette sat perched on a log, tracking the distant campfire where Louis was barking orders to move the supply crates. Their movements were sharp and predatory. Annette shut her eyes as a surge of memories came rushing back. "Stay sharp, don't get sloppy. The high ground is right ahead." Annette brandished her long sword, its silver tip piercing the sky. "Howos Knights, advance!" The knights let out a blood-curdling roar over the chaotic symphony of clashing steel. It wasn't a battle, it was a desperate massacre for survival. The knights glanced toward Annette and began to murmur. She was an absolute beast out there today, wasn't she? A knight by the fire turned around. "Who are you talking about?" "The commander, obviously. I'd only heard the legends, but seeing her fight in the flesh is a different story." The knight slapped his comrade's shoulder. "She's the real deal. No wonder she commands the entire Howos Night Order." "Are you seriously bragging about being a rookie?" The new recruit scratched his head with a laugh. "Yeah, so what?" Annette stood cloaked in the tree's shadow, eavesdropping on their banter. "I heard the request for the Night Order's budget increase got axed again." A knight bolted upright. "What? For real?" "Yeah, word is the Ministry of Finance rejected the proposal flat out." The knight clutched his forehead. "Damn it, is it because we're just a low-status ragtag group, even if we're the best in the realm?" He threw his arms up. "I know, right? It's a joke. Our pay is peanuts compared to those pampered bastards in the Imperial Guard." Annette stared at the dirt beneath her feet. "If I'd known it would come to this, I never should have left. I should have marched back immediately. How many times has the commander begged those suits at the Ministry of Finance? And yet, we've got nothing to show for it. Seriously, guys, who's the one stuck cleaning up the mess every single time?" Annette clenched the fabric of her attire. "This is a total train wreck. I absolutely have to settle my debts this month." A knight turned away. "Sorry, man. I can't spare a cent. Today is my daughter's birthday." Another hung his head. "I'm still scraping together cash for my parents' medicine." The first knight turned back. "Who said anything about a loan? I was just hoping if I could scavenge some rare parts from the monsters we killed, I could pay it all off." Annette lowered her gaze. This isn't a joke. I'm truly backed into a corner. There's literally a mountain of gold sitting right in front of us, and we're forbidden from touching it. Pipe down. Every scrap of a magic beast belongs to the crown. That's the law, plain and simple. The fire hissed and popped, sending orange sparks dancing into the void. Annette stared at the tips of her boots. I genuinely believed that as long as I led the subjugation team to victory, everything would work out. But that was a naive delusion. The cold truth is, because I led them so effectively, the Imperial family has even more leverage to grind them down. Kaiden approached, balancing a wooden bowl. Princess, so this is where you've been hiding? Annette looked up. Oh, you've found me. Kaiden settled onto the log beside Annette and offered the steaming bowl. I brought some soup for dinner. You look like you're miles away. What's on your mind? Annette dodged his gaze. She stared at the wisps of steam rising from the broth. Oh, it's nothing worth mentioning. Kaiden scooped a spoonful and blew on it with exaggerated care. The temperature is perfect. Now, be a good girl and open wide. Annette was paralyzed. Excuse me? Kaiden nudged the spoon closer. Open wide, princess. Give me an ah. Annette whipped her head away. I am perfectly capable of feeding myself. Kaiden held his ground and leaned in. I am well aware, but I have a sudden urge to pamper you. Annette stiffened her back, her knuckles white as she gripped her skirt. I have to stay strong. Fine, just this once. The eyes behind Kaiden's mask crinkled with delight. He smiled, offering the spoon again. Much appreciated. Well then? Annette squeezed her eyes shut and parted her lips. Ah. Annette took the bite, her cheeks puffing out as she chewed with focused care. Kaiden watched the girl in front of him, captivated. She's dangerously adorable. Kaiden set the bowl aside, his tone suddenly dropping into a serious register. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, and I've become incredibly certain about one particular thing. Annette tilted her head, her expression a mask of confusion. About what? Kaiden leaned in and whispered directly into her ear. When we eventually have children of our own, I think I'll be an exceptionally devoted father. Annette froze mid-breath. The food in her mouth was forgotten. Her entire body turned to stone. Kaiden continued his sultry whisper. For instance, I'll be an expert at soothing them to sleep at night. If you find yourself restless tonight, please don't hesitate to tell me. Kaiden locked eyes with her, because I'll be right by your side to lull you into your dreams. Clang. In the distance, the cup in Louis's hand hit the dirt. Wine splattered everywhere. The surrounding knights exchanged frantic looks, their bodies physically trembling from the shock. Annette bolted upright, her skirt whipping the grass. She sprinted toward the carriage without a single glance back. Kaiden sat there looking utterly bewildered, still clutching the soup bowl. Princess? Annette dove into the carriage. Bam! She slammed the door with such force it kicked up a mini gale. Kaiden stared at the barricaded door. What's gotten into her? She didn't even finish her dinner. Louis marched over, looking absolutely horrified. You're seriously asking what's wrong with her? What you just said made you sound like a total predator. Kaiden's gaze turned lethally cold. Care to repeat that? Do you have a death wish? Louis flinched, but didn't back down. Talking about making babies with someone who looks like a little kid? Anyone with a brain would find that creepy. Kaiden's pupils vibrated with shock. Wait, what? Annette huddled in the furthest corner of the carriage. Her hands were plastered over her burning face. That absolute creep of a Grand Duke. How could he say that so casually? How disappointing. Kaiden stood outside the door, frantic. That is not what I meant at all. I have to clear up this catastrophic misunderstanding. Annette curled into a ball on the seat, her heartbeat drumming in her ears. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. Children, our children, kept looping in her brain. What am I supposed to do? This feels way too much like a real married couple. Her frantic pulse echoed in the cramped interior. Meanwhile, the eastern mountains were being swallowed by an oppressive darkness. Crows took flight from skeletal branches, cawing a mournful dirge. At the outpost of the Hawos subjugation order, the lights burned with desperate intensity. A man was frantically scanning a ledger. Is the final casualty count in? Another man emerged from the shadows. The numbers have doubled. If this bleeding doesn't stop, the Night Order itself is going to collapse. John Miller stared at the grim documents pinned to the wall. Has the situation really turned this apocalyptic? As the vice commander of the Howard Royal Knights, his brow was etched with deep lines of stress. John Miller turned to the window. To think the Howard Knights would fall into such ruin just because we lost one commander. It's almost unbelievable. Bremen pushed the door open, his voice a low rasp. Vice Commander, have all the survivors been treated? John began flipping through the files with a sense of dread. Confirmed, no critical casualties. Everyone has undergone essential first aid. Once we reach the sanctuary for cleansing, we can mobilize. John stood before the table, demanding the final stats from the subjugation. This operation took twice as long. The commander's void is more devastating than anticipated. Brahmin lowered his gaze, simmering over the outsider's mockery of the order. Those elitists claimed this place was a refuge for the lowborn, a place where any commoner could stroll in. She was the absolute pillar who forged this army into a force that could rival the Grand Duke's elite guard. Brahmin couldn't bring himself to hold a formal discharge. It felt like a betrayal. She didn't take that hit for nothing. She ended up mangled while shielding a rookie. The image of Annette collapsing into a pool of venom flashed back as knights swarmed her. Someone dropped to their knees to staunch the bleeding. The commander's value to this order is beyond dispute. Brahmin stood by the threshold staring at the floor. The high command will soon realize just how brain-dead it was to let her walk away. Brahmin. A voice cut through the air from behind. Brahmin stiffened, ice-cold sweat trickling down his temples. John tilted his head, pinning his subordinate with a frigid stare. Watch your tone. Such treasonous talk has no place coming from a royal knight. Brahmin bowed low. His apology echoed through the hollow corridor. My deepest apologies, sir. Is there actually a single soul in this order truly loyal to that king? That cheapskate who looked down on our commander? Brahmin threw his arms out, venting loudly to his comrade. The king is definitely going to snub our budget again. He's forgotten who actually made Howard the powerhouse. Brahmin gestured toward the window. The revenue from trading monster loot is a fortune. We've never done anything to be ashamed of. Brahmin closed his eyes. Every knight backed the commander except for this vice commander. He was the sole outlier. He's the son of the king's blood enemy. This dynamic is literally like oil and water. John ripped open the letter, scanning the official document with an unreadable expression. Brahmin stood before the desk, hand over his heart, challenging the vice commander. The monster haul this time is a pathetic fraction of our usual quota. The king will be begging her to return on his knees. The moment the commander recovers, she'll be back at the helm of this order. John stared at the mahogany table. He replied in a low, gravelly tone, "That is how it was supposed to be." Annette huddled on the carriage cushions, hands shielding her burning face, those words looping in her mind. Children. He actually called them our children. Caden leaned into her space. If sleep eludes you tonight, I can carry you on my back until you drift off. Annette ducked her head to dodge his gaze. She had never been spoken to like this. Even as a small child, no nanny had ever coddled her to sleep. Annette curled into the oversized seat. In Howos, carrying children piggyback wasn't exactly the standard parenting style. And yet, Annette watched the sky bleed into darkness outside. We're setting up camp. She looked toward the village glowing with distant lights. The order's banner snapped in the night breeze. Knights were helping villagers haul heavy loads, checking if anyone needed an extra hand. A farm woman clutching a bundle of hay smiled warmly. This is plenty. The sound of boots on the path made a dull, rhythmic crunch. John trailed behind Annette through the chaotic market. Annette stopped and commanded, "Replenish our rations and water supply in this village." John nodded in silent compliance, noting this wasn't Howard land. Annette tilted her head, catching the melody of a brother singing a lullaby to his sibling by the roadside. "Close your eyes, my little treasure." The sweet tune drifted on the night air. Annette glanced toward the street corner. A teenager carried his little sister on his back, whispering promises of food when she woke. It was a slice of normal life she had never experienced. John sensed her shift in mood, stopped, and asked, "Commander?" Annette pulled her gaze away, a faint, bitter smile touching her lips. "It's nothing. Let's keep moving." Annette walked side by side with him down the cobblestones. The setting sun stretched their shadows into long silhouettes. If I were just an ordinary girl, if Frank were healthy... Annette paused before a glass window. Staring at her reflection in the pane, her resolve wavered. Maybe I could have had a life like that. Annette looked down, reliving memories from a lifetime ago. Back then, she was truly jealous of those two siblings. Back in the present, Annette sat on the carriage seat, hands plastered over her blushing face. The Grand Duke really had the audacity to say that in front of everyone. This is beyond embarrassing. Annette bit her thumb. That was a memory even I had buried deep. How in the world did he find out? Did I let it slip to him before? Caden stood outside the carriage window, fingers drumming the wood as he tried to explain himself frantically. Princess, please, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not some sort of predator. Annette tilted her head, mulling over the unfamiliar word. Predator? Caden dropped to his knees by the carriage door, head hung low and fist tight. Even if you aged into a grandmother, I wouldn't care. Please, just listen. The knight standing nearby began whispering and snickering at the sight. Caden raised his voice, pleading with Annette to unlatch the door. Annette ripped the curtain aside and barked, "Be quiet already!" Caden lunged to catch the carriage door, locking eyes with Annette. You've got it all wrong. I don't look at you with those kinds of intentions. Caden paused, collecting himself. His voice rang out, steady and deep in the quiet night. It's simply because I love you. Annette shrieked, covered her eyes, and recoiled. Stop it! Just shut your mouth! Annette curled into a tight ball in the corner. Her hands were clamped over her crimson face. Caden leaned toward the glass, asking anxiously, Are you hurt, princess? Are you hungry? Samuel adjusted his glasses, watching the Duke's pathetic display. Was this really the cold-blooded Grand Duke who slaughters monsters without flinching? Right now, he looks like a total lovesick fool. A knight nudged his comrade, gesturing for everyone to keep their distance. Leave him be. The Grand Duke is currently just a man possessed by love. By the next morning, the caravan was rolling through a vibrant green valley. Annette sat inside, watching the landscape blur past the window. She felt a strange tension in the air. Caden opened a beautifully carved wooden box, held it out to Annette, and whispered, Princess, I have your favorite cookies here. Annette glared at the box of confections. 2 days of proximity had taught her that this man's silver-tongued charm was in a league of its own. He would shower her with affection first, only to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Recalling last night's exchange, Annette turned away in a huff. He is doing this purely to mess with me. Annette sat rooted in the carriage, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance. She had planned to go on a hunger strike to prove a point, but his midnight cravings logic broke her. Even during her nightly routine, she found no solace. Caden crouched on the grass, tracking Annette's every movement as she rinsed her mouth and cheered dramatically. Incredible! Our princess is a master at brushing her teeth. Annette froze mid-scrub, a mouthful of foam as she grumbled a muffled protest. There is absolutely nothing special about this. Caden rested his chin on his palm, his eyes locked onto the small girl with pure adoration. No, it's truly a marvel. You can even handle the toothbrush all on your own. Annette's movements became mechanical and stiff. Beside her, Caden continued to clap like a devoted fan. Look at that technique. They're shimmering under the moonlight. Louis and the surrounding knights joined the fray, clapping and chanting, Absolute legend, princess! Annette bowed her head, desperate to escape the spotlight. This atmosphere is becoming genuinely suffocating. Annette slumped into the carriage seat and exhaled. Everything is spiraling into absurdity. I am clearly a grown woman, yet this fiancé of mine is determined to raise me like a toddler. I'm literally his senior in years, and yet he keeps thrusting sugar at me with that patronizingly worried expression on his face. Being babied like this makes me feel like an absolute failure. Caden snapped the wooden lid shut, announcing their imminent arrival at the stronghold. Annette's head snapped up. We're here already? Caden explained that the stallions were surging with speed magic. The royal mage Marin had bent space to shorten the trek. Annette finally understood. No wonder the Grand Duke had reached the capital far swifter than anyone anticipated. Caden's playful smirk vanished. Before we reach the gates, there is something I must discuss. This is of the utmost importance. Annette sat upright, mirroring his gravity. The temperature inside the carriage seemed to plummet. Caden lowered his gaze, his voice vibrating with a deep, solemn weight. This concerns your future within these walls. It will dictate everything. Annette's heart skipped a beat. Dictate everything? She stared down at her lap. From this moment on, she had to stay sharp. The royals had treated her with kindness, but the reception she would receive from the Duke's subjects remained a total mystery. Annette braced herself for a grueling schedule of etiquette and politics. She would have to master the domain of a Grand Duchess to prove she was a worthy mistress. Annette thought back to her decade as the iron-fisted knight commander. Leading a legion and managing a high society household were worlds apart, but she would conquer it. Once she proved her mettle, surely they would cease treating her like a fragile infant. Caden broke the silence. He inquired about her thoughts, then reached out to draw the velvet curtain. Sunlight poured into the cabin. Caden declared with startling sternness, "I am officially placing a strict limit on the princess's daily sugar intake." Annette was floored, letting out a confused, "Come again?" Caden doubled down on his logic. "The palace reports indicate a severe sweet tooth causing you to neglect actual nutrition. I brought those cookies as a parting gift. But starting now, we are enforcing discipline." Annette's small hands balled into fists. Lividly demanding to know which traitor snitched, she immediately clapped back, insisting she wasn't some child like Mikael and could regulate herself. Caden wagged 2 fingers. His tone was absolute and final. 2 pieces a day, no more. Annette felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck her, paralyzed in shock as her pupils trembled. "This is a death sentence," Caden repeated. "Only 2. Annette sank into the plush cushions, muttering, "This is pure insanity." Images of every gourmet dessert she loved flashed before her eyes. Pillowy cakes and delicate, sugary macaroons. If she had never tasted heaven, she wouldn't miss it. But 2 pieces? That's not even a snack. It's an insult. Caden looked down at the dejected girl, doubling down that this was for her own health. The chef has instructions to prepare balanced, nutrient-dense feasts to compensate for the lack of sugar. Annette bolted up, clutching her silk skirts. She barked to protest that she was a grown adult. Eating her vegetables wasn't going to trigger a growth spurt anyway. Caden tilted his head, amused by her temper. This raw bluntness was far more charming than her usual guarded persona. Caden gently grasped Annette's wrist, his voice softening into a soothing purr. "Beyond simple sweets, the territory is filled with exotic treasures that will undoubtedly satisfy your palate." Caden raised a finger, opening a negotiation. "Every day, in addition to the standard allowance, I shall permit 2 slices of cake." Annette stared at her hem, silently conceding to the compromise. She leaned against the glass and let out a weary sigh. Other couples negotiate dowries or land. Why am I bartering over dessert? This sense of total defeat refuses to leave me. Caden tracked her expression, promising that if she finished her meals, he'd expand her snack privileges. Annette whirled back, her eyes gleaming with hope. "For real?" Caden gave a firm, confirming nod. The carriage crossed the threshold into the Grand Duchy. A colossal ivory fortress loomed amongst the jagged peaks. Caden told Annette to prepare. The journey was ending. Annette peered out the window, her breath hitching in her throat. Caden sensed her skyrocketing anxiety and asked if she was afraid. "Do you fear the people here will reject you?" Annette stammered a half-hearted denial. Caden leaned in, his voice ringing with absolute certainty. "That is an impossibility. They have been anticipating your arrival with more fervor than even I. They will undoubtedly worship you." The carriage rolled into the courtyard. The white castle stood as a titan against the mountains. Water erupted from the fountains into marble basins. A vast sea of servants bowed, hands pressed firmly over their uniforms. The butler's voice boomed across the stones. "The Grand Duke and the Grand Duchess have returned." Caden exited first, his boots hitting the red-carpeted platform with authority. He turned and offered his hand, softly urging Annette to watch her footing. Annette placed her hand in his, gathered her skirts, and stepped into the light of her new home. Her fingers were shaking. Jam stood at the vanguard of the welcome line. Bowing and greeting, "Welcome home, your grace. I am the head butler of this estate, Jam Hubert. It is my greatest honor to serve you." Annette returned the gesture with poise. "I am Annette Howard. Though my current predicament may startle you, I trust I can rely on your guidance moving forward." The servants bowed as one. Annette scanned the crowd, sensing a wave of genuine warmth and realizing she was truly welcome. Caden leaned toward Annette and murmured, "See, I told you I wasn't feeding you lies." Annette glanced up at him, then toward the breathtaking expanse of the Hansen territory. "This is the sanctuary where I will build my life from this day on." Annette looked around, her smile suddenly faltering. A peculiar, sharp gaze was boring into her back. It wasn't quite malice, nor was it affection. It was an unreadable, intense aura of scrutiny. Caden sensed the shift in the air and questioned Jam, "What's the meaning of this?" Jam bowed low. "Let us move inside, and I shall divulge the details." Annette stood rooted to the spot, scanning the faces to identify the source of that piercing stare. A middle-aged woman stepped out, hands folded neatly over her apron. She greeted Annette, introducing herself as head maid Hilda, eager to begin their work together. Annette mirrored the greeting, expressing her own anticipation. One maid peeked from the back, her eyes practically glued to Annette. Annette felt a sudden shiver crawl down her spine, wondering what that look implied. Hilda cleared her throat and whispered to Jam. Our gamble this time was definitely the right move. Jam gave a cryptic nod. We can only pray that is the case. Hilda gestured forward, summoning Larissa. A young maid burst from the ranks like a whirlwind, skidding to a halt right in front of Annette. Larissa introduced herself at top volume, her face radiating a massive high-energy grin. Kaiden chimed in from the side. Since the princess lacks a personal attendant, I've handpicked this girl to manage your daily affairs. Annette offered a polite word of thanks. Larissa squeezed her hands together in a fit of pure excitement. She began rambling about what a privilege this was, firing off questions about whether Annette required a hot bath, a feast, or immediate rest, vowing to pour her entire soul into her duties. Annette was nearly buried by the girl's intensity, managing only a strained smile. It's a pleasure. Kaiden stepped up and peered down at Larissa. So, you've officially claimed the title of the lady's personal maid, I assume? Larissa snapped to attention and reported proudly, Yes, sir! I dominated the competitions for sheet smoothing and precision humidity control. All for the glory of serving the lady. Kaiden sighed. It seemed the energy here was just as chaotic and loud as ever. He addressed the staff and commanded, From now on, address her as my lady. Reciting those long-winded titles is exhausting. The servants shouted in perfect harmony, Understood, Lord Grand Duke. Annette fidgeted under the pressure, protesting in a hushed tone, But the wedding ceremony hasn't even taken place. Kaiden leaned in and countered, And is there an issue? We're sealing the deal soon enough anyway. Jam and the surrounding servants exchanged looks, struggling to suppress their smirks. Annette's face turned a violent shade of crimson as she sputtered, Even if it's true, being so blunt about it is mortifying. Kaiden watched her in silence, his eyes glimmering with a flash of undeniable possessiveness. Annette cursed internally, This insufferable Grand Duke. I've been played like a fiddle again. The servants began to whisper and giggle. They're getting hitched soon anyway, it seems. Annette glared at the arrogant Grand Duke, while Jam and the rest of the staff watched the spectacle. Kaiden leaned down to study the girl before him, noticing a change in her mood. What's wrong? You look a bit piqued. Annette flinched and retreated to escape his predatory gaze, blubbering a random excuse. It's nothing, just that the wind is a bit nippy. Kaiden immediately barked at the staff. Let's move inside. We can't have the princess falling ill. Annette began plotting in her head. One day soon, I'm going to have a very serious talk with this man. Those reckless outbursts need to be reined in. Larissa led the way, heaving open the massive ornate doors. Please, my lady, follow me. The threshold is a bit high, so mind your footing. Annette thanked her and followed Larissa down a sprawling corridor. The click of shoes on stone echoed beneath massive crystal chandeliers, which cast dancing reflections of their shadows. Annette tilted her head, observing their guide. Larissa seemed genuinely ecstatic. This vibrant energy made her feel a strange sense of relief. Annette studied Larissa's retreating form. She appeared to be around Bridget's age, yet her personality was so refreshingly raw and innocent. Larissa halted and glanced back. My lady, is there something on my face? Annette quickly waved her hands in frantic denial. Larissa cupped her cheeks and squealed, To welcome you, I was up before the sun. I didn't just scrub behind my ears and meticulously braid my hair. I even broke out a pristine new uniform. Larissa dropped her hands, looking suddenly worried. Did I mess up? Is my etiquette not up to your royal standards? Annette looked at the panicked girl and offered a gentle compliment. Not at all. You look absolutely lovely. Larissa suddenly clasped her hands together, taking a wild shot in the dark. Is it because the lady is heartbroken she isn't by the Lord's side right now? Annette froze, waving her hands frantically. That is definitely not it. That's not it. Larissa gestured toward the chamber at the end of the corridor with a mischievous, knowing grin. My lady, you've been stealing glances toward the office this entire time. That's the very room the Lord just vanished into. Annette ducked her head and whispered, Was I really that transparent? Annette lapsed into silence, her gaze drifting back to that heavy door as her heart wavered with uncertainty. Kaiden stood before Annette, offering to personally guide her through the fortress where she would build her future. But before he could finish, frantic shouts erupted from the hallway. Your Highness! Austin burst in, clutching a mountain of paperwork. Samuel adjusted his frames and sprinted after him. The three instantly swarmed Kaiden, shouting reports about a colossal backlog of work. Samuel demanded attention for the final report. They're posing as monster hunters. We must mobilize the knights to investigate immediately. Assaulted by the chaotic noise, a vein throbbed on Caden's temple as he thundered, "Everyone, shut it!" Just as his temper reached its breaking point, a small hand delicately tugged his sleeve. Annette peered up at him, then let go. She urged him to go handle his duties, noting that these matters seemed far too urgent to ignore. Caden was caught off guard, hesitating as he stammered a weak, "But..." He looked at Annette with a rare flicker of doubt in his eyes. Annette simply stood there, waiting for him to fulfill his obligations as a lord. She offered a reassuring smile to prove she was perfectly fine. Larissa would take care of her. Austin and the others seized Caden, insisting they needed to borrow the lord for a moment, then forcibly dragged him toward the office. Samuel flailed his arms as he was hauled away, yelling in pure outrage, "Let go of me this instant!" His voice echoed through the desolate hall. Annette watched until the group vanished around the bend. Her smile faded instantly as she stared at her shoes. The vulnerability she tried to mask finally leaked onto her face. Annette lifted her chin and spoke softly to the girl beside her. "Actually, I'd be honored to have Larissa lead the way." Larissa's energy surged back instantly as she pointed to the left corridor. "This way, my lady." Annette moved through the estate, marveling at the soaring ceilings. Massive crystal chandeliers refracted a dazzling light, putting the immense wealth of the Hanson bloodline on full display. The rumors didn't lie. This place truly has enough grandeur to rival the Imperial family. Annette gazed around at the peak luxury of the decor. The whispers weren't exaggerating in the slightest. Everything here is breathtakingly overwhelming. Larissa gestured to both sides of the hall, explaining the layout of the rooms, then suddenly clapped as she recalled a vital detail. "The Grand Ducal Master Suite is at the end of the 4th floor. For now, let's go inspect your temporary quarters first, my lady." Annette lowered her gaze and gave a soft, compliant, She followed along, eyeing the endless rows of doors and wondering why there were so many guest suites. These rooms were all secretly envisioned by Caden for his future children. Larissa halted before a tall, pristine white door and announced, "This is your sanctuary for now, my lady. I truly hope it suits your taste." She gripped the ornate handle and swung the heavy door wide. Annette stepped inside and was momentarily paralyzed by the view. Endless pink blossoms carpeted the window, with sunlight dancing through the petals and flooding the space. She let out a soft gasp of pure wonder. Standing in a sea of petals, she soaked in the exquisitely tailored room. The delicate aroma of flowers hung in the air. Every detail here far surpassed her wildest expectations. Annette gazed at the vibrant red roses and asked if they were truly alive. Larissa nodded with a proud smile. "These blooms are under a powerful preservation enchantment, so they will never fade." Larissa watched her mistress's reaction, asking if the arrangement pleased her. Annette looked down at her hands and whispered, "I love it more than words can say." "Of course I love it." Larissa let out a massive sigh of relief and patted her chest. "To tell you the truth, I was the one who designed this room's interior, from the core concept down to the animal-shaped pillows. Every single trinket was handpicked by me." Larissa puffed out her chest with immense pride. "I'm so incredibly lucky I won the selection for personal maid. I've been grinding for this very moment." Annette looked at the girl beside her and offered a heartfelt compliment. Larissa asked about the next move, dinner first or a relaxing bath. Annette hesitated, glancing out the window. "Let's wait for the Grand Duke to conclude his business so we can dine together. For now, please draw my bath." Once Annette had finished bathing, Larissa escorted her to the grand dining hall. The long table was laden with fresh lobster and succulent roasted meats. The silver cutlery shimmered brilliantly under the warm glow of the candlelight. Annette scanned the vast, empty room and asked if she was really expected to dine in solitude. Larissa bowed and explained, "The Lord is taking a quick meal in his office." Annette inquired about Caden's usual dining routine. Larissa replied while expertly serving the plates. "He only visits the formal dining hall on rare occasions. On chaotic days like today, he typically eats alone at his desk." Annette lowered her eyes and stared blankly at her porcelain plate. "He's simply too swamped to join me. It's definitely not because he wants to avoid my company. After all, he hasn't acted that way before." Larissa began slicing the steak for her. "Honestly, I never held any expectations for this Grand Duke. This was supposed to be a cold political alliance, yet my heart is starting to shift in a way I didn't expect." Annette thanked Larissa and picked up her fork. "Since I've already crossed this threshold, I can't remain as detached as I once was." Annette set her fork aside, vowing to uncover the truth about the man who holds the title of Grand Duke. Only one thing is certain. The rumors of him being a butcher, A lunatic cursed by ancient monsters are nothing but baseless lies. The man I saw earlier was composed, calm, and anything but a monster. He didn't radiate a single ounce of that rumored madness. The seasoned knights and diligent servants of the Grand Duke's household don't betray even a flicker of fear in his presence. Hilda and the handmaidens carried themselves with a natural poised grace. Jam stood tall among the ranks, his fists subtly clenched, the hallmark of profound respect and loyalty toward a powerful leader. Not a soul reacted negatively to the Grand Duke's mysterious mask, as if it were simply a part of him. This was a total 180 from the suffocating tension of the Imperial palace. Larissa tilted her head, her expression a mask of pure confusion as she watched Annette. In the capital, everyone stammered at the mere mention of the Grand Duke, not even daring to breathe a whisper about his true appearance. Annette bit into a tart cherry. Was it possible the rumors of his hideous disfigurement were all lies? She gave a small shake of her head to dismiss the wild guess. No way. Annette set her fork down and offered Larissa a soft smile, insisting it was nothing. Perhaps there is only one undeniable truth. The Grand Duke is actually a decent man. Larissa lowered her eyes, her hands expertly brushing through Annette's flowing pink locks. Her voice was unwavering. I owe the master a debt I couldn't repay in 10 lifetimes. The master is my true savior. Annette looked down, echoing the phrase in a hollow whisper. My savior. Annette stared into the void. If he once rescued Larissa, if he isn't the bloodthirsty monster the legends describe, then could he possibly become my ultimate salvation too? Could he actually save me? Larissa stood by the steaming bathtub, reaching out to test the temperature, asking Annette for her preference. Annette sank into the fragrant bubbles and replied softly, the temperature is perfection. Larissa beamed and suggested that if her name was too cumbersome to remember, she could be called Lara or Lily. Annette tilted her head and politely declined, stating that her name was a precious gift bestowed upon her by her parents. Larissa's gaze fell as she confessed her parents never showed her any affection. Her father was a gambling addict drowning in debt, who even plotted to sell her into slavery. Annette went still, watching Larissa intently as the traumatic story unfolded. 5 years ago, at the very moment I was to be sold, the Lord swooped in and saved me. That coincided exactly with the outbreak of the war with Pendo. Annette mused, recalling the grim reports about the rescue of the Aken Empire. Kidnapping and human trafficking were a national plague. Osiris had fought to excise this chronic disease, and the ugly truth finally surfaced. The Pendo Empire was the shadow mastermind behind the entire trade. War erupted between the two nations. After 2 years of relentless slaughter, the Aken Empire finally toasted to a hard-won victory. The slave trade was utterly dismantled, becoming Osiris's most legendary crowning achievement. Kaiden had stormed onto the battlefield and was hailed by the masses as a true war hero. Annette soaked in the warm water, her mind racing. It turns out, Larissa was one of the many victims saved during that dark era. Larissa continued, when my mother lay at death's door, it was also through the Grand Duke's mercy that she survived. Annette gripped the marble edge of the tub, her fingers sinking into the froth. So he didn't just rescue Larissa, he essentially saved her entire bloodline. Larissa stood tall by the tub and swore a solemn oath. I am loyal unto death. The master is my light and my savior. Annette soaked in the warmth and whispered the words back. My savior. Could he really save someone like me? Larissa brought a fresh tray into the dining room. arranging decadent dishes across the expansive table, eagerly inviting Annette to feast. Annette eyed the lavish spread and asked when all of this had been orchestrated. Annette sliced into a piece of tender meat and asked Larissa if she had known the Grand Duke for many years. Larissa was caught off guard and asked for clarification. Annette set her silver utensils down and invited Larissa to pull up a chair and dine with her. Larissa smiled and declined, explaining she would eat in private later. "Please, my lady, do not trouble yourself over me." Annette brought a forkful of food to her lips. She recalled the horrific rumors of him returning from the front lines drenched in the blood of beasts. Was he suffering in silence back then? Did he feel the cold touch of despair? Annette held her fork, her movements freezing mid-air. Larissa surely knows the truth about his past. The man behind the mask. Caden, whose beauty was once legendary throughout the land. Annette lowered her eyes to the feast on her plate. Larissa, does she truly only harbor feelings of loyalty toward him? Toward that gallant savior? Could she have developed something more romantic? He is such an exceptional man. What if a legion of other women adore him too? This realization made Annette feel a sudden, sharp pang of unease. She shook her head violently, trying to purge these irrational thoughts. He is my fiancé. That is a scenario that could absolutely never happen. Annette white-knuckled her napkin, recalling her own foolish words. It's fine, even if you decide to take a concubine. I must have been utterly insane to utter such a terrifying thing. Thankfully, that didn't actually come to pass. If he really took a mistress or fathered illegitimate heirs... Her knuckles turned ivory from the sheer pressure. Annette slammed her palm onto the table. The fine china rattled violently before toppling over. The jarring sound of shattering porcelain echoed through the cavernous dining hall. Larissa's eyes went wide with terror as she cried out, "My lady!" The long table was a disaster zone. Silver and candles lay scattered among jagged shards and ruined food. Larissa clutched her chest in a panic, asking frantically if the lady was displeased with the meal. "Please tell me what's wrong." Annette sat paralyzed in her chair, her right hand white-knuckling the fork, her frame trembling from the surge of emotion. Cornered by the question, she could only shake her head in a frantic panic, stammering out a denial. Annette ducked her head to avoid the maid's gaze, her voice faltering. She scrambled for an excuse, claiming the food was so divine she simply lost her self-control. Annette glided down the hallway with Larissa following in a silent, devoted shadow. If Larissa truly harbored dark intentions, she would never attend to me with such care. My sudden jealousy was beyond ridiculous. Annette's face burned a brilliant scarlet as she cupped her flaming cheeks. A wave of intense shame flooded her heart. This is so incredibly mortifying. Larissa looked at Annette and suggested they retire to the bedchamber, assuming the lady was exhausted. "So you can retire to your room." Annette gave a faint nod, rubbing her weary, stinging eyes. This body truly feels as though it's regressed into childhood. The moment I finished my bath and meal, a wave of exhaustion simply crushed me. Larissa studied Annette's face, noting the persistent furrow in her brow. She timidly offered a soothing cup of hot chocolate. Annette halted in her tracks, repeating the name in a daze. "Hot chocolate?" Larissa gestured with frantic excitement. She gushed about how it even featured fluffy marshmallows bobbing on the surface. Annette stared into the distance, envisioning those pure white clouds of sugar. She swallowed hard, playing it cool while conceding, "I suppose I could manage 1 cup." Larissa beamed and spun around to dash for the kitchen, but a frigid voice cut through the air. "Absolutely not." Kaiden stood with arms crossed, reminding her in a gravelly tone, "Princess, you made a pact with me." Kaiden closed the distance, interrogating Annette on whether she'd forgotten the vow they made days ago. Annette grew restless, nervously twisting her fingers together. She stammered, asking what he was doing here. "Is your mountain of work already finished?" Kaiden loomed over the girl. He explained he'd come solely to check on her. It was past her bedtime. Despite his own unfinished tasks, some things required his immediate attention. Kaiden stepped forward, grilling her about her dinner. Just how many sweets had she snuck? Annette puffed her cheeks, dodging his piercing gaze. What is he thinking, making such a scene in front of Larissa? She whispered a defense, claiming she hadn't touched a single sweet yet. "I'm just craving a tiny bit of sugar now." Annette stomped her foot in a fit of pique. "Lord Grand Duke, I'm telling you one last time, I am not a child. Seriously." Kaiden didn't flinch. His tone remained icy yet absolute. Adult or child, indulging in sugar before bed is strictly out of the question. Annette stormed toward her bedroom. Kaiden trailed her like a shadow. "It's time to brush your teeth." Annette barked at him to stop following her. "Don't be difficult. Let me just see your room for a moment." Annette didn't even turn around, shutting him down instantly. "Absolutely not." Larissa muffled a giggle, watching the two bicker as they walked away. Lady Annette seems to have found her fire again. Meanwhile, at the Kingdom of Howard, rain hammered down and lightning fractured the obsidian sky, casting a grim light over the palace. Justin white-knuckled the parchment in his grip. His knuckles were drained of color, the force of his grip mangling the paper. In the council chamber, the murmurs began to swell. Officials traded panicked looks, wondering if this was yet another ultimatum from the Empire. It seems the other side is revolted by the beast bloodline. One official lowered his voice, theorizing the Empire might demand Princess Bridget as a sacrificial replacement. Others chimed in, convinced this was nothing short of a blatant declaration of war. Justin slammed his fist onto the table. The thunderous crack killed the gossip instantly. He bellowed for everyone to shut their mouths. Justin gnashed his teeth, his beard quivering with every ragged breath. "Damn it all!" Justin glared at the scroll. His eyes were hollowed out by dark shadows. This entire catastrophe was triggered by that brat, Annette. Larissa trailed Annette, aggressively pitching the benefits of the pre-sleep cocoa, swearing it would warm her soul and guarantee deep sleep. Caden interrupted with zero emotion. "Enough! Late-night sugar is poison for your health." Larissa stopped, her fingers knotting in anxiety. She pivoted, suggesting rose petals for the bath, certain the floral aroma would lift the lady's spirits. Caden stood shrouded in shadow, the look behind his mask turning bone-chillingly predatory. Larissa waved her hands in a blind panic, insisting she had absolutely no desire to provoke the Grand Duke. She simply lacked the nerve. Annette came to a sudden halt. Caden was right on her heels, hands buried in his pockets, maintaining a precise half-step gap. Annette whirled around. Her crimson eyes flashed with pure annoyance as she demanded, "Just how much longer do you intend to stalk me?" Caden locked eyes with her, his voice a calm, steady rhythm. "I merely wish to assist the princess with her dental hygiene." Annette was stunned. She muttered under her breath in pure disbelief. Could the Grand Duke actually be... Annette asked Caden if he'd suffered from toothaches as a boy. Caden puffed his chest, retorting sharply, "Of course not. I've always maintained an impeccable standard of self-care." Annette closed her eyes and dismissed him with a wave. "I can handle my own hygiene. Now the Grand Duke should see himself out." Caden stood there, looking lost. Larissa quickly intervened, offering to help Annette wash her face. Annette brushed her off, determined to be self-sufficient, and ordered Larissa to leave as well. Then she paused, hit by a sudden, troubling realization. If she dismissed Larissa now, the girl would leave alongside the Grand Duke, alone. Annette bit her lip, her red pupils darting with newfound jealousy. She instantly reversed course, calling Larissa back. "On second thought, stay. You should help me." Larissa smiled and nodded. Caden stood at the threshold, watching Larissa receive the royal invitation to enter. Larissa gleefully headed to the washroom to prep, leaving Caden alone to face the closed door. Caden braced his hand against the frame, watching Annette's retreat. "Why did you choose the maid over me?" Annette marched into the inner chamber without looking back, offering him nothing but a cold shoulder. Annette stopped and glared at the man still lingering in the armchair. "You're still here?" Caden crossed his legs, his eyes fixed on the girl. "I intended to see you safely tucked into bed. I also wanted to help you wash up, just so I could admire your cute face a while longer." Larissa approached with a fresh towel, offering to dry Annette's hair. Annette softly declined, stating she could manage. Caden's gaze sharpened. His sapphire eyes flickered with a lethal chill as he glared at the meddlesome maid. Larissa froze in her tracks, cold sweat slicking her forehead. She instantly pivoted her tone, practically begging for an exit. "Thank you for your tireless service, Larissa." Caden tracked the maid's retreat and let out a soft, amused huff. "Seems she isn't quite as dim-witted as she appears." Annette whirled around, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. "What was that?" Caden smoothly deflected, coaxing her to settle into bed. Annette pulled her shoulders back, eyeing Caden with heavy skepticism. "You aren't actually planning to sing me a lullaby, are you?" Caden leaned down, his voice dripping with certainty. "Naturally." Caden lingered by the bedside, looming over Annette as she burrowed beneath the heavy quilts. "The truth is, I still have something I need to tell you." Annette peered up at him, her crimson eyes shimmering with sudden curiosity. "What is it?" Caden hesitated for a beat. "Never mind. Let's save it for tomorrow. It's late and you're clearly fading, my princess." Caden reached out gently. "Sweet dreams, princess." Annette watched his retreating silhouette. "You too, Grand Duke." Caden froze mid-stride, his spine stiffening for a fraction of a second. Annette yanked the blanket up to shield half her face, leaving only her wide eyes visible. Sweet dreams, and I hope you wrap up your work soon. Annette dove deep into the safety of the covers. She pulled the quilt over her head, her heart hammering against her ribs. Caden finally turned his back to the door. A corner of his mouth twitched upward beneath the mask. He strode down the corridor, the rhythmic thud of his boots fading into the distance. Just moments ago, she was exhausted. Now she was terrifyingly, electrifyingly awake. Tonight was going to be a long one. Meanwhile, back in the Howard Kingdom, thunder rumbled ominously across the sky. Crows circled the jagged spires, their cawing sounding like a funeral dirge. A suffocating gloom swallowed the entire palace. Justin listened to his subordinate's grim report. The convoy sent to the Aken Empire had been ambushed by monsters days ago. An official gasped in horror. Was the entire battalion annihilated? Justin lowered his gaze. Word is that only Annette reached the palace alive. But she was broken and battered. The royal wedding has been put on ice. The official lowered his voice, probing. And the rest of the envoy? Justin slammed the heavy oak table with a thunderous bang, cursing the cowards for deserting. He spat insults at them for abandoning Annette to save their own skins when the beast struck. The official reminded him with a trembling voice, including Count Rando, not a single soul has returned. Justin sneered, unfurling the scroll with contempt. Those fools might have ditched Annette, but they paid for their cowardice on the road back. Utterly pathetic idiots. Justin stared at the parchment, scanning the Aken Empire's cold demands. They were calling for blood and strict punishment for every negligent party. If the traitors are dead, then their families will settle the score. The officials in the room turned a ghostly shade of pale. They pounded the table in outrage, slamming the Aken Empire for being so tyrannical, claiming the tragedy was an act of God. Baron Velti stood up. He questioned the Aken Empire's one-sided narrative. Who can verify that the envoy actually fled? What if they fought to their final breath to protect the princess? Justin rubbed his aching forehead. Arrest every relative of the envoy leader immediately. Throw that man in as well. This is a death warrant from the Aken Empire. Justin stared out into the rain, cursing Annette as a worthless daughter who should have just perished on the road. As the King of Howard, he was forced to swallow this humiliating ultimatum. Baron Velti bowed, attempting to pacify him. Please, your majesty, calm your rage. This is merely the Aken Empire's way of venting their frustration. After all, who would actually welcome a bride like Annette? But the Empire can't afford to lose an ally like us. Baron Velti gestured toward the window. That mountain of dowry is the ultimate proof. Gold and precious gems overflowed from the carriages. This is just their way of keeping Howard in its place. Justin eyed the towering chest radiating a mesmerizing glow. An official interjected, "This is but a fraction of it. The rest has already been secured within the royal vaults." Justin's eyes bulged, raw greed igniting in his dark pupils. He suddenly erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. He instantly flipped the script, praising the union as a glorious triumph. Justin waved a silken sleeve to issue a fresh decree. Escort the queen and the princess to the treasury at once. Let them take their pick of whatever treasures they desire. Baron Velti bowed low. The queen and the princess will be ecstatic. They will surely praise your magnificent benevolence. Justin joined in, his lips curling into a predatory, greedy smirk. Just a piece of the dowry dwarfed a year's profit from monster harvesting. Justin's smile died. He turned to grill a nearby servant about the subjugation team. How long has the Royal Knight Order been deployed? The servant fumbled through the records and bowed. Forgive me, sire, I don't have the exact tally. Perhaps 2 weeks have passed. Justin stroked his beard, his brow furrowing. By my count, they should have returned by now. At the sanctuary? What kind of blasphemy are you spewing? A priest bellowed. Watch your tongue, this is a holy sanctuary. Filthy language will not be tolerated within these walls. John stood shrouded in shadow, his cold black eyes fixed forward, his expression grim. A knight lunged. He seized the priest's collar, his eyes injected with blood. The ones who need to shut up are you lot. The commander would never desert us, and she would absolutely never ditch us for the Aken Empire alone. Justin sat at the head of the long table, demanding to know how long the royal knights had been gone and when the team would return. No one had a straight answer. They could only guess at a 2-week window. Normally, they would be home. Rumors spread that the monster count must have spiked, making the objective a nightmare, or perhaps the new commander Milad was too reckless in his bloodlust and plunged the team too deep into hostile territory. Justin maintained a chilling silence, his sharp gaze piercing through Marquis Milad at the far end of the table as he demanded his assessment. Marquis Milad remained a stone statue. Despite being the commander's own flesh and blood, he coldly claimed total ignorance. Bridget watched Marquis Milad intently. He was the man's biological father, yet he spoke as if he were discussing a complete stranger. Could a parent truly be that heartless? Outside the sanctuary, thunder shook the earth. The knight whirled around, barking at the priest to stop spewing such delusional garbage. The priest, visibly trembling under the knight's lethal aura, stammered out a desperate defense. "Are you lot really this out of the loop?" John crossed his arms and commanded everyone to lower their voices and speak plain facts, demanding to know who the Aken Empire had actually welcomed. "Who exactly is this new Grand Duchess?" "A political union," a priest said, spreading his arms wide. "Former Commander Annette has abandoned Howard for a strategic marriage with Grand Duke Caden of Aken." The knight seized his collar, his knuckles turning ivory with rage, and bellowed, "That's a load of crap! Shut your lying mouth right now!" The priest struggled to break free. "You dare lay hands on a man of the cloth?" The knight gnashed his teeth. "You actually expect us to swallow those lies?" John cut through the chaos with a razor-sharp command. "That is enough! Stand down!" Brahmin gripped the knight's shoulder, urging him to keep his cool. He then turned to offer a hollow apology to the cleric, claiming the soldiers were simply blindsided by the news. John dismissed the crowd with a sharp wave of his hand, ordering the purification rite to be finished at once. The knight slumped his shoulders. "This is my cross to bear. The commander was broken because I was weak." John stood with his hands on his hips, brooding. "Nothing is set in stone yet. We'll launch a full-scale investigation the moment we set foot in the palace." Brahmin grabbed the knight by the scruff and hauled him close. The vice commander was right. Those priests are probably just confused. The knight looked up, a spark of hope igniting. "For real?" Brahmin nodded firmly. "The commander would never ditch us like that. The vice commander and I have bled with her for a decade. She doesn't just vanish. Chin up." John tilted his head, a ghost of a smirk playing on his lips. "Are you really that certain?" Even when the king spat insults at her in front of the entire order, her spine never bent. Raised in a cage of humiliation, she had long ago become immune to the sting. She had never forged a genuine human connection with a single soul. Even though the knights secretly idolized her, they never dared to show it openly. She likely had no clue how much her subordinates actually gave a damn. John lowered his gaze in silence. To a woman like Annette, the Knight Order probably offered nothing worth staying for. She might have even felt a sense of liberation as she walked away. That thought was a poison in his mind. John squeezed his fist until the bones groaned. He turned away, his eyes burning with a new resolve. John whirled around and marched out of the sanctuary, barking orders for an immediate extraction to the capital. His subordinates scrambled to ready the mounts. John's boots clicked against the stone. He needed to verify the truth with his own eyes and hear the reality from her own lips, whether she was still a citizen of Howard or a ghost. Meanwhile, at Caden's castle, Annette sat on the edge of the mattress, rubbing the sleep from her eyes and whispering to herself. Larissa pulled the heavy velvet curtains wide. She asked if the lady was finally awake. Radiant sunlight flooded the opulent chamber. Annette touched her face. It was the first time she had ever known such peace. No nightmares clawed at her mind during the night. Annette brushed her fingertips over the silk linens, marveling at the sheer luxury. "Is it possible for a place to be too comforting?" Larissa leaned in and asked if Annette's stomach was growling. Annette sat perched on the bed and replied softly, "Just a bit." Larissa straightened her apron. She suggested serving breakfast after Annette's morning routine, then giggled. It was practically time for a luncheon feast. Annette placed her fork down and told Larissa she was stuffed to the brim. The plate was practically sparkling. Larissa began to clear the spread. She chirped that since breakfast was a bust, she had prepared a lunchtime banquet, thrilled that it hit the spot. Annette dabbed her lips, eyeing the empty porcelain. "I demolished every single bite. How scandalous, but it was absolutely divine. I had no idea the world held such flavors. If every meal is this heavenly, I might actually lose my obsession with sweets." Larissa brought a tray over and spoke softly. Annette turned, her interest piqued. Larissa delivered the Grand Duke's formal request. "The Lord requests that once you've finished your meal, you join him in the drawing room for a private audience." Annette tilted her head. "True. I have a few things I need to settle with him as well." Those haunting eyes. Annette murmured, "Something to say." Larissa looked visibly anxious. She asked if the meeting was a burden and if she should relay a message of refusal instead. Annette was caught off guard and quickly waved off the concern, standing up. I'll head to the drawing room immediately. The drawing room was a masterpiece of gold and marble. Annette sat on the sofa, white-knuckling her dress until her fingers throbbed. Annette pressed him. What did you just say? Caden dodged her stare, a bead of sweat tracing his brow. Please don't freak out, princess. I want to reveal the truth hidden behind this mask. Caden leaned in. The very oxygen in the room felt like ice. His fingers nervously traced the edge of his jaw. Samuel stood by as a silent witness, asking if the mighty Grand Duke was actually catching a case of nerves. Caden paced the floor, his heels drumming a frantic rhythm. I'm terrified she'll be repulsed. If you were in her shoes, if it were you, would you be furious? Samuel pushed up his spectacles. I honestly couldn't tell you, sir. So the Grand Duke put on this high-end display just to escape a lecture? The door groaned as it swung open and Caden whirled around. Samuel snapped to attention, announcing in a hushed tone, the princess has made her entrance. Caden's sapphire eyes dilated, his gaze instantly anchored to the doorway. Annette appeared in a cascading lace gown. Caden was floored. The princess looked ethereal today. Annette lowered her gaze, fingers interlaced, and asked softly, Is that honestly the truth? Caden moved closer, his hands gesturing emphatically. How do you grow more radiant by the hour? This hairstyle is particularly stunning on you. Annette touched the ends of her tresses and offered a quiet thank you. Caden turned, inquiring if Larissa had styled her. Samuel, lurking in the corner, scoffed inwardly at the Grand Duke's blatant acting. There was zero chance he'd forget the personal maid's name. Larissa raised her hand, correcting him loudly. It's Larissa, as she claimed credit for the look. Caden clutched his chest, demanding she teach him the craft later, since not even he had been permitted to touch the princess's hair yet. Larissa froze, wringing her hands and stuttering out his title. Annette shot Caden a look. Please stop tormenting poor Larissa. Caden let out a dramatic sigh, lamenting that the princess was far too icy. I truly crave the chance to touch your hair as well. Samuel cleared his throat to break the tension, noting the chef's artisanal dessert was ready. Caden gestured for the princess to join him for a chat, then ordered Larissa and Samuel to wait outside. They bowed and withdrew in perfect sync. Annette stared at the spread. Clasping her hands over her heart, she was stunned. A towering three-tiered strawberry confection dominated the table. Avalanches of fresh cream and succulent strawberries adorned every inch of the masterpiece. Caden stood by the sofa, explaining this was a bespoke creation made just for her, urging her to indulge immediately. Annette whispered a soft praise. The cake looks divine. I'll enjoy every bite. Caden sliced into it, but suddenly stopped, his brow furrowing as if something were amiss. Annette made a small sound of confusion. The silver fork pierced the layers. A stray strawberry tumbled down the mountain of cream. The clink of metal against fine porcelain resonated through the room. Caden held a silver spoon, guiding a strawberry to her lips, silently commanding her to open up. Annette lowered her lashes and obeyed, her cheeks puffing as she tasted it. Caden watched her with rapt, unblinking intensity. He complimented her, remarking that watching her eat was a delightful sight. He tilted his head slightly, asking Annette what exactly she found so appealing about that maid. Annette covered her mouth, her red eyes sparkling as she explained. Larissa is like a true sister. She's adorable and so full of spirit. Caden offered another slice, scoffing internally. That maid is mediocre at best, totally plain, yet she's considered cute? In Caden's mind, visions of a dozen Larissas swarming Annette and screeching noisily flashed by. That chaotic energy was truly grating. Annette put her fork aside and asked Caden what he actually intended to discuss. Caden gazed into the dark swirls of his tea. He suggested they finish the dessert first. Annette straightened her spine and demanded he speak his mind now. Since the start of this engagement, her curiosity had been piqued. Why use sugar to stall for time? Caden fell into a heavy silence, his fingers absent-mindedly brushing his lapel. The silver fork settled against the porcelain with a sharp clack. Caden drew a steadying breath. Please, Annette, stay composed and listen to what I'm about to reveal. Caden reached for his mask, declaring he wished to show his true self, to finally discard the facade he had worn for so long. Annette leaned in, her pupils dilating as she whispered, Your true face? Caden tracked her reaction and asked if the notion startled her. Annette looked down, confessing she was caught off guard before meeting his eyes with a resolute gaze. I've yearned to see it. Please, show me the truth. Annette perched on the edge of her seat. It seemed the Grand Duke placed immense trust in her. When she entered this marriage, she expected to be shunned or hated. Who could have predicted she would receive such overwhelming devotion? Caden sat tall across from her. Even if the most hideous visage lay beneath that mask, it wouldn't change a thing. If he hadn't lost his legendary looks, perhaps I never would have crossed paths with a man this incredibly gentle. Annette snapped back to reality, crossing her arms and scolding herself for such a selfish thought. Then she steeled herself to show she was ready. Caden gripped the edge of the mask, whispering for her to remain calm. Then he slowly unveiled himself. Annette's breath hitched, her crimson pupils widening in absolute shock. Her entire world froze as she stared forward. Caden discarded the black mask completely. Golden locks fell over his brow, revealing a flawless, breathtaking face. His sapphire eyes met Annette's with a calm intensity. Caden lowered his lashes and asked softly for her thoughts. Annette sat paralyzed, unable to look away from that divine countenance, murmuring, "He's literally glowing." Caden averted his eyes, asking what on earth she meant by glowing. Flashback. Audrey giggled and pointed at Annette, teasing that she only saw him as a god because she was wearing love goggles, even claiming he looked better than Charlotte's hair. Annette dropped her gaze, her mind spiraling into a chaotic whirlwind of confusion. Caden's brow furrowed with concern as he probed, "Princess, whatever's the matter?" Annette buried her face in her hands. This has to be a dream. How can the Grand Duke possibly be this devastatingly handsome? Caden's outstretched hand paused midair, his entire body going rigid. He whispered tentatively, "Do you genuinely find my appearance pleasing?" Annette pressed her face deeper into her palms, her muffled voice escaping through her fingers. "It's beyond handsome. You're literally ethereal and shimmering." Annette suddenly yanked her hands away, her pupils blown wide with mortification. She began rambling incoherently, desperate to retract the raw truth she'd just blurted out. Caden lowered his gaze and murmured, "If you truly felt that way about me, it would be a miracle. Perhaps I'm merely delusional." Caden looked up, a faint, bittersweet smile touching his lips. "If the princess finds solace in this face, then my heart is finally at peace." Annette stood there dazed, failing to grasp why he was circling back to this topic. Caden's expression hardened into one of absolute gravity. "The rumors that my face was mangled by monster blood, they were a complete fabrication. The legends of Grand Duke Hansen being a bloodthirsty butcher or a disfigured beast were nothing more than a carefully crafted myth." The black mask sat motionless on the table. "I am the one who orchestrated and fueled those rumors." The architect of the gossip was Caden himself. Not only was the royal family complicit, but even the estate servants were merely playing their parts. This revelation was earth-shattering. Annette cringed internally. To think she'd told him "you're glowing" to his perfect face. She wanted the floor to swallow her whole right now. Caden asked softly, "Are you furious with me?" Annette averted her eyes. "Not at all. I was just momentarily overwhelmed." Caden fell silent for a heartbeat before calling out, "Princess!" Annette paused and gave a soft acknowledgement. Caden stared straight ahead. "Don't you wish to uncover the motive behind my deception?" Annette sat on the velvet chair, hands resting on her knees, staring blankly into the void. "I am curious, but the post-war whispers claimed that Grand Duke Hansen's visage was ravaged by beast blood, right? They said that legendary beauty had turned into something monstrous. And now he's wedded to a descendant of the Haggis beast, a monster for a monster, the ultimate poetic justice. If the Grand Duke hadn't been shrouded in those horrific rumors, our paths never would have crossed." Annette looked down, white-knuckling her dress. "Could it be that he spun those lies specifically for my sake? No, stop being so delusional. I refuse to humiliate myself over a mere misunderstanding." Caden quickly closed the gap, leaning down to search her eyes. "Your Highness, are you unwell? Are you?" Annette leaned forward to meet his gaze. "Yes, I'm dying to know. Why did you spread those lies and hide behind a mask?" Caden dodged her stare, focusing on the shimmering jewel upon his chest. "That is..." Annette watched the man across from her, waiting for the conclusion to his unfinished sentence. Flashback. Annette wandered through the garden, delicately touching the blossoms in full bloom. "The flowers here are breathtaking. Larissa, look, a butterfly." Larissa trailed behind her. "This sanctuary is meticulously tended by the Grand Duke's master gardeners. It is the crown jewel of the estate." Annette stopped to observe two gardeners pruning the foliage ahead. "My lady, would you care to greet them?" Annette gripped her dress and peered up at Larissa. "Is that allowed?" "I'm so grateful." Larissa guided Annette down the winding stone path, winding past the flawlessly sculpted hedges. 3 servants lined the road and bowed low. Sunlight danced upon the fountain spray. Caden stood by a high window, hand braced against the frame, fingers pressing against the glass as he watched the small figure below. She looks truly radiant, my lady. Caden pulled away and turned back to the room. But of course, such an enchanting princess deserves to find joy in my garden. Samuel stood in the shadows, observing the unmasked Caden. Seeing you without that facade like this actually brings me joy as well. Caden waved him off dismissively. Don't get used to it. You know I already belong heart and soul to another. Samuel bowed. Please refrain from such misleading remarks. Caden returned to the glass to look down. This charade has lasted for an eternity, even though I know she doesn't harbor a single thought for me. Annette held a bouquet, standing amongst the flowering thickets, bowing her head to inhale the sweet scent. Thank you, everyone. Annette whirled around with her flowers, her gaze locking onto the man at the window. In that instant, her heart skipped a beat. Caden stood behind the pane, watching the figure in the garden. His face flushed a soft pink. Annette clutched her massive bouquet and sprinted forward. Lord Grand Duke, come look at this flower. His heart hammered uncontrollably against his ribs. Caden watched that dazzling smile through the glass, his throat tightening as his pulse thundered in the silent room. The past. Annette, draped in a navy cloak, stood in the center of the camp, dead of night, clutching a letter. Soldiers moved crates around her. Her heartbeat was deafening. Annette pulled her hood low to mask her pink hair. Navigating the darkness, she gazed toward the flickering firelight. Who goes there? Annette gripped the letter even tighter. Her fingers dug into the parchment, her heart thumping in her chest. Brayman lowered his hood, standing in the middle of the midnight road, eyeing the figure ahead. Commander Annette. John approached Annette and looked at the letter. Commander, John is reporting. Is something amiss? I have urgent intelligence to report. Caden stood before the window, fingers pressing against the glass, staring into space. Back then, I hid my identity, so I could only keep my distance from her. Thinking back, it's still frustrating. Larissa stood on the steps and bowed slightly. My lady, the tea and cakes are ready. Shall we head inside? Annette stood before the majestic building, clutching her bouquet. His spine stiffened. John Milad. Yes, John stood bathed in moonlight, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. His gaze was icy. The other knights only dared to lurk in the shadows and peer out. Only that bastard, emboldened by his rank as vice commander, dared to approach the princess. Caden stood before the window, his fingers pressing into the glass with enough force to shatter it. That prick keeps hovering over the princess. Even though the situation has shifted, the mere memory of it still makes my blood boil. Samuel stood in the study, observing Caden's tense silhouette. He's definitely plotting a way to end someone's life again. Master, before Marlin's arrival, he relayed the Emperor's directives through the communication orb. Caden turned to face the glowing azure orb on the desk. Exposing the mole embedded in Pendo won't be easy. Since the princess was targeted, a connection between Pendo and Howard definitely exists. Caden sat behind his desk, staring at the pulsating orb. Given the current chaos, your intuition is correct. The problem is, we lack concrete evidence. Caden scowled at Osiris. If we can unmask the traitor in Howard, things will be far simpler to resolve. Caden looked down at the crimson ruby on his chest. A traitor within Howard's walls. Before the princess unleashed her hidden power, Howard was just a mediocre, insignificant nation, a mere footnote in the continent's war history. I never imagined Pendo would plant a sleeper agent there. Caden crossed his arms, standing by the window and gazing into the distance. Lord Grand Duke, why did you hand Ma on the grimoire regarding that power? Isn't that a relic from the Imperial secret library? Samuel spread his arms, staring at Caden's stoic silence. Why did you deliberately expose that power to Marin? Could it be... No, that's impossible. Samuel's eyes widened in shock as he leaned back, his glasses chain swaying wildly. Are you actually suspecting? Caden turned and retreated deeper into the room. Don't be so dramatic. Caden braced his hands on the desk, his fingers skimming over an open broadsheet. Samuel, investigate every soul in the Howard Palace. Find out who's in bed with Pendo. Caden interlaced his fingers and rested his chin upon them, his eyes chilling. Whether it's an operative or a spy, anyone who dares touch our princess will pay a lethal price. Samuel stood by the desk, shrugging his shoulders. The things you say are always so terrifying. Caden shot him a glance. Samuel, is that any way to address your master? Samuel gestured frantically. Compared to when you were hiding behind that mask, this is a massive upgrade. Back then, you were absolute nightmare fuel. Every time you spoke, I felt like my lifespan was being slashed in half. Caden leaned over the desk. If your life force is that pathetic, then do us all a favor and drop dead already. Oh, I can't die yet. Your face is your greatest asset. Caden stood there, stone-faced, ignoring the chatter. Samuel stood beside him, exhaling a sigh of pure admiration. Lord Grand Duke, you are simply too handsome for your own good. Samuel rested his chin on his hand, staring into space. Of course, our lovely lady is the only one worthy of that title now. Caden sat in his chair, his presence radiating a bone-chilling aura. Samuel recoiled in instinctual fear. Ah, why are you doing that again? Fine. I'll retract the lovely part, all right? Samuel bowed and muttered under his breath. Every time he's with the lady, the Grand Duke, just talks incessantly. I can't even get a word in edgewise. True. Caden rested his chin on his hand. That's correct. Only I am permitted to speak. Samuel stood at attention, hands clasped over his stomach. Then, as you feared, was the lady livid after seeing your true face? Caden lowered his eyes. No. She claimed she wasn't. She said I must have had my own compelling reasons for the deception. Samuel exhaled a massive sigh of relief. That's a win. So, did you lay all your cards on the table? Caden fell into silence and averted his gaze. Samuel stepped forward, including the fact that you wore a mask. Fabricated rumors and plotted for years just to secure this marriage? Caden bolted upright. Of course not. Are you insane? I told her it was a strategy to safeguard Imperial authority. Samuel shrieked, reeling back. What? What the hell does that have to do with Imperial authority? Caden stared into the void. Everywhere I turn, there are vipers eyeing the throne. I had to annihilate their ambitions and prove to my brother that I have zero intention of threatening his crown. That's the story I fed her. Samuel pushed up his glasses. Did the lady actually swallow that? Annette sat on the sofa, her gaze vacant as she stared forward. Of course. Regardless, the princess isn't a citizen of Aken. Caden drummed his fingers on the desk. Besides, it wasn't a complete fabrication. After the war, the nobility swarmed me with their daughters, their eyes full of cold calculation. I just wanted to escape those forced engagements. Man or woman, I only ever reveal a fraction of the truth. Only then would the princess place her total trust in me. Samuel rubbed his temple, his fingers trembling. Why? Samuel stared directly at Caden. Why did you feel the need to lie like that? Caden placed his index finger to his lips, staring down at the desk as his eyes sank into shadow. Do you truly wish to ask me that? Caden interlaced his fingers under his chin, his deep sapphire eyes staring into space. Should I confess that for the princess I discarded my honor and didn't give a damn about my tarnished reputation? Should I tell her that because of my schemes she's obligated to love me? Samuel adjusted his glasses, his green eyes betraying a hint of hesitation as he forced a smile. Caden lowered his gaze. I've never viewed it as a sacrifice, not for a single second. It was a selfish, dominant choice. I never gave a thought to the princess or even the family name. Caden whispered, recalling the moment the rumors first reached his ears. Perhaps she'll be blindsided or moved. Her world has always been a barren wasteland, bordering on the painfully bland. She'll never realize someone has been guarding her from the shadows and might even feel a rush of excitement. Will her gratitude persist? If she eventually falls for me, she'll be haunted by guilt. And if her heart remains cold, then this devotion will transform into a suffocating burden. Caden closed his eyes, steepled his fingers under his chin. That is the one outcome I refuse to accept. The darkness only exists to serve as a backdrop for her brilliance. Samuel stood before the desk, observing the Grand Duke's heavy contemplation. I take your point, Your Highness. You possess a strangely overactive conscience when it comes to these peculiar matters. Caden turned his gaze toward the window. You find the princess absolutely enchanting too, don't you? Doesn't everyone? Samuel cleared his throat. Since the Grand Duke has been so observant, while I shouldn't be so blunt, the truth is exactly as you say. Caden ruffled his short hair and let out a grumble. Why did I take so long to realize it? This feeling is beyond irritating. Samuel teased at him. The entire castle is well aware the Grand Duke is jealous of a maid like Larissa. It's just that no one has the guts to say it. The shadow behind Caden twisted into a beast, bearing fangs and bloodshot eyes, snarling for everyone to back off from his princess. Do you all have a death wish? Caden stood tall. Back in Howard, I felt secure only because there weren't many fools who actually recognized the lady's irresistible charm. Samuel's smile vanished. The operative recently embedded in Howard sent an update. The Imperial envoy has already delivered the tribute and the Emperor's personal decree. The Royal Knight Order has reached the capital's outskirts. From afar, they could only see wagons overflowing with monster carcasses. Kaiden tilted his head. Everything is unfolding according to script. The wooden cargo wagons rattled through the night, wheels grinding on gravel laden with grim monster remains. They radiated a deathly chill under the moonlight. Caden opened his palm. It's only a matter of time before the King of Howard chokes on the truth. I hope that idiot realizes that everything is already far too late. Samuel stood at attention. Caden ordered a relentless watch on their opponent's every move. Despite the current security, the possibility of them sparking chaos to reclaim the princess cannot be ignored. Samuel bowed to acknowledge the command. Caden tapped a rhythmic beat on the mahogany desk. If the Howard Knight Order has returned, they surely know the princess is here. I wonder how they'll take the news. Caden touched his lower lip, especially that coward who's too terrified to face his feelings and chooses a life of self-deception. John tilted his head, his lips curling into a predatory smile. Is there really no issue at all? Caden sat in his chair and whirled back to ask a blunt question. Samuel leaned in, mentioning the knight commander who vanished into thin air one night. And if the Grand Duke went missing in such a fashion, I would move heaven and earth to hunt you down immediately. Caden toyed with his prayer beads in his hand. If the Howard mob comes knocking, it might be cleaner to silence them so no one ever learns the truth. Samuel gasped in horror, quickly de-escalating the dangerous jest. Such a move would ignite a full-scale war and the lady would be utterly devastated. Caden lowered his lids, his gaze freezing in the void. Embers danced in the night air, popping and crackling with heat. Annette stood by the flames, hands white-knuckling the hem of her shirt. Caden, masked in black, stood on the grass, sapphire eyes tracking Annette's every move. His footfalls were silent. Annette tilted her head, hesitant as the shadow loomed. Caden stopped. Whether it's the Knight Order or the King of Howard himself, as long as I ensure Annette never dreams of leaving, every threat becomes irrelevant. Samuel asked, What exactly do you mean by that? Caden stood up straight. Just make sure she stays blissfully happy. From that fleeting moment, she became the person he had hunted for decades. Young Caden lay sprawled on the grass, eyes clamped shut, dry leaves raining down around him. Annette stood, bathed in moonlight, her hand reaching into the empty air. I will never allow her to slip away in such a pathetic manner again. Caden crossed his arms and laid down the law, 1 serving of sweets per day. Samuel stood by, nodding fervently. Part of the mass purpose was to fortify Imperial authority. Annette sat on the edge of the crimson sofa, whispering the word troublesome under her breath. Osiris closed his eyes and clarified. After the war, marriage proposals flooded in from every corner, but he refused to be shackled by a forced union. Osiris leaned forward. Attention from people I despise is utterly worthless. It's nothing but a headache. Annette placed both hands on her knees. She lowered her head and gave a soft, reluctant agreement. That is indeed a logical justification. Annette stood on the balcony, clutching the bouquet to her chest. Even if I understand the logic, why does my heart feel like lead? I was convinced I wasn't someone worth a second thought, let alone love, but the reality is the total opposite. Annette's hair whipped in the wind. I was never coddled like Princess Bridget. Even after fighting my way into the Knight Order, they never truly accepted me as their commander. My entire past was a rejection. It was a penance for causing my mother's death, being cast aside by my own father. The cursed beast bloodline. Annette closed her eyes. I am convinced I am the most wretched soul in this world. A radiant man like the Grand Duke would never wear a mask for someone like me. It's all just a fever dream. Caden tilted his head and reiterated that such hollow attention is a pure burden. Annette lifted the porcelain cup, her fingers tracing the rim. Then why reveal your true self only to me? Annette bowed her head, whispering, I thought I finally had him figured out. Larissa sprinted over, wrestling with a gargantuan bouquet. My lady, a tribute from the master. The Grand Duke saw the gardener offering you flowers, so he handpicked these himself, certain the lady would be charmed. Annette accepted the blooms and asked softly, Is this truly for me? Larissa nodded fervently, confirming this arrangement was handcrafted by the Grand Duke himself. Larissa seized the previous bouquet and pivoted away. She explained that, for the gardener's own safety, the original flowers had to be incinerated immediately. Such was the price of the Grand Duke's absolute possessiveness. Annette gazed down at the delicate petals. The Grand Duke is truly such a gentle soul. A man of his stature must be an apex predator in high society. That visage possesses a truly lethal level of allure. Annette cast her gaze downward. In the future, the aristocracy will surely erupt in endless conflict over him. Annette sat on the balcony, turned and probed. Larissa, how long have you served within the Grand Duke's walls? Larissa clasped her hands, standing at attention. It has been 5 years, my lady. Annette twisted her fingers anxiously. In all that time, were there ever any women who visited or stayed the night? Larissa tapped her chin thoughtfully. Not a single female guest has ever crossed this threshold. Annette's jaw dropped as she breathed. Never? Larissa pressed her hands against her heart. The master. While his visuals are legendary, his savage personality is just as infamous among the nobility. Samuel stood by the desk in the study, eyeing the seated Caden. Does the lady have any inkling that when you're with her, you transform into a completely different man? Caden leaned back. I've never exposed that side to the princess. Even if I did, she's far too dense to recognize it. Caden leaned forward, his eyes sparking with a frigid intensity. Keep your mouth shut. The princess must remain oblivious to my true nature. Samuel, go muzzle that maid, Larissa. She's the only loose thread. Forbid her from spilling the tea in front of the princess. Annette stood by the balustrade, absorbing the dark rumors about Kaiden. Paranoid perfectionist, cold-blooded ice prince. Larissa gestured wildly, rambling without pause, listing her master's notorious rap sheet. A savage critic who uses words like daggers to bleed others dry. The whole empire knows. Larissa perched her hands on her hips, spilling tea about nobles Caden had roasted until they sobbed, and suitors traumatized by his icy rebukes. Seriously, the second he walks in, the party atmosphere drops to sub-zero. Annette gazed at the bouquet and softly cut Larissa off. Annette gripped the white lilies, her eyes clouded with skepticism. Is that truly the same Grand Duke? At the Howard Night Order, the commander's study felt hollow. Pale sunlight struck the glass. The archives were perfectly aligned. John stood by the desk staring at the vacant chair. Has the commander actually abandoned us? It's unthinkable. The barracks felt skeletal and silent. Torches flickered on the stone pillars. No way! I heard that before she departed, she raided her own savings to renovate this entire wing. Did the commander really vanish without a single word? Are we just going to let her go? John lowered his gaze and stared into the void, paralyzed. Where did the gears stop turning? I believed that staying by her side for a decade was enough. I thought just being a shadow was enough. Perhaps I trusted her I'm fine facade too much. Maybe I was too weak to face the agony that she was forced to swallow. If not for my silence, she wouldn't have been sold into a political marriage. John ground his teeth until the sound echoed through the room. Shadows from the bookshelves swallowed his silhouette. A servant cracked the door to peer inside. Marquis Malad, His Majesty is demanding your presence. The crimson carpet bled to the end of the great hall. John dropped to one knee, bowing his head to the figure looming above. Justin sat upon the throne, stroking his beard and eyeing the knight. Bridget sat beside him, smirking at the kneeling man. John offered a formal greeting. His voice resonated through the cavernous hall. Royal Knight John Malad reports to His Majesty. Justin turned toward the light filtering through the window. The campaign began an age ago. I feared you wouldn't return at all. You've arrived just in time. This was your debut expedition after seizing the rank of commander. You must have struggled. John stared at the cold stone. Indeed. Justin narrowed his eyes and let out a disdainful huff. John remained bowed. Because the subjugation was a grueling nightmare, it took double the expected time. Casualties were catastrophic. I determined that continuing the massacre was futile and signaled a retreat. The bloody details are in the report. Please review it, Your Majesty. The report? Justin snatched the parchment from the servant. Was it necessary to deliver this in person? You could have sent it through the usual channels. John remained a statue. I believed Your Majesty required immediate eyes on it. However, sire, this audience is for the Night Order's report. Might I ask why the princess is in attendance? Bridget interlaced her fingers. I heard you wanted a meeting at breakfast, so I gate crashed. Aren't you thrilled? Bridget rested her chin on her palm, fingers tracing her jawline. His Majesty allowed it, regardless. What does it matter? John lowered his eyes to the floor. If His Majesty has sanctioned it, then I have no grounds for objection. Bridget toyed with the gems on her chest, her fingers brushing the cold gold. Marquis, isn't this necklace exquisite? A wedding tribute from the Aken Empire. John's gaze flickered to the jewelry. That was a tribute for the commander, for Princess Annette. Bridget erupted into mocking laughter. Precisely. You've surely heard the gossip, haven't you? About my sister's little wedding, Grand Duke of the Aken Empire. He's one of the wealthiest titans on the continent. I'm truly relieved she gets to live in luxury, though I doubt the Grand Duke will even look at her. Who would desire the spawn of a monster who can't even dress herself? She'll likely rot in neglect. You think that's for the best too, don't you? Since you were her loyal lapdog for so long. Though I've always loathed watching that pathetic display. John's hand at his side clenched, his knuckles cracking audibly. Justin stared at the parchment. Marcus John Millard. Is every single detail in this report the absolute truth? John met his gaze directly. Yes, sir. Not a single word of it is a lie. Justin surged to his feet, slamming the report onto the armrest. You have the nerve to call this an explanation? The expedition took twice as long as the previous hunt, yet the harvest of monster byproducts has plummeted to 20%. What is the meaning of this pathetic failure? John countered calmly. This isn't just a fluke. The crux of my report is that this level of performance will become our new reality. From this moment on, our success rate in monster culling will nosedive. Honestly, we are currently powerless against high-tier threats. Bridget leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. If we can't hunt high-level beasts, if we're reduced to scavenging materials from low-tier pests... Justin clenched his fist, punching his open palm in a fit of rage. Everyone knows that the higher the level, the more priceless the byproduct. If the monsters breach our defenses and raid the villages, the royal family will be forced to swallow the entire loss. John's brow furrowed. A decade ago, a border village was annihilated by a monster surge. The royal family's reputation tanked, and the public's fury spiraled out of control. Justin's pupils shrank as he stared into the void of his memory. 10 years ago, that was the exact moment Annette begged to join the Night Order. Justin whirled around, his breath hitching in his throat. Is it possible that all of this is happening because of her? That man always kept everyone at a distance. Caden held a bowl of soup, blowing on it with a gentle breath. Princess, it's cooled down. It won't sting you now. Caden scooped a spoonful and brought it to Annette's lips. Open wide, there we go. Annette obediently accepted the bite. Caden beamed. Good girl. Seeing you eat with such a healthy appetite warms my heart. Caden rested his chin on his hand, mesmerized by Annette. My princess is captivating even when she's just having a meal. Annette paused and stared at the man before her. Is this supposedly cold, heartless perfectionist truly the same person? Larissa observed the tender scene. The way the master cherishes the lady is worlds apart from how he treats others. I finally realized that all this time, the master wasn't a recluse. He was simply biding his time, waiting for the one person who could finally make him drop his guard. Caden set the spoon aside and glanced at the polished plate. Are you satisfied? Annette shook her head slightly. No, not quite yet. Caden leaned closer. I swore to the Empress Mother that before our next audience, I'd help the princess put on some healthy weight. Caden reached out, tucking a stray lock behind Annette's ear. It's only morning and I'm already this flustered? Annette shrugged, her hand shielding her chest as her fingers trembled. Caden retracted his hand. I missed my chance to style your hair today. What a tragedy. You'll have to let me do it next time, understood? Annette lowered her gaze. Larissa claims I'm special to him, but only I know the darkness inside me. In the end, is this all for the Alliance, or is it just pity? Am I a monster's offspring to him, or does he just find it tragic that a princess could be so clueless? Caden, as always, tilted his head and murmured softly, Princess. Caden's eyes crinkled with a smile as he whispered, Princess. What about me? Flashback. Annette sat huddled under the covers, peering up at the woman. What is it? Sarah paused her work. Princess Annette. Annette gripped the edge of her blanket. The servants whisper that Bridget is the only cherished princess. Annette bowed her head, her voice a fragile thread. But I'm cursed. Bridget has this thing called love. Does that thing only exist to cause pain? Sarah gazed silently at the little girl before stroking her hair. Your words truly pierce my heart. Princess, you are being loved too, you know. Sarah opened her arms and pulled little Annette into a tight embrace. Come here. I'll show you exactly how much I love you. Annette buried her face in Sarah's arms, feeling breathless. Is this love? Sarah lifted the girl's chin, her thumb gently grazing her cheek. You'll understand soon enough, Princess. When you find yourself wondering where that person is and what they're doing the moment they're away. Annette sat at the grand table, staring at the empty seat across from her. The Grand Duke isn't joining me? When you pray, they aren't suffering. Annette bit her nail, her brow knitting together. Are you insane? Why would you say something so frightening? When you feel a desperate need to protect them above all else, when that look of fatal devotion takes over your face, that's love. Annette covered her mouth, her finger touching her chin. So that's it. Without even realizing, Annette lowered her eyes. So that's it. Without even realizing, the Grand Duke. Meanwhile, Caden tilted his head to look at the girl by his side. Is something bothering you, Princess? Annette snapped back to the present, resting her chin in her palms. No, it's nothing. It's just... Annette poked Caden's cheek playfully with her finger. It's just that I feel... right now. Annette beamed, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents. I am truly, deeply happy. Caden froze at her touch, his Adam's apple bobbing. Wait. Caden stood in the foyer, bowing slightly to hide his face. Thank you for the meal, Princess. Caden reached up to rub the nape of his neck, averting his gaze. No, it's fine. Are you heading to the library, Princess? Annette looked up, her fingers interlaced. No. I have an etiquette session with Lady Hilda today, so I have to head there first. Caden lowered his gaze. Ah, etiquette lessons. Annette tilted her head, observing Caden's profile with a look of pure curiosity. Caden suddenly spun around. Clutching his chest as if his heart might explode, he walked with stiff, robotic steps toward the door. The radiant smile the princess just wore was truly a masterpiece. Annette covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes narrowing playfully. I've never witnessed that expression on him, yet it feels hauntingly familiar. Whenever I look at her or conjure her image in my mind, I wear that exact same mask. But why does this unease gnaw at me? If I probe and the truth is a rejection, if she's disappointed, if she misinterprets my soul, if she glimpses my hideous jealousy, will she still adore me? Caden shielded half his face. I'm suppressing everything. If she realized the sheer anxiety clawing at my insides, I'm terrified. Caden snapped to attention. Ah, yes, Princess? Annette peered up at him, her hands clasped tightly. What exactly are you brooding over? Caden averted his gaze. It's nothing significant. I've just been a bit drained lately. Annette tilted her head, scrutinizing his rigid posture. He's been acting incredibly suspicious for a while now. Did my smile come off like a lunatic's just now? Annette smoothed her features. Well then, Lady Hilda is expecting me for our luncheon. Caden stared at the floor, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Understood. I'll come to escort you later. Annette paused. That look. I swear I've encountered it somewhere before. That was the old me. Annette halted and looked up at his towering silhouette. Does the Hansen territory conduct monster purges every few weeks? Caden stopped and turned his head slightly. Monster subjugations? Typically, the Night Order is partitioned into 4 elite squads. Each week, they execute small-scale purges 3 times. Caden whirled around. Once a month, the entire order plunges into the monster marsh to carry out a massive, large-scale extermination. Annette raised her hand, lost in a sea of thought. Then the Grand Duke's estate must maintain a gargantuan stockpile of purification stones, correct? Caden lowered his lids. Indeed, but why the sudden interrogation? Annette waved a dismissive hand and strolled away. No reason, just curiosity. I'll see you later, Your Highness. Caden stood paralyzed, watching the girl vanish from sight. He whispered back, All right, until later, Lady Hilda. From fundamental greetings to elite dining etiquette, as well as the aristocratic vernacular and social graces, you have mastered it all. You've done an impeccable job, my lady. Annette sat at the round table. It's all thanks to your tutelage. You've worked tirelessly. Lady Hilda waved it off. It was my pleasure. No one has ever conquered this curriculum in a mere 2 weeks. Knock, knock, knock. 3 sharp raps echoed at the door. Lady Hilda turned her head. Who goes there? The door creaked open. It's me. Doing well, princess? Marin, draped in a hooded cloak, slipped inside, a violet haze shimmering from his form. I've been entombed in the room the Grand Duke provided all this time. I haven't done a single thing except research. Annette stood up. Marin, what brings you here so abruptly? Marin approached the table. I realized I overlooked a critical detail. Princess, do you know the exact moment your form shifted? Annette's eyes widened and she tilted her head. A critical detail? The sorcerer spread his arms. I don't need the precise minute. Just tell me if your body underwent any bizarre reactions when it occurred. Annette tilted her head. Reflecting back, after slaying the beast and reaching the palace, my heart felt like a furnace. My blood was boiling abnormally. Annette lowered her eyes. Nothing was amiss during the slaughter, but by the time I reached the palace, I was a child. It definitely triggered then. The sorcerer smirked, flashed a row of perfect teeth, and chuckled. Precisely! My hypothesis was spot on. Hilda stood behind Annette, her hands resting on the girl's shoulders, looking grave. The sorcerer turned sharply, his eyes glowing a lethal purple. Princess, the antidote will be ready momentarily. Just wait. The legendary sorcerer Marin is about to validate his genius. Marin pulled up his hood. I shall take my leave now. Annette reached out. Wait, Marin? I have something to ask you. The sorcerer stopped, hands clutching the edge of his hood, looking visibly hesitant. You mean magic to alter one's visage? Annette sat at the table. It doesn't necessarily have to remodel the physical body. I'm just curious if there's a spell that makes others perceive an illusion when they look at you. Marin turned back, sweat beading on his brow. Of course. Illusion magic or transformation hexes can easily achieve that. Marin awkwardly fumbled with his fingers, his eyes darting around the room. But why are you inquiring about this? Annette lowered her eyes and wore a cryptic smile. No reason, just a whim. Thank you for your hard work, Marin. The sorcerer gave a strained laugh, backing away repeatedly. It's nothing. Well, I'm off. Annette sat in solitude, eyeing the tomes on the table. Hilda organized the books. He hasn't changed a bit, always so impulsive. Annette sat in the plush chair and giggled. Hilda retrieved a thick stack of documents from her bodice and presented them to the girl. My lady, I have something for you. Annette looked up, bewildered. What is this? Hilda fanned out the papers. This is a comprehensive report I compiled on the internal logistics of the Grand Duchy. It includes a directory of all personnel, subordinate divisions, current operational data, and the preliminary budget. Annette took the stack, her fingers tracing the heavy edges. I'm not even officially wed, yet I'm granted access to high-level intelligence? Annette bowed her head and thumbed through them. Am I truly permitted to see this? Hilda clasped her hands and bowed low. Absolutely. The Grand Duke believes that it will be far more beneficial for you to master these before you officially assume your station. Therefore, he explicitly ordered me to curate these materials for you. Annette stared at the scrolls, her eyes shimmering with red. The Grand Duke! This is the staggering weight of trust. Annette gripped the documents, her white knuckles trembling. What exactly is the true motive behind this devotion? Why treat me as the mistress of the estate so soon? Annette bowed her head, her hair veiling her face as a nagging sense of déjà vu gripped her mind. Since our first meeting, I have known more about you than you could fathom, princess. My uncle spoke of my aunt incessantly. He claimed he respects her more than any soul on this earth. Annette's eyes widened, her pupils trembling with shock. This hauntingly familiar sensation. Could it be linked to those words? Annette rested her chin on her hand, spiraling into thought. Even if I encountered the Grand Duke in the past, he likely employed sorcery to mask his face. So, where exactly did we cross paths? Knock, knock, knock. A frantic drumming echoed. Larissa threw the door open and burst inside. My lady, I've returned! Annette sat poised in her chair, eyeing the maid. Larissa, where did you vanish to just now? Is the Grand Duke not close by? Larissa hurried over, breathless. My lady, that etiquette lesson must have been soul-crushing, right? I personally tasked the head chef to prepare these. It's the collection of chocolates you adore. Annette gazed at the sweets, her focus wavering. Oh, truly? But am I permitted to indulge now? Annette stared at the mound of chocolates, her pupils constricting sharply. Shards of buried memories detonated in her mind. It was only at the sight of the treasures Larissa brought that I recalled our meeting. That tattered cloth bag overflowing with purification stones. The mercenary, who always slouched, yet hauled a shockingly fortune-worthy amount of ore. Darkness swallowed the forest. A man cloaked in black offered the cloth bag, his voice a gravelly whisper. "Take this, Commander." The man ducked his head, retreating into the void of his hood. "I sensed you might have need of it." Crows shrieked upon withered branches, shadows cut through the sky, wings beating against the forest's eerie silence. Annette stood beneath the trees, her voice shivering in the frost. "Are you implying our stockpile of purification stones has run dry?" John glared at the earth, his knuckles white. "Yes, those high-level beasts inflicted damage far exceeding our projections yesterday. Many of our comrades have been tainted by the monster miasma. We are desperate for more purification stones." Teammates lay writhing in agony, dark crimson miasma seeping from their lips. Annette scanned the grim camp. She questioned John softly, "How many stones do we have left?" John wiped the sweat from his brow, refusing to meet her gaze. "We won't survive 10 more minutes." "Do you wish to depart for the temple immediately?" John turned toward the frantic soldiers behind him. The stones they had brought were nearly spent. "Vice Commander, wait a moment." "What is it?" Annette stared at the mud beneath her boots. "To purify this curse, we must reach the temple." "But the subjugation is still raging. How can we abandon the front? What am I supposed to do?" John paused, shifting his tone to one of formal gravity. "That, my lady... No, Commander." Annette started, whirling toward the dark silhouette that had materialized. Behind her... "Who?" The stranger in the ragged black cloak clutched the bag fiercely, bowing his head to dodge her stare. "I merely wished to say, thank you for rescuing me just now." Annette studied him, recalling the recent slaughter. He truly had looked pathetic in the heat of battle. The stranger looked up, revealing piercing blue eyes, his lips quirked in a smile. "I didn't expect you to actually remember me." He bowed again in profound gratitude. "I was a hair's breadth from death at the hands of those monsters. Thank you for sparing my life." Annette stood frozen, observing the stranger in a heavy silence. Annette glanced at the man by her side. He possessed a powerful build and seemed devoid of any physical wounds. But had he been frightened into a state of shock? He's worn that vacant expression for an eternity. Annette looked away and demanded coldly, "Are you a mercenary?" The man recoiled further into the darkness of his hood. His gaze flickered nervously as he stammered, Yes, I'm a mercenary." Annette turned, heading deeper into the heart of the camp. Her ponytail whipped in the wind. "The battle is still ongoing. Look out for yourself." The man remained rooted to the spot. Clutching the bag, he watched her retreat. He suddenly scrambled after her, shouting, "Please, wait a moment." He thrust the cloth bag forward, its mouth gaping open. "Please, take this." Annette stopped and peered into the satchel. "Purification stones?" Annette accepted the bag, her fingers brushing the chilled crystals. "Why give these to me? This is a king's ransom in materials." The man rubbed the back of his neck, averting his eyes. "You saved my life. After all, my savior. This is but a humble token of my gratitude." Annette stared at the bag. This haul was worth a fortune. How could a mere mercenary possess such wealth? Annette scrutinized the man. He was visibly trembling, yet held firm on settling the debt. The man bowed his head and bit his knuckle, avoiding her stare, sweat trickling down his temple. Annette drowned in the memory. After that, whenever we crossed paths, he would avert his face in a blind panic. Could that pathetic mercenary truly be the Grand Duke? Annette sat in her velvet chair, unwrapped a chocolate, and let it melt on her tongue, savoring the rush of sugar. Meanwhile, Kaiden stood nearby, tilting his head as he observed her. "Purification stones? What brought on such a sudden interest in those?" Annette looked at Larissa. "If only you would tell me the truth." Larissa tilted her head, her face a mask of confusion. Did you say something, my lady? Annette waved her off and lowered her head to continue her snack. Nothing. Regardless, these chocolates are divine. Larissa clasped her hands. I'm thrilled you like them, my lady. The head chef was just raving about them earlier. The following morning, Hilda stood before Annette and lowered her gaze. My lady, I intend to finalize your personal retinue of maids shortly. Annette sat before the vanity, tracing the intricate lace of her collar. Maids? Why the sudden need for a recruitment drive? Hilda stood at her side. The master has decreed that once you regain your strength, a date for the royal wedding will be finalized. Hilda leaned in closer. Time is of the essence. We must choose now. Maids who will serve as your escort to the capital. Annette met her own eyes in the mirror. I have Larissa. She is more than enough. Larissa cupped her cheeks, her eyes welling with tears. My lady! Hilda stared at Annette. With a frigid gaze, she declared, Larissa is an exceptional servant. However, as the woman poised to become the Grand Duchess, the only one in the entire empire, it would be a scandal to have but one maid in your service. I have already created a list of prospects. They are all daughters of high-ranking vassals within this territory. After lunch, I shall present them for your approval. Annette sat at the table and turned to address Hilda. Is there anyone on that list who is both courageous and discreet? Annette lowered her gaze. The whispers about me aren't exactly flattering. If they are faint-hearted, serving by my side will be an agonizing ordeal for them. Hilda rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. If you're seeking a woman of indomitable will, Lady Isabella, the eldest daughter of Count Chisip is a prime candidate. Larissa leaned into the mirror. I'm familiar with her. She's the fanatic who founded the Grand Duke's official fan club. What was that ridiculous name again? Annette tilted her head, watching from the periphery. Hilda cleared her throat. It's an acronym for the Association for Admiring Beauty from AFAR. Though most folks simply call it the Look But Don't Touch Club, Lady Isabella is a hardcore aestheticist. She spearheads the Grand Duke's fandom merely to worship his features from a distance, so you needn't fret about her harboring any romantic ambitions. It's strictly the adoration of beauty. Annette's lip twitched as she offered a strained smile. So that's the meaning behind far viewing. What a bizarre naming sense. Larissa raised her index finger. Oh! But wouldn't it be quite awkward to have Lady Isabella as the lady's personal confidant? Annette turned back, intrigued. And why is that? Because Isabella happens to be the ex-girlfriend of Aide Samuel. Samuel perched his hands on his hips and let out a boisterous laugh, his frame trembling. Your Highness, see? I told you. Romance doesn't follow your rules. Samuel gestured wildly at the man stationed behind the desk. Blessed with a face like that, yet your love life is an absolute train wreck. Hayden sat motionless. Samuel, it appears you're far too invested in the romantic affairs of others. Caden rested his chin on his hand and smirked. I am the undisputed romance consultant of the Hansen territory after all. Caden shot Samuel a piercing look. Yet, from what I gather, your current predicament is every bit as pathetic as mine. Samuel adjusted his glasses. Whatever do you mean, sir? Caden flipped a page. The princess's devoted maid gave me a full briefing on our aide's legendary dating history. She claimed your advice is garbage and should be avoided at all costs. Samuel lunged over the desk and bellowed. Garbage? Larissa actually had the nerve to say that? Caden tapped his chin with the spine of the tome. That cultish far-viewing club or whatever. You're a card-carrying member too, aren't you? Caden eyed Samuel icily. Relying on gossiping about another man's face to fuel your romance. Does a clown like you really have the audacity to lecture me on how to love? Samuel slammed the desk. That was merely Lady Isabella and I bonding over shared interests. Why dig up the past? Ooh, Samuel clutched his head and wailed dramatically. Caden leaned back in his chair. Shared interests, was it? So, is that the reason you two crashed and burned? Samuel slumped on the desk. It was an aesthetic dispute over the Grand Duke's features. They are undeniably flawless, but Isabella, Caden cut him off. Pipe down. Samuel bowed his head and grunted. For the record, I'm the one who dumped her. I proactively pulled the plug on that relationship. Caden remained silent. With a finger grazing his lips, Annette's face flooded his mind. Does the Hansen territory hold monster subjugations every few weeks? Why did she bring up monster hunts? Is she still fretting over the Howard Royal Knight Order? Caden stared down at the desk. Perhaps we should attempt to export purification stones to Howard. Samuel's smile vanished. Intelligence suggests the situation within the Howard kingdom is becoming unstable. Caden stared into the void. Are they only now waking up? They likely just refuse to face the truth. After all, who's been funding their decadent lifestyle? All these years? Annette turned her head, her hair dancing over her frigid armor. They're probably still hunting for excuses to deny reality, even if it's just a pathetic attempt to bury their heads in the sand. Caden stood up. The Howard envoys will be here shortly to reclaim the princess. Caden pressed his hand onto the table, his nails screeching against the parchment. Those meddlesome royal knights will likely show up on our very doorstep in the flesh. Justin sat in the high-backed throne, his right hand mangling the paper until his knuckles went white. Lamise, that snake. 90% of the knight orders might came from Annette. And he had the gall to keep it a secret until now. A hand clad in a black glove reached out, a diamond ring glinting as it was placed gently on Justin's shoulder. Your Majesty, are you weary? Esther leaned down. Forgive my intrusion upon your solitude. Justin looked up, his face etched with exhaustion. My queen. Esther kept her palm resting on the king's shoulder. I heard the session had concluded, yet you remained in the council chambers. I was anxious, so I came to see for myself. Justin pressed her hand against his chest. The queen wouldn't comprehend. Statecraft is an incredibly grueling burden. Esther lowered her eyes, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. What absolute rubbish. He fundamentally lacks the brain cells to realize who's actually filling the royal coffers. This pathetic kingdom has only tasted luxury until now, thanks to our stranglehold on the monster byproduct trade. It all trickles down from that. Esther smiled, flashing her perfect white teeth. If the volume and caliber of materials plummet compared to before, there is no mystery as to where our future is heading. Esther's smile faded. Your Majesty, might I ask what resolution today's meeting produced? Justin rubbed his temples. The Queen has no need for such details. Esther crossed her arms. Your Majesty, as the Queen of Howard, I believe I have the right to be informed. Justin fell silent for a long beat. Is there still time to swap the bride? Justin closed his eyes, his voice echoing in the hollow room. Once the marriage pact is sealed, a unilateral breach demands compensation 100 times the value of the dowry. Esther's eyes went wide. 100-fold? The Aken royal family certainly doesn't play around. Justin opened his eyes, his gaze turning predatory. Don't fret. It's not as if we're completely out of options. Esther stared straight ahead. What an utterly moronic king. Does he truly expect us to grovel before that stray dog he discarded for help? Justin stroked his beard. There is no need for such excessive worry. I intend to request that the Grand Duke dispatch his knights to quell the monster surge. Esther whirled around sharply. The Grand Duke's estate? Justin tilted his head confidently. This union was always a military pact. The Grand Duke is now my son-in-law. He would never dare refuse. Esther stared at Justin in a heavy silence. If they reached out to the Hansen territory for salvation, Annette would undoubtedly manipulate him into backing Howard. Esther froze in her tracks. Wait, just a moment. If the Grand Duke deploys legions to the border and seizes the monster supply, Howard's military and economic jugular will both fall directly into Grand Duke Hansen's grip. Will that power flow straight to her, into Annette's hands? That effectively hands the reins to her brother Frank. Esther's eyes widened with malice. I will not permit it. This will jeopardize my son's succession to the throne. I refuse to let this happen. Esther clenched her fists until her knuckles cracked. Whatever the cost, my son must wear the crown. Justin rested his chin on his hand, lost in the void. Therefore, I shall dispatch an envoy to the Hansen territory immediately. Esther bowed her head. The corner of her mouth twisted into a predatory smirk. Yes, there is another way. We must adorn Bridget in her most magnificent finery. No man could remain stoic after witnessing her beauty. Even with Annette present, who could truly love that wretched child? Sunlight pierced through the towering spires, flooding the white stone palace. Annette tossed and turned restlessly on the massive bed. Pink tresses cascaded across the pristine white sheets. She shielded her eyes with her palm. The light is blinding. Annette pushed herself up, scanning the vacant room. She called out softly, Larissa, has she gone out? Her bare feet slid into pink slippers. Annette shoved the heavy oak door open, rubbing her bleary, sleep-reddened eyes. The corridor was a ghost town, not a single soul in sight. Only the sunlight stretched silently across the marble. Annette wandered through the hollow hallway. Larissa? Samuel? Lady Hilda? Annette pushed open the dining room doors. The expansive table was deserted, the china neatly arranged. Butler Hubert, where is everyone? Annette gripped the ornate window frame. What on earth is going on? A sickening premonition washed over her. Annette peered down at the garden. The lawn was a void. The fountain cascaded in eerie silence. Not a gardener, servant, or knight to be found. Annette whirled around. Where did they go? No way, this can't be real. Annette sprinted desperately down the hall. With frantic footfalls, she burst through the massive doors, gasping for air. Grand Duke! The office was a vacuum, documents stacked with clinical precision. Did I mess up again? Where did they all vanish to? Annette ran in a blind panic. Her bare feet thundered urgently against the hardwood floor. Her long hair billowed behind her. Was I a disappointment? Again? Annette's foot lost its grip, her slippers screeching against the wood. She lost her balance and plunged forward. She collided violently with the freezing marble floor. Annette lay sprawled on the ground, clawing to stand. Her throat emitted ragged, fractured gasps. Only her own hollow echoes answered in the dead palace. Annette knelt upon the icy stone. Where did it all fall apart? Was it because I let my excitement show too much this time? Or did I inadvertently commit some grave sin? Annette stared at her ankle. Her smooth porcelain skin was shredded and bleeding. Her trembling fingers grazed the raw wound. Is this why everyone abandoned me? Just like that time? Annette recoiled, her pupils losing their focus. Just like back then. Heavy thuds resonated through the hallway. Black leather boots rhythmically struck the wooden floor. 2 masked sentinels revealed cold obsidian eyes. Is the nurse dead? Yes. Likely pneumonia, but it could be a plague. We must dispose of this with extreme caution. Annette snapped her head up, her throat tearing out a raspy shriek. Get away from me! Leave! I told you all to get out of here! Annette fought like a cornered animal to shield Sarah's corpse. Don't you dare come closer! Leave now! A masked knight halted, surveying the grisly scene with total indifference. What's the holdup? She's blocking us from the body. Since she's the beast's spawn anyway, no one has the guts to force her aside. Annette clung to Sarah's cold, lifeless neck. No one would help me. When I screamed that Sarah had stopped breathing, not a single soul bothered to listen. Annette glared up at them. Why are you only trying to steal her now? Get out! I will never surrender her to you. The masked knight and servant stood paralyzed, wavering under the sheer pressure radiating from the small girl. The air felt brittle. A week passed, and Annette still haunted the dark room. She hadn't eaten or slept for 7 days. Is she truly a demon? How is this even possible? The masked knight leaned against the frame. We cannot defy the king's decree. But she's merely a child in the end. Wait until exhaustion claims her, then make your move. Annette cradled Sarah's remains, her hair a tangled mess in the gloom. Her eyes were bloodshot and wild. Her throat wheezed out broken, shallow breaths. Sarah, I'm so hungry. I can't even keep my eyes open anymore. Annette's lids fell heavy, but compared to that ache, I just really miss you. Annette buried her face in the hollow of Sarah's neck, tears soaking into her pink hair. They splashed onto the freezing garments. Nurse, can I go with you? Please, just let me go with you. Annette tightened her grip, fingers digging into Sarah's shoulders. Take me away. There is absolutely no point in remaining here. Annette closed her eyes in the crushing silence, her small frame heaving weakly. I no longer have a single reason to exist. Annette clutched her chest, her heart hammering violently. She let out a shattered, hacking cough. Fresh crimson splattered between her trembling fingers, her body swaying dangerously. Sarah reached out in a dream to stroke Annette's head. Princess, please do not fret. You will surely find your happiness. Annette's eyes snapped open. Nurse, you're such a liar. Annette collapsed onto the lifeless form, her fingers desperately white-knuckling the coarse black fabric. From that wretched day on, I've been utterly isolated. I bled my soul dry just to survive. Yes, merely to exist. Annette stood in the hollow center of the hall with vacant eyes. I believed I'd finally grasped a sliver of joy. Was it all just a cruel mirage, a fever dream? An existence as tainted as mine clearly has no right to claim such a beautiful happiness. I hope you value yourself, Princess. This is exactly what you deserve. Annette bowed her head, her lips quivering as she whispered, I want that too. I'm finished with being lonely. Caden stepped forward, his voice a velvety murmur. Princess. Caden faltered. Princess, are you crying? Annette's shoulders convulsed violently. Seized by panic, she cast her gaze downward to flee his stare. Caden leaned in, invading her space. Look at me. Why are these tears falling? Annette's fingers strangled the fabric of her gown. Larissa crept closer with a smirk. She grinned and began a hushed countdown. 1, 2, 3. The rhythmic thunder of synchronized footsteps followed. A procession surged into the hall, pushing a towering alabaster cream cake crowned with glistening blood-red strawberries. Surprise! Happy birthday! Annette stood frozen behind Caden. My birthday? Is it truly that day already? Hey, you idiots! Samuel, balancing the strawberry cake with the servants trailing behind, turned to stone. The smiles evaporated instantly, and the festive spark was snuffed out. Caden whirled around and barked, Can't you read the damn room? Annette stood motionless in the center of the hall. Her pupils constricted from the sheer whiplash of the surprise party. Caden dropped to one knee before her. That's right. Today marks your birth, princess. I intended to give you a moment of pure magic. Caden's gaze fell to Annette's bandaged ankle. I simply didn't foresee you being so terrified that you'd actually draw blood. Annette stared blankly into the distance. I was completely oblivious. I had even discarded the date myself, yet he held on to my birthday as if it were sacred. Caden leaned closer. Princess. Annette seized Caden's lapels, her voice fracturing with emotion. I was convinced this was all a fleeting dream. You, this castle, everyone here. Annette's grip loosened. A hallucination. Ever since the nurse who raised me breathed her last. The isolated palace I called home was consumed by a deafening, lethal silence. There was no sound, only the echo of my own lungs. Back then, I didn't even know that hollow ache was called loneliness. Later, I joined the Night Order to slay monsters hiding among the masses, playing the part of a normal human. No one reached out, but the isolation finally broke. I couldn't sleep in the palace, but the chaos of the battlefield let me rest like the dead. Annette's eyes drifted shut. So, whenever the world goes silent as I sleep or wake, the terror returns. Annette slumped into the armchair. I never grasped it before, but this recent taste of joy made me realize I'm terrified that being with all of you is just a beautiful lie. Caden tilted his head, his lips forming a silent vow. My princess. Annette lowered her head with a fragile, ghost-like smile. Thank you for showing such mercy to a soul like mine. Caden stood tall. Who do you think you are? A person adorable from head to toe, or a stunning, magnetic, and total badass? Annette's head snapped up, her fingers twisting together nervously. Your Highness. Caden leaned down, pinning her with his gaze. Or perhaps someone who represents a literal miracle to me? Annette was shell-shocked, her hands frozen in midair. I am profoundly grateful that you chose to come to me, princess. For every breath I have left, I will be thankful for that. Caden took Annette's trembling hands and squeezed them with possessive warmth. So please, never entertain the thought that you are alone again. And absolutely never belittle yourself like that ever again. Caden leaned in low, locking eyes with her. Annette sank into the chair, the corners of her mouth finally curling upward as she whispered back. Okay, thank you. I swear I won't let those dark thoughts win again. Caden beamed, his hand still firmly anchoring hers. Caden released her hand. If you're that afraid of being lonely, let's just move the wedding up. It's the only logical solution. Annette started, jerking her hand back in surprise. Huh? Caden smirked. If we wake up every morning in the same bed, you won't have a single reason to be afraid anymore, right? Annette ducked her head, her finger tracing her lips. I think you have a point. Annette stole a side glance. I also hope we can be wed as soon as possible. Caden froze, his hand snapping up to cover his mouth and nose. His face flushed a violent crimson, his breath hitching in his throat. Annette pointed at his burning cheeks and erupted in laughter. Your face is absolutely beet red right now. Caden whirled around and stormed toward the window. Please, stop teasing me, princess. A torrential downpour hammered Marquis Milad's estate. The azure roof shimmered under the obsidian sky. Thunder roared outside the study. What ill wind brought you here, father? John stood up from his desk, his eyes shadowed by exhaustion. I didn't expect you to personally grace this rundown hovel of mine. The elder Marquis Milad spoke with a chilling lack of emotion. I am here to deliver a royal decree concerning Princess Annette. John's brow furrowed. Then what becomes of the alliance? Marquis Malad tilted his head. Don't get it twisted. The alliance remains fully in play. He withdrew a sealed document from his coat. Furthermore, the royal family has resolved to demand support from Grand Duke Hansen's domain. They are dispatching a knight delegation to force an approval. Commander John Malad. John took the letter. Fingers grazed the coarse parchment as a heavy silence engulfed the room. He stared intently at the ink etched upon the page. I'm dying to know. On what deluded basis do they have the audacity to make such a preposterous demand? Marquis Malad stood like a statue before the desk. The king's inner circle maintains that this is a standard request from a father-in-law to his son-in-law. John crushed the missive in his grip, his knuckles turning a ghostly white. Is there truly not a single soul in this godforsaken place who stands by her side? Marquis Malad peered down at his offspring. My son, you are a mirror image of my own failures. He took a decisive step forward. I'm not referring to your looks, but to the fact that you are just as pathetic and cowardly as I am. I warned you from the start, stay away from her. Away from. John clenched his fists until his joints popped. Then, do you recall your own words when Mother breathed her last? When my emotions could no longer be shackled, you told me to take her and flee. Marquis Malad's eyes drifted shut. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened in the oppressive shadows. Indeed, because I was powerless to change my fate, I urge you to seize yours. John's voice erupted. Is an heir all you care about? If you could discard me so effortlessly, why did you ever bother marrying Mother? If this kingdom was already this decayed, you should have remained alone. Marquis Malad closed his eyes, conjuring the ghost of a brunette woman in a white gown, her hands resting on her womb. He opened his eyes with a soul-weary gaze. Malad, I live in regret. John shrieked. You have the nerve to call that an answer? Marquis Malad's face remained a frozen mask. Then ensure you don't end up like me. I have long believed that even if this nation burns to the ground, it wouldn't matter. Marquis Malad placed a heavy hand on John's shoulder. That man, the one masquerading as her father, he was the childhood confidant of the late queen. Marquis Malad stepped out into the downpour, his black boots crushing a puddle, his cropped hair drenched. I adored her, but I never possessed the courage to confess. John paced through the corridor, rainwater cascading down his coat. Because of her lineage, she chose your mother instead. Your mother once believed that if she supported her with her entire soul, her heart would eventually turn toward her. But it was all a futile pursuit. John collapsed to his knees, tears streaming as he wailed until his throat was raw. A woman stood in the center of the chapel, a veil obscuring her features, hand pressed to her heart. John took a stinging blow to the face. The woman gasped, covering her mouth in horror. What have I done? I'm so sorry, John. Please forgive me. She pulled John into a desperate embrace, sobbing her apologies. John rested his heavy head on his mother's shoulder. Even so, I'm all right. As long as you're by my side, because you still love me. The sound of weeping shivered in the midnight wind. A somber group clad in black congregated before the headstone, bowing their heads toward the frigid slab. Why is fate so merciless? Why must it end like this? John stood before the grave, staring at the cold stone etched with his mother's name. Hands balled into tight fists at his sides, he bowed his head in silence, the spark extinguished from his dark eyes. Oblivious to the biting wind lashing against his collar, a maid presented him with an envelope. Please accept this, young master. John reached out to claim it, his dark pupils quivering. Fingers brushed the rough envelope, his gaze locked onto the script on the white paper. He tore into the letter, fingers white-knuckling the edges of the parchment. Tears blurred his vision as he gnawed on his lower lip. Happiness? How could you even utter that word? Ivory clouds drifted past the spires, sunlight bleeding through high stone windows. A few years vanished in the blink of an eye. John stood tall in the center of the hall. I wish to enlist in the Knight Order. I want to train until I forget my very name. Please grant me your blessing. Father! The butler leaned in conspiratorially. The heir to the marquisate wishes to be a common knight? Lammas questioned. Lammas thumbed through the documents in his hand. The first thing you say to me after all these years is that you want to join the ranks. Intriguing. Not only have you gone mute. Now you intend to abandon your home entirely? Lammas scrutinized John. Very well. I allow it. I am truly eager to see what exactly you can cut down with that blade. John swung the iron sword, his muscles tensed like coiled springs. Since that day, I've lived and breathed the Knight Order, sweat dripping from my jaw. Some whispered that a marquis's son couldn't endure the brutality, but I found solace in it. When I grip a sword, the intrusive thoughts finally die. The days blurred together like that. An apprentice knight hissed, "Is it him? Yeah, that's the beast's offspring." John stood beneath the staircase, watching Annette from afar. Rumor says she caused the late queen's demise and was locked in the separate palace for life. Heard she never breathed a word of outside air. I expected a cripple. Annette stood bathed in sunlight, expressionless, enduring the razor-sharp glares of the crowd. John turned his head, Annette's silhouette etched into his mind. The apprentice knight's eyes widened in surprise. "That brat drove a lot of powerful people over the edge, you know?" John asked in a low, dangerous tone. "What are you implying?" "So many people deified the late queen. Because of that girl, the queen perished. Rumor has it they all lost their sanity." Another knight silenced him. "Are you referring to His Majesty? Do you have a death wish?" John glanced at his gossiping peers, including His Majesty, Lord Lamus, and even Marquis Milad, my own father. "The ones she shattered." The apprentice knight shrugged dismissively. "Don't mind them, young master. That kind of girl won't last here. She'll break soon enough." John lowered his eyes with a ghost of a smile. "She is oblivious to the dark history between my father and her mother. She simply treats me as an equal comrade." John carried a heavy wooden crate, glancing at the companion by his side. Annette stooped low, using both hands to hoist the heavy wooden plank. 10 years vanished in a blur of training. We began to stake our lives on one another and forge a bond of steel. John turned to see Annette's hair wild and disheveled in the heat of battle, crimson eyes reflecting a look of utter, bone-deep exhaustion. A foreign emotion blossomed within. Annette stepped into the crystalline lake, raising her hand to wring her dripping, saturated hair. A handful of apprentices hovered beneath the emerald canopy of the trees. Along the lakeshore, their gazes transfixed on the figure ahead. A murderous glint ignited in John's eyes. "Who the hell are you lowlifes? It seems you have a death wish." John glared. "If you value your lives, vanish." The two apprentices turned ghostly pale, stammered frantic apologies, and bolted for their lives. John leaned heavily against a gnarled tree trunk, ebony hair veiling his downcast eyes, listening to the rhythmic ripples of the lake. Annette stood upon the bank, wringing her tunic as water pitter-pattered onto the grass. Cloaked in the shadows, John's pupils quivered violently. His cheeks flushed a deep crimson, his heartbeat thundered through the mute forest. He was utterly incapable of looking away. Annette halted. "Vice Commander John? What brings you here?" John stood upon the trail, desperately averting his eyes. "Merely a routine patrol." Annette turned away. "Then let's retreat." John walked parallel, a few paces behind. "I don't demand much. Just preserving this status quo and remaining by her side is more than enough." John stood paralyzed, watching Annette's silhouette fade into the distance. "I never imagined I'd lose her in such a pathetic way." John shoved the door open. Brahmin gasped in shock. "Vice Commander! No, Commander! Good gods, did you march back through the deluge?" John wiped the rain from his brow. "I'll be gone for a while. I'm leaving everything in your hands." Brahmin stood dazed. "What are you saying?" John looked up with resolve. "No, I am not my father. I must journey to the Aken Empire, to the Grand Duke's territory." Annette looked skyward. Fireworks detonated in the firmament above the manor. "Happy birthday, my lady." Caden held Annette close. The two stood framed by the balcony railing. Annette's mouth parted in awe as she witnessed the brilliant bursts of light relentlessly ascending. Caden tilted his head, his azure eyes locked onto Annette's profile, his lips curling into a tender smirk. "Princess, happy birthday!" This is the precise moment fate shifts. The darkness beneath the opulence begins to seep out. Caden looked down at his arms, anchoring Annette tight. "No one has ever celebrated the day of my birth before." Annette gazed at the distant shimmering lights. "To have so many people offering their blessings, it feels like a dream." The servants congregated behind them, clasping their hands and swooning. "The lady is breathtaking today. Please, my lady, look this way." Caden leaned in close to Annette's ear. "Do not fear. This is no mirage. I vow to you I'll celebrate this day for you every year until you're sick of it." Annette closed her eyes, pressing her cheek against the warmth of Caden's chest. "This kindness is almost too heavy for me to bear." Annette shook her head. "No, I look forward to it. Thank you." Caden beamed. The servants covered their mouths, their eyes welling with joyful tears. "My lady!" Annette suddenly looked up. "Grand Duke, let's ascend to the castle's peak." The view from the 5th floor balcony must be even more magnificent. Caden hesitated. The 5th floor? Annette recoiled slightly. Is that place forbidden? Caden looked down at her tenderly. No, within this fortress there is no sanctuary the princess cannot enter. Prince Frank of the Howard Kingdom, Annette's flesh and blood, rested his chin and stared into the void. A council member bowed low. Yes, Your Highness. To collaborate on the monster suppression, the council has unanimously decreed that the Royal Knight Commander must go in person. Frank leaned back in his chair. I see. Frank raised his eyes sharply. I heard we're begging for aid from the Hansen territory. I fully expected to be the one dispatched. This is quite a shocking turn of events. The council member faltered. Your Highness, why would you assume that? Frank offered a faint, chilling smirk. Do you truly believe it's appropriate for the royal family to make such a demand of the Hansen territory? The member froze. This request is indeed a massive burden. It will undoubtedly put Annette in an agonizing position. Frank lowered his lids. If I were there, I would have fought it to the end. Sadly, I lack that power. I heard she was ambushed in transit. I want to witness with my own eyes how badly Annette was broken. The council member took a tentative half step forward. To be blunt, I don't grasp why Your Highness cares so deeply. She is merely... Frank tilted his head, his gaze turning icy. What was that? The member closed his eyes. Because of her, you lost your mother and the king's favor. I truly don't understand why you still protect her. Frank erupted. Shut your mouth! Frank glared at the council member. Enough! Listening to this filth makes me nauseous. Does a brother fretting over his only sister look that alien in your eyes? The council member bowed profoundly. My sincerest apologies. Frank's fingers grazed the spine of a massive tome. Regardless, this is a joyous occasion. I mean the sword I bestowed upon the princess. I heard the queen seized it when she fled the palace. The member clenched his hands, watching Frank's silent profile. Do you have any idea how gut-wrenching it was to hear that? You bled so much effort to obtain that legendary blade. The person who once cursed Rubolino as an omen of bad luck actually stole it away. The member backed away, breaking into a cold sweat. Forgive me. I overstepped my boundaries today. Frank covered his mouth, coughing violently. Never mind. Actually, the queen taking it was a relief. It's just hearing that the blade has returned to Annette's hands. It feels surreal. The member poured tea with trembling hands. Previously, you always fought against the princess joining the purges. Correct? No brother would want to see his sister brandish a sword. Have you been briefed on the commander's departure? Milad? Not yet. Milad should have been notified by now. The member bowed. Since the next purge schedule is imminent, I suspect Commander Milad will depart the second he is prepared. Frank hooked his finger into the gold necklace, the pendant swaying. So, before he departs, deliver this to him. The councilman gasped. Your Highness, you absolutely cannot. That is the singular necklace that still preserves the image of the late queen. Frank turned his head coldly. Precisely. After Annette was born, father incinerated every last one of mother's portraits. The councilman stared at the gold pendant. You treasure it more than anyone. Why surrender it now? Frank lowered his eyes, his fingers tracing the metal. You are overstepping your bounds today. Frank narrowed his eyes, his emerald pupils flashing with a frigid chill. Have I been too indulgent with you? The councilman bowed. No, sir. I will execute your orders. Frank let go. The necklace dropped into the councilman's palm with a sharp clink. Inform Sir John that I have a gift for my sister. Even if Sir John rides at breakneck speed, I fear he'll be a tad late, but he should still arrive by Annette's birthday. Footsteps tapped on the stone stairs. Caden stepped upward. Princess, do you feel unwell? Annette clung to Caden's back, her arms coiled around his neck. Unwell? Not in the slightest. Grand Duke, am I not a burden? I insisted I could manage the walk on my own. Caden marched with steady strides. If we scaled the 5th floor at your pace, the fireworks would have faded ages ago. It's more efficient if I carry you. Annette shrugged her shoulders. But I'm hardly a child anymore. Annette looked over his shoulder toward the front, her crimson pupils contracting. Wait, that room is... Annette stared at the sealed door. Caden didn't falter, and the two swept through the silent corridor. Flashback. Annette questioned Samuel. What is the purpose of the room at the end of the 5th floor hallway? Samuel paused. The room at the end of the 5th floor hallway? Annette looked up. Yes, I asked Larissa, but she claimed ignorance and warned me to stay away. Others were evasive too. I thought you might have an answer, Samuel. Could it be the Grand Duke's secret hobby? That room is eternally locked. What exactly is hidden inside? Samuel whirled around and retreated, waving his hands in a frantic blur. I know absolutely nothing about that room. Even if I did, I'm sworn to silence. No, that's not it. Why not interrogate the Grand Duke directly? Annette covered her mouth as she watched Samuel vanish. He explicitly stated I could do as I pleased here, yet everyone goes mute the second that room is mentioned. If it's another one of his enigmas, I must seize the moment to ask. Annette leaned close to Caden's ear. Grand Duke, what lies within the room at the end of the hallway? Caden's footsteps ceased. The sound of his boots died on the scarlet carpet. What did you say? You. Annette stared at the carved white wooden door. No one will give me a straight answer. I heard you have a collector's hobby. Is it a gallery? Caden bowed his head, his face sinking into the murky shadows. Annette, she called softly, her hand instinctively tightening on his shirt. Caden gritted his teeth, sweat beads forming on his brow. Do not go there. Stifle your curiosity regarding that room. You are forbidden from entering, regardless. Annette slid off his back and seized his sleeve. But why? I only wished to glimpse it for a moment. Caden turned sharply and roared. I said no! Anywhere else is fair game, but not there. Absolutely not. Purge that thought from your mind immediately. Annette stood paralyzed, her hair veiling the stinging disappointment in her eyes. Put me down. A week had elapsed since the night of the fireworks. Annette stood before the circular window, her hand pressed against the frigid stained glass. That night, she ended up missing the fireworks entirely. Annette lay flat on her bed. She believed she was someone special to him. His expression then was so agonizing. Is he truly all right? The door creaked open as Larissa entered. My lady, you look utterly despondent. Are you feeling ill, or did something spark between you and the Grand Duke? Annette propped herself up. Larissa, the Grand Duke isn't coming to tend to my hair today, is he? Larissa stood by the bed and shook her head. Annette lowered her face, hands clenching her dress. Fine. It was I who threw a tantrum for no reason anyway. I even bypassed dinner. I'm the one who owes an apology. I should have been the first to say sorry. I shouldn't have interrogated him like that. Annette pulled her jacket tight. She insisted on seeing that room, and when rebuffed, she acted like a brat and barricaded herself in. I'm being so irrational. Annette gripped the lace on her chest. But did he really have to answer with this crushing silence? Annette's eyes grew sorrowful. She clearly confessed to him that she loathed this dead silence. I despise being alone. Annette envisioned Caden's broad back in her memory. Once I attempt to cross that line, he'll ruthlessly sever the bond. What if he's truly disgusted with me? What if he desires a different bride? If he's nauseated by this clinginess? If he decides to discard me? Annette slapped her cheeks hard. Smack. Stop spiraling. I have to initiate the apology. Right. I must take the lead and make amends. Larissa stood nearby and called softly. Hilda pushed the door open and burst in, her forehead slick with sweat. My lady! Something massive has occurred. The Haggard envoys have arrived. Annette sat on the edge of the bed, her hand frozen in midair. The air in the room turned brittle. Annette parted her lips. The Haggard people? Why? Who exactly has come? Hilda panted. I'm not certain either. I sprinted too fast, but they claimed they came specifically to see you. The thunderous beat of hooves against stone echoed through the courtyard as grit swirled in the air. Hilda hissed urgently. I heard the visitors are royal knights, led by someone named John. With his palm resting on his sword hilt and his silver plate mail gleaming under the sun, John scrutinized the colossal iron gates barring his path. Luke marveled. Incredible. The Empire is a different world. The Grand Duke's fortress is more majestic than our own royal palace. John straightened his posture and tightened his grip on the reins. The Howard Palace was certainly opulent in its own right. John glanced over dismissively. There is no need for such formalities. The sheer scale of a kingdom versus an empire is fundamentally different. John locked his gaze onto the manor ahead. Once we cross into Hanson territory, stay sharp. We represent the Howard Kingdom as envoys. Luke swallowed hard and stared at the dirt. Flashback. Luke was sprawled on the ground, slamming his forehead against the freezing stone floor. I beg you, let me accompany you. I need to see the commander. No. I need to see the princess. It's my fault she was shackled to this marriage. She discarded her rank as commander because of me. John closed his book and stared down at his kneeling subordinate. Cease this pathetic display. Dragging a low-ranking knight like you along serves no purpose. Luke looked up with a burning resolve. I resigned from the knight order yesterday. I only enlisted because I idolized the princess. I don't give a damn about my title anymore. I just want to live for her. A commoner has no right to an audience, so please, let me go with you. John lowered his gaze to his book, his face masked in shadow as he weighed the plea. Glamis placed a hand on John's shoulder. Just take the princess and run. As long as Bridget remains, the kingdom survives. John snapped the book shut. His gaze was like ice as he stared forward. Even if Annette vanishes, the Howard kingdom will absolutely not crumble. Manipulating a man with such a rigid sense of duty won't be easy. Perhaps bringing Luke along will serve a purpose. John said coldly, "Fine, but you remain invisible. If you become a liability, I won't hesitate to discard you." Luke bowed his head, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thank you." Luke peered out the carriage window, genuinely stunned. I didn't expect the princess to be sequestered at the Grand Duke's estate rather than the Imperial palace. The massive iron gates groaned open. The screeching of metal revealed a breathtaking white citadel at the end of the road. John stared ahead, his expression unreadable. True, venturing to the Imperial palace first was a total waste of time. I heard she was mangled in a monster raid. I didn't expect her to be recuperating here. But why does this gnawing sense of dread refuse to leave me? The gates swung wide to expose a sprawling courtyard within. Jam stood in the center of the path and offered a crisp bow. "I am the head butler of the Hanson territory, Jam Hubert. Since your credentials are in order, please follow me into the manor." Luke stared at the architecture before him, sweat beading on his brow. His eyes were clouded with confusion. John, a mask of indifference, followed silently behind the butler. Annette's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, why would Howard's people suddenly appear here? Hilda, do you have any idea what they want?" Hilda shook her head frantically. "They wouldn't breathe a word." Annette gripped her gown, her knuckles turning a ghostly white. "I haven't even sent word that my hand has fully recovered yet. This means, in their eyes, my utility as a weapon is completely extinct." Larissa waved her hands in a total panic. "My lady, they surely didn't come to drag you back to that place, right?" Annette turned her back to Larissa. "No, that's impossible. There's absolutely no reason for them to bother." Annette flashed a hollow smile. "It's likely just because the wedding was delayed and they're growing restless. It's fine." Annette's pupils shrank. "The wedding? If they found out..." Annette pressed her hand to her lips, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. "Could it be... maybe not for me. They plan to swap the bride for my sister." Larissa waved her hands wildly. "What? My lady, there is no way that could be true." Annette closed her eyes, her voice sinking to a whisper. "From the second he received that marriage proposal, he planned to discard me." The king signed the decree without a shred of remorse. Yes, that man would never let a chance like this slip away. "My lady, please don't say that, unless that's the reality." "There's no reason for them to send a secret missive to the Grand Duke. They're going to replace me." Caden stood outside the threshold, sweat on his brow. "Princess!" The door was kicked open. I heard every word. Caden glared at Annette, his gaze sharp with impatience. "I'm genuinely disappointed, Princess. How could you even entertain such a thought?" Caden stepped into the room, his boots thudding heavily on the floor. "I thought I made myself perfectly clear. The only bride I want is you." Caden leaned down to lock eyes with Annette. "Have I failed to earn your trust so badly that you're already bracing for a replacement?" Annette looked up timidly. "You really don't intend to change brides?" Caden planted his hands on his hips. "If you ask that again, I'm going to be legitimately furious." Annette shrunk back and whispered, Okay, I believe you." Caden sat on the edge of the bed, the mattress groaning under his weight. He reached out with his right hand, covering Annette's fingers and squeezing them firmly. Caden stared ahead. "It's been quite a while, Princess." Annette looked up softly. "Yeah, it really has." The two sat side by side, a small, awkward gap lingering between them. Both kept their heads down, staring at the floor. This was their first real encounter since that incident. Samuel clung to the doorframe, gasping for air, his chest heaving. I seriously don't get it. He was a total gloomfest a second ago, yet he ran like a madman. Samuel entered the room, hands on his knees as he fought for breath. "I told you to slow down, just trying to keep up with you." I practically saw the light. Caden slumped at the table, face buried in his palms, golden locks disheveled between his fingers. I was far too abrasive with the princess just now. She must be devastated. Samuel cleared his throat, snapping the Grand Duke out of his self-pity. Hate to crash your emo session, but the Howard envoys are rotting in the waiting room. Annette peered up at Caden. Now that you mention it, you haven't actually granted them an audience yet, right? No? Caden averted his eyes. I felt it was mandatory to consult with the princess first. Annette tilted her head curiously. Consult with me? Samuel unceremoniously shoved the two servants out. You two, beat it for a second. Caden watched the door click shut. They've arrived to beg for my military support in monster subjugation. Annette's brow furrowed. What? Howard possesses the Royal Knight Order. Why on earth would they stoop to that? As you're aware, Howard's economy is shackled to monster byproducts. But since your departure, the Knight's combat prowess has plummeted. They're terrified they can no longer hold the line against the monsters alone. Annette pressed a hand to her lips. I did spearhead the raids. But the power vacuum shouldn't be that catastrophic. Caden crossed his arms, studying Annette's profile. I'm not exaggerating. In fact, since you vanished, every single subjugation has been an unmitigated disaster. If I decline, they'll likely demand to see you to guilt-trip me into helping. Annette gripped her gown tightly. I absolutely cannot face the delegation in this state, not for the dignity of the Grand Duchy. Annette bowed her head, her fingers twisting nervously. But there is something that's been gnawing at me this whole time. Could you disclose who the Royal Knight Order actually dispatched? Annette's voice trailed into a whisper. Perhaps it's a familiar face. Caden lowered his gaze, his eyelid twitching as a vein throbbed on his temple. He whirled to lock eyes with Annette. Why? Is there someone you're particularly dying to see? Caden leaned in, invading her space. Spit it out. The name of the man who instantly flashed in your mind. Annette stammered. That is, well... Caden stood abruptly and massaged his temples. Forget I asked. Don't utter another word. I don't want to hear it. Let me just give it to you straight. It's the new commander of the Howard Royal Knight Order and some newly discharged commoner named Luke. Those are your visitors. Annette tilted her head in confusion. Caden looked down at Annette. If you have no desire to see them, that works perfectly for me. I have zero intention of letting them lay eyes on you anyway. Caden turned toward the exit. I'll go handle this circus. You just deliberate on how we should respond to Howard's pathetic plea for help. Annette stood motionless. What do you think we should do, Your Highness? Caden paused, glancing back to reveal a sharp half-profile. If you command me to assist, I will unconditionally deploy my knights to Howard. Caden's gaze softened. Conversely, if you say no, I wouldn't blink if they offered up their entire kingdom on a silver platter. John sat on the scarlet bench, arms folded tightly. How long are they going to keep us waiting? They're straight up ghosting us. This silence is unnerving. We're uninvited pests. It wouldn't be shocking if they barred the doors entirely. Luke glanced at the man beside him. You're the one leading this mission. Sir Malad? John remained stoic. Still, there's no sign of the princess. I expected her to come charging out to greet us. The massive doors let out a resonant thud as they swung wide. John straightened his back and glared toward the entrance. Luke's jaw hit the floor, sweat cascading down his face. Caden stepped into the hall with lethal grace. Apologies for the delay. I am the lord of this Hansen territory, Caden Hansen.